Cultivation, I am the world's heavenly Dao. Chapter 71. The world will not be upgraded in a short time, so in order to speed up the world's upgrade, Ron thinks he should learn to harvest leaks, create a terrifying existence, harvest the strong in the world, harvest once every 100 years, and create fear for these cave masters. Under pressure, they will work harder to become stronger in order to survive, and then they can form better leaks. Ron thinks that this leak harvesting plan should be improved slowly. Therefore, it is necessary to select a harvester. Ron thinks that Hong, who is hiding in the dark night forest, is the most suitable candidate. Ron has restored his life source before, but his life limit is about to reach. After experiencing the feeling of rebirth, he will not give up so easily. Moreover, Hong has gone through 2 systems, and has reached the highest level in both the wizard system and the crow wizard system, and his combat power is also suitable for the plan of being the harvester of the human world. Of course, the power of the 2 systems is not enough for him to suppress all the strong men in the cave, so Ron plans to strengthen him. In the dark night forest, in a hollowed-out giant tree, the former Wizard King hides. He has entered old age again, but this time he has no power to hold a sacrifice to the sky again unless he kills his son June. However, he doesn't have the strength to go now. The thousands of high tower wizards in the powerful wizard world are not a joke, not to mention that the strange things studied by his son June even make Hong feel palpitations. In the dark night forest, Hong tried many ways, and even learned to summon the evil god from the elders. After being hit by 2 lightning bolts, he lost 10 years of life. Hong could only start to pray to the heaven in his heart, hoping that the heaven would respond to him. Suddenly, Hong's head was hit hard and he fainted instantly. Ron instilled several systems of cultivation knowledge into him, all of which were the most complete cultivation knowledge on each continent, and even some imperfect but powerful cultivation knowledge, and instilled a message into Hong. Hong woke up from his coma and found that there was a lot of information in his mind. Sacrificial martial arts system? Beast pattern system? Blood pattern warrior system? Spell system? Magician system? Fire body refining system? What are these? And the branches of the wizard system, how did these things get into my head? Witch King Hong began to look through the information in his mind. The cultivation systems from various continents shocked Wu Wang Hong. These were the most complete, untold secrets of the strong men of various countries. The folk versions were several positions behind the strongest versions. Some of these systems were even stronger than Wu Wang Hong's own wizard system. In addition, there was a method of plundering the origin of other people's lives. After killing those strong men, 5% of the lifespan and 5% of the energy of those killed by Hong could be obtained. This method made Hong ecstatic. He no longer cared about what existence instilled knowledge in him. He only knew that he could live again. Ha 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 ha, God bless Hong, I will suppress an era and make Mu Ye strong. Witch King Hong laughed loudly, and the crows in the dark forest were scared and flew around. The crow witches nearby were wondering what the leader was doing. However, although Witch King Hong's ambitions swelled, he was not a fool. He would not think that he could suppress an era at present. He began to study the system in his mind. As the reincarnation of the heavenly Dao, his talent would naturally not be too bad. You must know that he was once the highest wizard, the strongest and most knowledgeable among wizards. Soon Hong mastered all this knowledge. As long as he had enough energy, he would quickly become a strong man in these systems, and even reach the extreme. Bottlenecks did not exist for him. If he was the son of the world, then he was an alternative son of the world. He was the person that Ron wanted to cultivate to harvest the lives of the world. The heavenly Dao would not kill these creatures in its own world. It was just Hong's own behavior. Ron wants to cultivate a god by himself, a god who masters all the cultivation systems in this world, and can also be called the god of 10,000 Daos. I believe that soon someone will call him that. After Hong mastered these abilities, he first attacked some crow witches in the dark night forest. Those high-level crow witches disappeared one by one. Hong found that it was so cool to be able to plunder the lives and powers of others. He also tried to plunder those ordinary creatures, but the conversion rate was too low. The life level of these strong people was different from that of ordinary people. A million ordinary cavemen may not be able to match an extreme realm, and harvesting these ordinary people is a waste of time. Hong also understood a truth. These strong men all came from ordinary people. Leaks cannot be uprooted. If ordinary people are kept, strong men will be born slowly. Sustainable development is the kingly way. After tasting the feeling of rapid improvement, Hong couldn't stop and began to hunt strong men in the Jelinwu continent. After hunting hundreds of high tower wizards, he was discovered by his son, Wu Wangjun. Jun found his father and happened to see Hong absorbing the life and energy of a high tower wizard. The high tower wizard was refined, with flesh and blood or a ball of red liquid, and then slowly merged into Hong's body. Hong's body evaporated a burst of gas. After a while, Hong finished absorbing and saw his son. The two looked at each other. Jun looked at his father with fanaticism in his eyes, as if he wanted to dissect Hong for research. Hong was used to Jun's eyes, but he was still scared at this moment. Father, you have more and more secrets. I really want to study them, but you won't let me. But I came to you today because of something, but now I understand. Jun spoke first, with regret in his eyes. He knew that his father would not let him study. Did you see it? Hong asked knowingly. No, but father, don't you understand that rabbits don't eat grass near their nests? It has caused panic among wizards. Jun looked at Hong and found that Hong became younger after absorbing the energy blood ball just now. But I cleaned up some guys who wanted to harm you. Hong said. These high tower wizards were released from the wizard world and were no longer controlled by the wizard world. No need, father, you should go to other continents. There are more powerful people in other continents. Besides, you haven't seen the outside world. Go and see it, father. Jun said. I understand. I will leave here, but I have a question. What is your current situation? After absorbing so much energy, Hong still felt that Jun in front of him was a fatal threat, and his hair stood up. I just took a step forward on the road to Tao. Father, aren't you also on the road to Tao? You are born to be a Tao, but it's a pity that you wasted your opportunity. Jun felt sorry for a while, when he thought Hong's body was almost in Tao. Hong nodded, saying that he knew, for the sake of his father's dignity, although he didn't understand what Jun was talking about, is Tao the ultimate state? Hong turned around and was about to leave when Jun's voice sounded again. Father, can't you really let me study it? Maybe I can improve your efficiency in absorbing life energy. Jun seemed to be unable to control himself, and his voice rang out fanatically. When Hong heard this voice, he immediately disappeared, several times faster than before. Hong just felt the killing intent. After Hong left, Jun talked to himself on the spot. We can't kill him, he's my father. His body is close to Tao. If we study him, we will be one step closer to Tao. Did you see his behavior just now? But, he is my father. Don't you want to become a Tao? Yes, but... Then study him next time you see him. Hong didn't know what happened to his son. He only knew that if he didn't leave just now, he probably wouldn't be able to leave. Hong didn't expect that he could feel such oppression at the three extremes. Hong left the Ge Grimwu continent and began to harvest the strong. The legend of the Tao God is beginning. Chapter 72. The harvest of blood mist on the land of each continent has been cleared, except for some areas where the concentration is too high and permanent blood mist has formed. Of course, this permanent blood mist is nothing to Ron, but it is beneficial to maintain the diversity of the world environment, so Ron will not destroy it. After arriving at the Nakado continent, Hong began to take action against those long-standing sacrificial martial arts families, killing them to obtain their sacrificial martial arts, and began to accumulate energy to improve the sacrificial martial arts system. In the Council of the Stone Country. According to the information submitted by various places, many sacrificial martial families have disappeared for no reason recently, and no corpses have been left. According to the situation of the battle on the scene, the other party also used the sacrificial martial system. Things from all over the country will be submitted to the political head, and then the political head will propose it, and the members of the parliament will make suggestions and vote to choose, using the tile voting method, but the political head and the military head have a veto, and the political head's veto takes precedence over the military head's veto. Something is attacking them. I felt that there was a different energy in the east that day, which did not belong to our system. That thing was learning from us. Wu Xiaodishi quickly analyzed the situation. That thing is very powerful. It can deal with so many sacrificial martial families. At least it has the strength of an imperial tool. Dishi continued. At present, the imperial tool is the standard for measuring the sacrificial martial system. Let's put it this way. One imperial tool can stop a Lion King level strongman, and 3 can defeat the Lion King. Dishi has 10 imperial tools, which is enough to show his strength. To have an imperial tool, you must have the courage to control it. The imperial weapon has spirituality, and it cannot exert all its power without recognition. However, these disappeared sacrificial warrior families all have more than one imperial weapon. Those who can be called families have naturally been passed down for many generations. Their sacrificial weapons naturally have spirituality and are qualified to be called imperial weapons. I propose that the chief warrior lead the weapon user to investigate, otherwise this kind of thing will destroy the foundation of the Great Stone Kingdom. A member of parliament made a suggestion. No, the capital needs a weapon user. What if that thing runs to the imperial capital? Another person made another suggestion. The weapon user is a humanoid weapon cultivated by the Great Stone Kingdom. It was created by the royal sacrificial warrior before. It can be regarded as a humanoid imperial weapon. It can exert its strength 100% and can rival the emperor, but it only obeys the political chief. This is also to prevent the military chief from having too much power. When the political chief dies for abnormal reasons, the weapon user will kill the military chief at all costs. What should we do? The existence that can destroy the Jawa family is not something that can be solved by simple imperial knights. This is not possible, that is not possible, why is this? The councillors began to quarrel, and finally the political leader made the decision. The Wu leader will lead 10 imperial knights to go, and if necessary, they can go to Maple Leaf Town. Emperor Shi nodded, and then set off for Maple Leaf Town. Emperor Shi was resolute in his work. The Hero King Hall in Maple Leaf Town is now in charge of the child who was rescued by the Hero King. He was named Mercy by the Hero King. He called himself the Mercy King. After discovering the Hero King Hall, the people of the Giant Stone Kingdom tried to conquer it, but were attacked by the Mercy King. Under the influence of the Hero King, the Mercy King was extremely distrustful of the people of the Giant Stone Kingdom. However, if the Giant Stone Kingdom provides resources, the Mercy King will take action. The Mercy King inherited all the Jawa of the Hero King. When the Hero King inherited it, he did not find that there was pollution in it. Now the Mercy King is extremely polluted. The Hero King took away a lot of pollution, but those pollutions were just drizzle to him, so the Hero King didn't care. However, the Merciful King, who inherited his martial arts, sat in his position and took on what the Hero King had to take on, but he didn't have such strong strength. The martial leader of the Stone Country, I meet the Merciful King. Emperor Shi touched the armor on his chest with his hand, which was the etiquette of the Stone Country. Humph, fake feelings. The Merciful King was no longer the young man who had just inherited the Hero King's legacy. At this time, he had entered middle age, with long hair on his shoulders. The hair color was red, the same color as the armor on his body. Emperor Shi was already accustomed to the Merciful King's way of speaking. Emperor Shi was younger than the Merciful King, but the two were friends. Here. The Merciful King who was in charge valued this friend very much, but he was just a little arrogant. Tell me, what's the matter with you coming to me this time? Merciful King asked. There is a hunter in the Stone Country who hunts down the warriors. He seems to be harvesting life and energy, leaving no corpse, but we didn't see any formation ceremony at the scene. Emperor Shi replied. There have been methods for harvesting energy from the strong, otherwise where would the King of Wei get the energy to defeat the gods? However, he can't collect life, and the efficiency of collecting is lower, not as convenient as the method Ron gave to Hong. What does the Stone Country have to do with me? Merciful King sneered. I'll pay. When are you leaving? The Merciful King's attitude changed quickly. Merciful King also needed resources to train his successor, otherwise this set of imperial tools would be wasted. Merciful King had 12 imperial tools on him, but he could only tie with Emperor Shi. Merciful King and these imperial tools were not compatible enough. Let's go now. Emperor Shi said. King Mercy got up from the throne, then walked down and walked outside, and saw 10 imperial knights. If I don't leave, are you going to hit me? King Mercy joked. Emperor Ten didn't say anything, but just took off and flew with the imperial knights to a family that was harvested by Hong. King Mercy followed closely behind, and more than a dozen streams of light flashed across the sky, and the people who were farming and walking below stopped to watch. An old farmer murmured, in the past, there was only one stream of light, but now there are more than 10 streams of light. Is something going to happen? A middle-aged farmer next to him laughed and said, the political leader is going to distribute food again. I guess, ha ha ha, don't worry about it. The things of the upper level are not something we can worry about. The people next to him also echoed. But, the one in the palace has also come out. The old farmer's voice was very low, and only he could hear it. The old farmer remembered that every time the one in the palace came out, nothing good would happen, either a war broke out or a monster crawled out of the ocean. Shaking his head, the old farmer stopped thinking about these things. He would not live long, so why bother with so many things? Hong, who was squatting, suddenly felt something and looked towards his south. Someone was looking for him. Chapter 73. The King of Mercy felt a strong breath. Although he hid well, he was still discovered by the King of Mercy. He is hiding on the right, as if he is waiting for something. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shi shot to the right. King Mercy hurried to catch up. Hong saw the stream of light flying towards him, stood up, and knew that he had been discovered, so he started fighting directly. Hong slaughtered more than a dozen sacrificial martial arts families in the Nikado continent, collected 9 imperial tools, and the energy harvested had already raised Hong's sacrificial martial arts system to the extreme. Looking at the powerful breath of the leader, Hong narrowed his eyes. This breath was very strong, but it was not Hong's opponent. The idea was that there was a familiar breath behind this group of people. The breath of the magic faction, who is it? It's a bit like the breath of the Sky Wizard in the early years. Yes, that's right. Hong confirmed that the person behind was related to the Sky Wizard. Hong remembered that the Sky Wizard was from the Nikado continent and was the king of the Giant Stone Kingdom. However, according to Hong's understanding, the Giant Stone Kingdom has been renamed the Giant Stone Kingdom, and the Hero King Shi Qian has disappeared many years ago. If the Hero King is still there at this time, then Hong is considering how to escape. Because in Hong's memory, many systems are related to Shi Qian, and even the Jiwa system was developed by Shi Qian, and Shi Qian's strength seems to be unreasonable. The stream of light stopped in front of Hong, revealing their faces, and officially came to look for the disappearance of Emperor Shi and King Mercy of the Jiwa family. Are you the one who slaughtered the Jiwa family? Emperor Shi asked. He felt the existence of many imperial tools in Hong, because Emperor Shi had fought with the masters of these imperial tools. Not only them, you will also become one of them. Hong said with a smile. Hong's face kept changing, and he would not let others see his true face. You are a rat who dares not show your true face. King Mercy said sarcastically. Hong was not angry. Would a wizard who had accumulated so many years be stimulated by these words? The face of God is not something you can see. You devour the energy between heaven and earth unscrupulously, so I was born for this. I will graze the world and suppress an era. Hong said. You dare to call yourself a god in secret. People like my master, the Hero King, do not dare to call themselves gods. Besides, there has been a saying since ancient times that ye killed gods. What are you? King Mercy's mouth is very poisonous. Hong did not continue to speak. A huge amount of energy burst out from Hong, and then hit Emperor Shi and others in front of him. The earth was shaking, and a huge black shadow appeared in front of Emperor Shi and others. 9 imperial tools kept rotating around the black shadow, and the power of these imperial tools seemed to have accumulated to the extreme. A sword-shaped imperial tool split into thousands, turning into a rain of swords, flashing down towards the few people, as if to pierce through them all. Emperor Shi was not to be outdone. His imperial tools were activated, his momentum continued to rise, a shield appeared in his hand, holding the shield forward, the huge shield-shaped light wave blocked all the sword rain. It seems that the power of these imperial tools is very small, and the development is still not extreme. I wonder to what extent the next generation of strong people on this continent can develop it. A voice came from the black shadow. In Hong's opinion, these imperial tools have no power, this system has not been developed to the extreme, or this system is not strong enough in Emperor Shi and others. The same skills are different in different people's hands. Some people's flat attack is the ultimate move, and some people's ultimate move is not as good as others' flat attack. Gulong sword technique. King Mercy used a sword technique, and a hundreds-meter-long unicorn snake sword spirit shadow swam towards Hong. Too weak. Forbidden technique, annihilation. A black circle appeared and swallowed up the unicorn snake sword energy phantom. Imperial equipment, fusion. The Emperor Ten's imperial equipment was fully charged and transformed into an armored giant. Ron felt that it looked a bit like an armored warrior, but it was very large. Emperor Ten, fist wave. The air exploded, the earth began to crack, and the trees were lifted up by the fist wave. The deformed fist wave hit the Black Phantom, and the Black Phantom was pierced. The phantom slowly dissipated, but Emperor Tian and the others didn't think it was that simple. Tisk tisk tisk, too weak. One crow after another landed on the shoulders of these Imperial Equipment Knights. Ah! Bang, bang, bang. These Imperial Equipment Knights were fainting on the side, but now they turned into. There were explosions and blood mists. It feels good. Hong felt the absorbed energy and life. If he continued like this, he felt that he could live as long as the world. Only King Mercy and Emperor Shi were left. However, Hong did not dare to kill King Mercy, because he felt that if he killed King Mercy, he might be struck by lightning. Ron watched the battle here. Ron promised Shikyong that he would take care of Maple Leaf Town. If King Mercy died, Maple Leaf Town might not exist. Boom! The thunder in the sky confirmed Hong's premonition. The night began to cover the area. Emperor Shi and King Mercy looked at the clear sky just now, but now it was covered by darkness. Ha 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 ha, enjoy the darkness. You will feel the same after you die. Hong's laughter rang out in the night. Emperor Shi's armor emitted light, but it could only illuminate a distance of 10 meters centered on himself. Boom, boom, boom. Emperor Shi kept punching the darkness, up to hundreds of punches per second, but the boundless darkness seemed to swallow his attacks. These were the means of the Crow Wizard system, the illusion building, but Emperor Shi had never encountered such means. Only the guys in the wizard world could deal with such means, and only Hong's son Jun could deal with Hong's use of such means. Thinking of his son, Hong still felt a little scared. Hong watched Emperor Shi, who was trapped in his illusion, attacking randomly. If Emperor Shi had the ability to resist the illusion, he would still have the strength to fight. After Hong mastered the sacrificial martial arts system, Emperor Shi's death was doomed. Hong knew all his shortcomings, but he knew nothing about Hong. A huge crow devoured Emperor Shi, who did not cause any harm to his enemy. In this way, the martial chief of the Stone Nation, the dominant force of Nikado, died so calmly in the illusion. Hong felt the majestic power and life, and also harvested 20 imperial tools, and his heart swelled again. He did not kill King Mercy, but severely injured him, so he was struck by lightning, as if he was testing something. Ron ignored him. You may not be a leek while harvesting leeks. While you are observing others, others are also observing you. Ron was very satisfied with the rapidly rising world power and the energy concentration of the world. Chapter 74. Hong not only harvested the strong men of the Nikado continent, but also harvested the reincarnations of the main god space and the contractors of the major paradises. Among the main god space and the major paradises, the cave world has become a world with a high mortality rate among the low-level task worlds. After Hong discovered that he gained more energy and life by harvesting these contractors and reincarnations, he opened up a new world. There were still reincarnations and contractors entering the Nikado continent, but the number was not as many as before. Harvesting the contractors and reincarnationists returns 90% of their lives and energy. This is the sweetness Ron gave Hong. As for the spaces of the contractors and reincarnationists, they were taken away by Ron, and the resources inside were placed in the world by Ron. If a lucky person finds it, he can become stronger. Since there is a Taoist god responsible for harvesting, then investing resources to create strong people, the confrontation between the two can better promote the income of Ron's world power. Hong harvested wantonly in the Nikado continent, but he did not harvest the humanoid imperial tools. There was no energy to plunder from that thing. Moreover, after the death of Wu Shaodishi, the group of people in the Stone City did not dare to let the tools leave the capital, for fear that they would be the next to be harvested. All the Jawa families were harvested, but Hong left their fire seeds for some families. Hatred can make them grow stronger. All the middle and high-level combat forces of the Stone Country were harvested, but those civilians did not suffer any major losses. Sometimes ignorance and weakness are also a kind of happiness. After the Jawa family was harvested, it was naturally the strong men in the original beast realm. In front of Hong, they had no power to fight back. Their king was suppressed in the crack, but because he was suppressed in the crack, he was not discovered by Hong and escaped. The barrier that Emperor Shi used to suppress the Lion King and the Wolf King was used by the Hero King before, but it was repaired and improved on the original basis, and a concealment function was added. The two people whose breath slipped after being suppressed escaped. However, after Hong's harvest for a year, the legend of the god of Tao spread in the Nikado continent. It came to the human world, treated the human world as a pasture, and killed all those who wanted to break through its restrictions. It regarded this world as its own property and did not allow anyone in this world to surpass it, call its name and be watched by it. Ron said that Hong would not have this idea, and Ron would not let him have this idea. There will definitely be an existence in this world that can kill the god of Tao. As for when, it is up to Ron to decide. After feeling that there was nothing worth harvesting on this continent, Hong hid himself, occasionally coming out to hunt reincarnations and contractors. He digested the energy he obtained this time, and the extension of his life gave him plenty of time. The legend of the god of Tao gradually became more widespread as time went by, and the number of deaths of contractors and reincarnations was also slowly increasing. Ron did not continue to observe Hong's actions. Other people's lifespans belonged to others. Ron gave Hong a way to obtain lifespan, but these lifespans would pass very quickly. Hong would soon go to the next continent to harvest strong people. The stronger Hong was, the faster he would digest these hunted lifespans. In the end, Hong would fall into a dead loop and become a life-harvesting machine. Ron discovered something incredible. Jun mastered the Dao law in the heavenly Dao and became the so-called Dao Lord. In this world, he can use the power of the Dao, but Ron can cut off his control of the Dao at any time, so he is not a threat to Ron, but Ron is very surprised. This law of the Great Dao is actually the law that Jun himself opened up. Daos have strengths and weaknesses. This law of the Great Dao is at most a small tributary in the long river of the Great Dao in the cave heaven world. But Jun became the Dao master, his strength far exceeded the extreme realm. This is another new realm, he can open up a realm in the cave heaven world, belonging to his Dao realm, which is full of Jun's Dao power. Jun opened up the Dao of investigating things. There are countless Daos, but in the cave heaven world, Jun is the Dao master of investigating things. Ron has never seen Jun's battle scene, but he can calculate the power. Hong, the so-called Dao God, is not a match for him, but a false Dao God. People like Jun are already considered to be heavenly people. He opened up such a path. All the systems that are cultivated to the end in the future are to open up the Great Dao and become the Lord of a Dao. It is just unknown what changes this system will have in the future. However, Ron can already say that Jun is the founder of this system, and it is estimated that there will be no one who surpasses this system in the future. Jun is the master of the Great Dao. Ron engraved it in the rules of the world's operation. After opening up the tributary of the Great Dao, the sky will be covered with clouds, and all things will revive. The Great Dao will engrave its breath impression, and the Great Dao will sing for it, and the heavenly Dao will baptize it. The reason for doing this is that this system is extremely beneficial to the world of the cave, and even more beneficial to Ron. The Great Dao River is under the control of the heavenly Dao. They open up the Great Dao to expand the width and capacity of the Great Dao River. Their Great Dao becomes a tributary of the Great Dao River. When they are strong, Ron is also strong. They will be attached to the world, and they will also be born and die when the world is born and dies. After Jun successfully opened up the Great Dao, the sky fell with clouds, and life began to revive. It rained heavily in the wizard world. The rain contained life. Those who bathed in it would get rid of diseases and have a strong body. The shadow of the Great Dao River emerged, and Jun's appearance was engraved in it. In the future, there will be a breakthrough, and Jun's shadow will emerge, the water of the Great Dao will sound, and there will be a sound of nature between heaven and earth. Throughout the world, a profound and ancient voice echoed between heaven and earth. This was not a language, but the voice of the Great Dao, the language of the Dao. Today, Jun in the wizard world has opened up the way to study things, and heaven and earth congratulate him. The energy concentration of the entire world rolled up, and an energy tide created by Ron. Ron also used the power of the world to baptize Jun. Jun's body reached the level of Hong's body, which was a natural Dao body, or it could be called an innate Dao body. All the creatures in the world understood the meaning of this voice, and they were shocked and boiling. There is still a way ahead. The voice of the Great Dao sounded for the first time, and they also knew that there was a long river of the Great Dao between heaven and earth. The strong men of the other continents were excited. So there is still a way ahead. This is Xian from the central continent. So this is Jun's strength? Even heaven and earth are cheering for him. Hong was in a state of shock. Hong felt that the energy concentration between heaven and earth was 100 times higher than usual. During this period, the bodies of the creatures were constantly strengthening. This was Ron's reward for opening the way to encourage the people of this world. Hong felt the pressure. If someone else opened up the Great Dao, then his multiple extreme realms would have no advantage, and the harvesting plan would be affected. He had to react, so Hong began to study the Great Dao. Chapter 75. In the Research Institute of the Wizard World. Jun felt the new body, the energy drilled into his body, he could clearly feel the laws and avenues around him, and all kinds of inspirations about research burst out from his mind. So this is the feeling of my father's body? No, it should be different, but this feeling is really clever. Jun checked the new body. The power of the avenue condensed, and soon Jun dissected his body, separated the tendons, veins, blood vessels, flesh and blood, and all the organs were separated, and Jun's spirit body watched from the side. It's such a wonderful structure, just a small part of the change can achieve a qualitative change, but it's a pity that this change cannot be analyzed. This is the gift of the Tao, this kind of body is the Tao body, the body of a celestial being. Jun said in amazement while studying his body. The secrets of this body were enough for him to study for a long time. The power of the Great Dao pieced the body together again, and Jun felt this wonderful feeling again. But I have opened up the way of studying things. My way is attached to the long river of the Great Dao, which means that I will be restricted by the long river of the Great Dao. Is there any other way? Jun began to think. Ron, who was peeking at the side, was very impressed. Jun's talent was probably the first person in this cave since ancient times. People like this are not the son of the world, but he can become the nightmare of the son of the world. You are watching, right? Jun suddenly said this. Ron laughed. He was discovered, but Ron did not go out. Jun waited for a long time, but the one who was spying on him did not come out. He knew that it was this one who had been spying on his existence and gave his father a way to plunder energy. In Jun's opinion, that road had gone astray, and Hong had fallen into a trap. Very good, I will find you. Jun laughed, looking very weird. Ron ignored him. It would be strange if you could find me. The whole world is me. What if you find me? In the wizard world, Jun said to establish a new system. The new levels are divided into foundation building. Enlightenment. Mountains and rivers. Sun and moon. Enlightenment. Entering the Tao. Opening the Tao. The wizard system is still retained, but the cultivation of this new system created by Jun is based on Jun's level division. Foundation building is to cultivate one's own body, open up the various Tao channels, and then make corresponding changes to the body while clarifying one's own Tao, which is to lay the foundation for the Tao that one is practicing. Enlightenment is to clarify one's own path, and begin to absorb the corresponding Tao power to fill one's Tao channels, connect the Tao channels together to respond to the Tao, and then strengthen oneself through the power of the Tao. Mountains and rivers are the power of the Tao, which can already move mountains and change rivers. Sun and moon are the power of the Tao, which can change the world and make the sun and moon dark. To realize the Dao is to imprint one's own mark in the long river of the Dao, and to open up one's own Dao domain in the tributaries of one's own Dao. At least occupying 5% of the tributaries of the Dao can be considered as realizing the Dao. To enter the Dao is to control more than 50% of a Dao, which is equivalent to controlling half of the power of a Dao, and has great suppressive power over people of the same Dao. To open up the Dao is to open up a tributary of one's own Dao, even if the tributary is relatively small. Daos are strong and weak. Although Jun has opened up the Dao now, his strength is only equivalent to the Sun and Moon realm. He can be said to be a Dao opener with the strength of the Sun and Moon realm. The strongest point of a Dao opener is that he has his own Dao domain. In the domain, the power of the Dao belonging to him is endless, and he is naturally invincible. Like the tributaries of the Dao in the cave heaven world, the strongest are the 5 Daos of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Since the energy system was established, these 5 Daos have been developed and improved. For example, Hong's extreme realm is actually equivalent to the realm of enlightenment, but the path of cultivation is different, the strength of the realm of enlightenment is different, and the strength of the extreme realm is different. The emergence of Jun's new system makes the level division more obvious, but the current large number of systems need to be sorted out before they can be integrated into the level system. After Jun opened the way, many wizards practiced Jun's way. The more people practiced a way, the wider the tributary of this great way would be. However, Jun had absolute control over his own way of studying things. These wizards who practiced their own great ways were helping Jun to practice the way. The one who opened the way can also be called Daozun. Since then, Jun has been called Jun Daozun. The lineage of practicing Taoism started from Jun. Later, those who practiced Taoism called him Daozu. To honor his father Hong, later generations generally called Hong and Jun Daozu together. Some people easily confused the two as one, so there was a fictional character Hung Jun Daozu. In the Kaladoa continent. In the ancient burial cave, a coffin made of bones was shaking. A huge energy vortex appeared in the sky above the burial cave. The coffin was constantly devouring energy, and the aura of existence in it was constantly getting stronger. It accepted all energy, just like a whale swallowing it. Xian, who had just recovered from the shock of June opening up the avenue and the blessing of heaven and earth, was shocked again by this energy. That is the ancestral land of my clan, the place where the souls of my ancestors returned. Why did such a change happen? Xian was very puzzled. Beiji, go and take a look. Xian said to a burly man beside him. Yes, master. After receiving the order, Beiji flew to the place where the energy fluctuation occurred. Before Beiji flew there, a domineering spirit spread from there, and the powerful force instantly shook Beiji off the air. The whole world felt this power. The sea was full of waves. The volcano in Kalidoya, which had not erupted for many years, erupted. There were thunder and lightning over the burial cave, strong winds, and the earth was constantly cracking. Some people in the northern barbarians felt that the power of their tattoos was becoming violent, and the statues in the major temples were also trembling. Ron felt familiar with this breath, but he felt it was impossible. After all, in the records of the operation of the Heavenly Way, this was impossible. The huge coffin was pushed open, and a skeleton with a huge skeleton stood up from it. Energy was constantly being absorbed by him. Flesh and blood were growing on his skeleton, and eyes grew out of his eye sockets first. A pair of eyes that ignored everything seemed to kill through the world. Slowly, his body filled up, and he stood still, feeling the energy filling the world. When Beiji arrived, he saw a scene that made him doubt his life. A giant walked out of the burial cave, his upper body naked, and his lower body was made of shorts made of an unknown animal skin. The giant looked at Beiji, just like a king looking at his people. His eyes were so sharp that Beiji could feel that the man in front of him could kill him with his eyes. Tell me, is there a god in this world again? This voice was like thunder and lightning, and it shook Beiji's ears and temporarily lost hearing. The giant looked at Beiji, waiting for his reply. Ron saw the appearance of the giant and felt that he had to make a big change to his data panel. Chapter 76. The endless energy was absorbed into Yi's body. Yes, the one in front of him was Yi. Ron used the Heavenly Dao authority a little bit and knew the result. It was because June opened up the avenue and Ron increased the concentration of energy in the world. Yi did die that year, and the energy in his body returned to the world. However, because he was the first son of the world in this world, he had certain special characteristics. After his death, soul fragments were attached to his bones. The increase in energy concentration stimulated the revival of Yi's soul fragments. He absorbed the energy between heaven and earth, but once this energy tide passed, Yi would return to the state of bones again. Yi looked at the young man who was injured by him, and controlled his power. He just revived and couldn't control himself. Yi only had some memories of his life, and he had an inexplicable obsession after revivification, which was to kill gods. Seeing that Beiji was stunned, Yi ignored him and walked straight out of the forbidden area of the Kingdom of Heaven. He restrained his breath while walking. Originally, there was a big pit with every step, but there was no other trace on the ground after stepping on it. Beiji, who had recovered, hurriedly used the communication spell to inform his master Xian that a person had walked out of the forbidden area. Beiji didn't think about the direction of the dead revived. He thought that someone broke in and stole the things of the ancestors and blasphemed the souls of the ancestors. However, Beiji felt a little strange. Why did the appearance of the giant just now look very similar to the appearance of the current king of the Kingdom of Heaven, Yi? Yi felt the energy between heaven and earth was full. He greedily absorbed the energy between heaven and earth. His body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he absorbed, it was not enough. This era was different from his era. 12 tattoos soon appeared on Yi's body. He felt something between heaven and earth attracting him, as if it was the Dao of this world. Yi tried to connect with the Dao. Boom! The long river of the Dao appeared above the world, and the water in it made a rumbling sound. Yi directly opened up the Dao of the flesh. This tributary was half the size of the main stream. A heavy rain of life revival fell from the sky. A huge energy poured into Yi's body, transforming the newly revived flesh into a celestial body and repairing Yi's incomplete soul. Yi felt that the sense of estrangement from controlling his body slowly disappeared. Yi's appearance was engraved into the long river of the Dao like Jun's. The ancient and profound words of the Dao sounded again in the world, but this one was more shocking than Jun's opening of the Dao before. Today, the ancient celestial tribe Yi opened up the Dao of the flesh, and the heaven and earth congratulated him. Auspicious clouds rolled, golden lotus emerged from the ground, all beasts sang for him, and the heaven and earth congratulated him. People all over the world were shocked. Yi's legend was heard all over the world. He was the first god killer in ancient and modern times. His legend of killing gods was considered to be just the imagination of ancient ancestors. Who would have thought that he would open up a great road today? People in ancient times could actually live to this day? People in ancient times are really interesting. They have a very powerful road, but it's a bit rough. Jun was very interested. There were many unknowns in this world that attracted him. He wanted to explore these unknowns. Just like his Tao, knowing things through investigation. After hearing the news, Fu Bo, the snake of luck, found the deepest trench in the world and hid in it and trembled. As the first-generation mythological species in this world, the unicorn snake has racial memory and will be passed down from generation to generation. The fear of Yi is also passed down from generation to generation, even though he is now many times stronger than the ancestor killed by Yi. At this time, Yi, who opened up the road of flesh, should be called Yi Tianzun. Yi felt his extremely powerful body and strode forward, looking for the tribe in his memory and his original palace, but he found that the road seemed to have become longer. Hong, who was hiding in the Nakado continent, worked hard again and increased his research on Tao. The northern barbarians became fanatical. They all went south to find their gods, which made the frontier troops of the Kingdom of Heaven nervous. The worship of Yi was engraved in their bones. They wanted to see their ancestors deified Yi. If Yi was not strong enough, he would be torn to pieces by these disappointed northern barbarians. If Yi was as strong as their ancestors described, the northern barbarians would return to Yi's rule and become Yi's most loyal warriors. They were originally separated from the ancient Tian tribe. Yi was still looking for his palace. He seemed to be lost. This world was no longer the same as his time. There was no one familiar to him. Why don't my loyal warriors come to see me? Where is my wushao? Yi was puzzled. Xian was shocked when he learned that the strongest leader of the tribe in ancient times was alive, and then he entered a state of enthusiasm. Yi was a person who lived in the myth of the people of the central continent. Everyone wanted to be Yi who killed gods when they were young. Beiji also learned at this time that the person who was revived was Yi, just like his master. Old antiques like Xian from the tribal era were all fanatical. They believed that Yi, who was stronger than the golden leader, would lead the kingdom of heaven to the peak again. Soon the warriors of the kingdom found Yi. Greetings to the respected King Yi. He Yi came first, and he respectfully performed the etiquette of greeting the leader in ancient times to Yi. This etiquette no longer exists now, and he kept beating his chest and roaring. My warrior, you are very powerful, but why doesn't Wu Shao come to see me? Yi felt the tattoo on this warrior's body, the same as him, but for some reason he was very weak. According to Yi's understanding, the number of tattoos represents the bravery of the person. Apart from this warrior, only some of the other warriors have tattoos, but the aura of those without tattoos is also very strong, which puzzles Yi. He thought he had only been asleep for a few years, and there was not even a fragment of his death in his memory. Lord King Yi, hundreds of years have passed since your era, and nearly 1,000 years have passed. The era of the tribe has passed. He Yi was still very respectful. He felt the power of King Yi. The tattoos on King Yi's body almost came alive. The strange images of these beasts hovered around King Yi and kept roaring. Hey? Impossible, are you lying to me? Yi still didn't believe it. Xian, who came later, also performed the etiquette of the tribal era, beating his chest and roaring, and his eyes were filled with tears. He hadn't done this for many years. He missed the era as a warrior. Many blood-marked warrior veterans all arrived. They met their king. They saw King Yi in myths and legends. Just like the legend, he was so majestic and domineering. Yi saw a man wearing a crown, who was walking towards him surrounded by soldiers. Yi seemed to see his grandson Mao, who looked very much like Mao. Are you Mao's grandson? Yi asked. Greetings, Ancestor Yi. I am your 23rd generation descendant. My name is Ho Yi. Ho Yi also followed the etiquette of the tribal era, but it seemed out of place. He learned it on the way here. Yi fell into thought. There was not so much news in his remaining memory. Chapter 77. When Ron was observing the movements of the revived Yi, the data panel reminded Ron that several resting places in the main god space had been stationed outside the chaos outside the world, and began to release reincarnations into the cave world. This made Hong, who was hiding in the Nikado continent, ecstatic. These reincarnations were of high quality. Hong harvested them wantonly, and Ron left some of the things that exploded after the death of the reincarnations to Hong. Ron was helping Hong to open up the road. Without the strength to suppress Yi Shi, how could Hong help Ron realize the energy cycle? The opening of the road by Jun and Yi made the world's energy concentration rise to dozens of times before, and the strong were constantly gushing out. Once someone broke through a new realm, many people in the previous highest realm would appear instantly. Extreme realms have emerged in various continents. This level was originally the highest level of combat power, but now it is just a sign of ordinary strong people. The world of Dongtian is about to usher in a golden age. Before this energy tide passes, this era is the era of genius. Heroes and heroes will appear in this era, and ambitious people can also realize their ambitions. The great era is coming. The system opened up by June gradually spread to other continents. Countless people have clarified their own paths, and the previously unclear connection with the long river of the road is also deepening. They are all practicing Taoism, but the power they show is different. The northern barbarians were conquered by the powerful Yi, and the Kaladoa continent, which had been in chaos for nearly 1,000 years, achieved its unification in an absurd way. How Yi gave up his throne. The first thing King Yi did when he came back was to start mobilizing people's power on a large scale to build a palace that was larger than the tribal era, and the unified kingdom of heaven began to search for information about gods everywhere. Yi's resurrection this time was obsessed with killing gods. Therefore, the legend of Nikado and the news of the gods of faith in the kingdom of Asia came into the sight of King Yi. The kingdom of heaven began to build a large ship, gathering skilled craftsmen to build a warship that could dive into the water. In the navy, the Red Knight resigned from the position of the Navy Marshal and served as the first leader of the world Navy government. The Navy Marshal was held by General Tian, who made great contributions in the war. Some island countries joined the World Navy government to provide military funds for the Navy and obtain the protection of the Navy. In the second year of Yi's revival, the Knight of Justice opened up the Knight Avenue, and many masters in the Navy entered the Knight of Justice and became practitioners of the Knight Avenue. The people of the Fire Continent established a warlock faction in the Navy. Factions began to emerge in the Navy, and corruption began to breed. They robbed the fruits of victory. The countries of the Dark Continent began to be dissatisfied with the United Navy and refused to provide military funds. The World Navy government announced that it had officially separated from the control of the kingdoms and refused to provide protection for the merchant ships of the kingdoms. The Sea Kingdom was the first to have a conflict with the Navy, but the Sea Kingdom, which lacked high-level combat power, failed in the struggle with the Navy in this conflict. Ji Kun lost his throne, and the new King Ji Su took over and joined the World Navy government to become one of the member states. Several major factions emerged in the Navy. The Radical Unified faction advocated unifying the world and allowing the world to develop well under the justice order of the Navy. This faction was a new Navy. There was also a Conservative Kingdom faction. These people came from various kingdoms in the Dark Continent and had a good impression of their country. It was also because of this faction that the Sea Kingdom just changed a king. This faction advocated a good attitude towards the kingdom, striving to regain the support of the kingdom and achieve coexistence between the two. There was also a new local faction, which was formed by the Navy from various conscription areas and formed a group based on geographical relations. This faction was exclusive and neutral. The Kingdom faction lost in the struggle with the Unification faction, and the Navy gradually became radicalized, and even had inappropriate ideas about the world's dominant kingdom, the Kingdom of Heaven. A group of young Unification faction Navy launched an attack on the Kingdom of Heaven because they issued a declaration to let the Kingdom of Heaven join the World Navy government, and the Kingdom of Heaven ignored them as fools. So they launched the Atlanta campaign that shocked the world, bombarding the Kingdom of Heaven in the original Atlanta waters. If nothing unexpected happened, there should be an accident. They were killed by the furious King Yi, who killed nearly 30,000 Navy soldiers alone, and hundreds of extreme-level radical Navy warriors were all killed, including a titled general and 2 untitled generals who died in this battle. Ron watched Yi throw a fist wave thousands of meters long, and then those Navy ships were crushed under the fist wave. Ron saw the power of the pioneers of his world. Yi's strength is undoubtedly the strongest in the world, but he doesn't know if Jun has other means. This battle angered the Kingdom of Heaven. The loyal and warlike northern barbarians built large ships and called on their fellow pirates to return. By the way, there are many pirates among the northern barbarians. They don't like to rob, they just like to fight. The World Navy government declared war on the Kingdom of Heaven. At the same time, the kingdoms of the Dark Continent rose up and all declared war on the World Navy government. A worldwide war broke out. Hong's opening of the road is also close to success. With the support of the main god space, a large amount of energy and life are supplied to Hong, and the strong men of the Nikado continent are safe for a while. The main god space issued a task to kill Hong, and thousands of reincarnations were thrown into this world, because several resting places detected that Hong contained a lot of world origins. Killing Hong can obtain the origin of the world, thereby further encroaching on the world. At present, the main god space's strategy for the cave world is even less than 0.1%. Wherever there is the main god space, there is the Paradise Camp, so the Paradise Camp has invested a large number of contractors. In addition, with the upcoming World War, the Paradise has generated many tasks, and a large number of contractors have joined the major camps where the war broke out. For a time, the popularity of the Cave Heaven world among low-level contractors and reincarnations increased all of a sudden. The original Cave Heaven world was famous among these contractors and reincarnations for its high mortality rate, and now it is even more famous. If Ron's human body was not too high, it would probably be thrown into this world by the Abyss Paradise. The human body recently helped the Abyss Paradise grab a world in the world level 3rd level world battle. The Abyss Daddy directly gave Ron 10,000 ounces of world power. With the native world, the Abyss Paradise began to mass-produce troops and cultivate low-level contractors. The ranking of the Abyss Paradise in the Paradise Camp has also risen. Originally, the Abyss Paradise ranked 460th, and now it ranks 400th, which has directly risen by 60 places. Ron's human body has also begun to become famous among the contractors of some small and medium-sized paradises. After all, if you meet Master Ron from the Abyss Paradise, you will at least get hit by a big bag and have to pay for the waste of his hand maintenance. Ron's human body, Jin Jin, Big Fat Cat, and Groundhog formed a robbery quartet, and they were very successful for a while. As for the human body, Ron is now in a free-range state. Generally, the main consciousness will not come down, and at most it will be operated when the world's power is robbed. The prelude of the Great Era was opened in this world war. The participation of reincarnations and contractors made this Great Era more interesting. Ron did not interfere. If these reincarnations and contractors died in this world, Ron could intercept their things. After they completed their mission and left, they would also take away the world's resources, but Ron believed that they left more than they took away. Chapter 78. As the prologue opens, many people in the cave world have opened up the avenues and become the masters of one avenue. Among the 5 avenues of the 5 elements, there are also strong men who master the avenues. They are all strong men who have entered the realm of entering the avenue, and their strength is extremely strong. Ordinary avenue openers are not their opponents at all. They are just like the people who created these 5 energy cultivation methods, leaving their traces in this era. They are Xiao, the master of the fire path of the storm continent, Ao, the master of the water path of the kingdom of Asia, Shishan, the master of the earth path of the stone kingdom, Jiaguan, the master of the wood path of the Jelanmu continent, and Taishan, the master of the gold path of the world navy government. Xiao is a member of the royal family of the kingdom of winter. As the guardian of the royal family, Ao is an elder who has obtained part of the inheritance of Poseidon and has been recognized by the waterway. His understanding and control of the waterway is the highest among the few who have entered the Dao realm. The master of the earth path is the disciple of the King of Mercy. In Maple Leaf Town, Hong Ke dare not harvest, otherwise he will be harvested before he grows up. Jiaguan is a little fog man who escaped from the research institute of the wizard world and established the kingdom of mist in the Dry Bone Mountains. After spreading Jun Tianzun's cultivation system on the Jelanmu continent, Jiaguan quickly learned this system and quickly became the master of the wood path with extremely high talent. Taishan is the 3rd naval marshal, but he has been exhausted by the war with the Kingdom of Heaven in recent years. The Kingdom of Heaven has not really taken action, but there are many northern barbarians on the sea. These northern barbarians were fearless and attacked the naval base crazily. When they saw the navy, they would ram into it with a ship and engage in hand-to-hand combat. All merchant ships protected by the World Navy were sunk, and the major member states began to protest strongly. Coupled with the resistance of the Dark Continent to the Navy now has fewer manpower, so the local factions headed by the Fire Continent are rapidly growing stronger, and the proportion of the Fire Continent in the bottom Navy is constantly increasing. Hong gradually perfected his own avenue while harvesting reincarnations and contractors, and transferred the energy of other systems to the avenue he was opening up. Hong himself could not open up the avenue, and his understanding of the Tao was insufficient, so he created a new way to open up the Tao. Hong melted the collected imperial tools to create a new instrument. Hong called this instrument the Jade Disc of Creation, and this instrument carried Hong's energy and was unpredictable. Hong used it as a carrier to open up the avenue. The Jade Disc of Creation filtered the power of the avenue for Hong, so Hong opened up the avenue. Ha 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 ha, today I, the Wu King Hong, will use the Jade Disc of Creation as a carrier to open up the Great Dao of Creation. Hong sacrificed the Jade Disc of Creation, activated his own Great Dao, and materialized the Great Dao River. The water of the Great Dao River was agitated by Hong's activation. People from all over the world looked at the Great Dao River in the sky. They had become accustomed to opening up the Great Dao, knowing that this was another strong man opening up the Great Dao. Every time the Great Dao was opened up, the energy between heaven and earth would become active, and then the concentration would rise. After activating the Great Dao River, the Jade Disc of Creation became several thousand meters in size, and a light blue energy gushed out of it, and a force of the Great Dao full of vitality and change also gushed out, connecting with the Great Dao River. The Way of Creation, open. Hong's black robe fluttered, and veins on his face bulged. He kept controlling the Jade Disc of Creation to carve out a channel on the Great Dao River. The sky above the Nikado continent had been rendered light blue by the energy of the Jade Disc of Creation. The speed of the cloud flow was accelerating, and there were constant arcs flashing in it. Boom! Thunder roared, and energy rained down from the sky. This was the energy in the Jade Disc of Creation. Now Hong had opened up the Great Dao and it was leaking out. Hong had hunted many strong men, at least more than 100,000. Even if 1/10 of the energy leaked out, it would be enough to create dozens of powerful men in the monopolar realm. At this moment, the energy rain fell on the ground and on the grass. These grasses absorbed energy frantically, then expanded and grew rapidly, and suddenly grew to more than 10 meters high, and then exploded because they could not withstand the overwhelming energy. The energy rain fell on a silly roe deer, and then the silly roe deer's hair suddenly gushed out, like a spring, growing continuously, and in a short while it covered the nearby land. This situation happened all over the Nikado continent at the same time, in all kinds of strange ways. Some benefited from this energy, and some died because they could not withstand the overwhelming energy. This was an opportunity for those who were destined to get it. Contractors and reincarnationists flocked to Hong's position in large numbers. During this period, because Hong kept hunting contractors and reincarnationists, the difficulty of his tasks was constantly increasing, and the rewards were constantly increasing, and he was willing to pay the price of his life. Click. The long river of the avenue was finally briefly chiseled out by the Jade Disc of Creation, and Hong concentrated his mind and opened up his own avenue in one fell swoop. A avenue connected to the Jade Disc of Creation extended, and Hong groaned under the impact of the huge power of the avenue, but under the transformation of the Jade Disc of Creation, the power of the avenue slowly became gentle, and then began to nourish Hong's body. Today, the Wizard World Hong opened up the avenue of creation, and the heaven and earth congratulated him. As in the previous times, the scene of Hong opening the avenue was the same as before, and the heaven and earth blessed him. The power of the world began to flow into Hong's body. His body was a celestial human body since birth, so the power of the world only repaired his body, helped him stabilize the power of the avenue, and nourished his aging and decaying soul. The body has its own lifespan, and the soul has its own lifespan. If one of them reaches the end of its lifespan, then the individual will soon reach the end of its life. Just like Hong, if one of them reaches the end of its lifespan, it will have to constantly harvest more energy and lifespan to keep up with the flow. Soon, a team of hundreds of contractors and reincarnators appeared around Hong, and they were still increasing in number. They were just like game players brushing bosses. Hong looked at these foreign god messengers with disdain. This is the name of these contractors and reincarnators in ancient books. It was first mentioned in the ancient Beast Alliance era. This name came from the Wolf King who was now suppressed in the crack. Just after opening up the road, someone came to give him energy and life, and Hong began to slaughter. Hong's road is not like June and others. It has enough energy to widen the road. When opening the road, its strength is very strong. It can be said that Hong can now briefly compete with the physical Dao Master Yi Tianzun. The world of Dongtian has added another Tianzun, Hong Tianzun. Amidst the wailing, Hong began the slaughter. Chapter 79. On the surging sea, huge warships were sailing towards the west, one after another. Among the thousands of ships, there was a huge warship that was 1,000 meters long, surrounded by other warships, like a king being guarded. This warship took the Kingdom of Heaven several years to build. As the main warship for the world's naval government, it was engraved with tens of thousands of reinforcement formations, more than 2,000 artillery shells, and more than 4,000 attack formations. The ship was powered by external fields, and tens of thousands of external fields continuously provided energy to the ship, and there were special people to charge it. Yi sat on the huge throne built on the bow. The strong wind from the sea was blocked by the formation engraved on the bow. Yi wore his tiger bone helmet and was naked, just like in the past. Under the throne were the strong men of the Kingdom of Heaven, and below were the fanatical northern barbarians and the relatively quiet people of the Kingdom of Heaven. This time, the Kingdom of Heaven dispatched tens of thousands of ships and millions of warriors to form a team for the westward expedition. They wanted to kill King Yi's people. All the adult men of the northern barbarians participated in this westward expedition. Nearly 80% of the young and strong men of the Kingdom of Heaven participated in this westward expedition. This was the appeal from Yi. The whole country went westward with all its strength. King Yi could not tolerate anyone daring to provoke him. The people of the Kingdom of Heaven below formed a sharp contrast with the northern barbarians, and even the fleets of both sides were the same. The fleet of the Kingdom of Heaven was neatly formed and very organized, and the soldiers on it were also strictly disciplined. The warships of the northern barbarians are of various styles. They occasionally collide with each other during the journey, and then fight each other, or jump into the sea to fight the monsters in the sea while moving forward. They will not stop for a while, but the northern barbarians in a warlike environment are extremely powerful. If they can be organized into an army, they will be the strongest army in Dongtian. The army of the Kingdom of Heaven slowly set out towards the Yashan Islands, the headquarters of the navy, just like the pirate coalition at the beginning, but this time the strength of the Kingdom of Heaven is much stronger than the previous pirates. The vanguard ship in front is opening up a road and killing giant marine creatures on the road. Other ships avoid the army of the Kingdom of Heaven to avoid becoming nutrients for the seabed creatures. It is still the same conference room, but the person sitting in the marshal's position is not the original Red Knight, but Tian, the third marshal of the navy. Tian has a steady and gentle personality and is strong enough, but his means are not strong enough. He obviously cannot suppress the various factions of the navy and cannot achieve balance and unity within the navy. The navy at this time is not as united and just as it was during the time of Marshal Justice, nor as united as it was during the time of Marshal Red. They hate pirates and kill them all. They have become so corrupt that they are like pirates in military uniforms. If it weren't for the Red Knight and the Justice Knight who maintained the world navy government, those member states would have withdrawn from the navy government long ago. There are fewer and fewer people from the Knight country in the navy. These people who adhere to the Knight Code have withdrawn from the historical stage of the navy, which also represents the beginning of the navy's corruption. Tian frowned. The people in the conference room had been replaced a long time ago. Now there are less than 10% of the navy in the conference room. Some of these people have been corrupted, and some of them stick to their own justice. The army of the Kingdom of Caledoa is slowly approaching here. Their strength is much stronger than the previous pirates, and our new generation of navy is not as strong or as good as our generation. What are we going to do now? Admiral Genbo said. He couldn't stand the current style of the navy. I don't agree with Admiral Genbo's point of view. The strength of the new generation of the navy has improved compared to before. I believe they still stick to the justice of the navy. Besides, the war has not started yet, and it is still uncertain who will win or lose. Admiral Pinghai then refuted Genbo. Admiral Lemon said nothing beside him, just looked at the two coldly. Among the 8 titled admirals, Pinghai, Genbo, and Lemon have the longest experience. The previous 8 admirals died or retired. Except for Tian, who served as the new marshal of the navy, the rest are no longer in office. And among them, after retiring, Admiral Hulong led a group of naval forces who were dissatisfied with the current behavior of the navy to establish the Hulong Navy, and went to the Jelanmu continent to establish a headquarters and began to confront the United Navy. Issue a conscription order to recruit navies from all over the country, and also recruit retired naval soldiers. In addition, start to form the first line of defense. They are not as good as us in naval operations. The new general, Admiral Silver Fox, spoke. He is the only admiral of the new generation who inherited the tradition of the old navy and is also a member of the neutral faction. In recent years, branches in various places have been attacked by some northern pirates. I am afraid that not many soldiers can be mobilized, and due to the reduction of the source of soldiers in recent years, the navy is short of soldiers. A lieutenant general in charge of conscription said. In fact, none of this is important. The important thing is how to deal with the legendary God Killer Yei. There is a legend in the ancient times of the Sea Kingdom that the one who was killed was their worshipped god, the same clan as Fu Bo of the Asian Kingdom. He has lost his trace now, otherwise he can still be contacted. Genbo sighed. The meeting room fell silent. After all, no one dared to say that they could deal with King Yei, who killed nearly 30,000 Navy soldiers with one punch. In that battle, the Navy lost nearly 1/5 of its combat power. Many new generation potential Navy soldiers died in that battle, and they didn't even touch King Yei. As the master of the Golden Dao, one of the 5 strongest Daos, Taishan thought he couldn't do it. The one who opened the Dao is called Tianzun, and the one who controls the Dao is called Daozu. After all, Tianzun is stronger than Daozu. The Dao he opened up is more useful than practicing the Dao of others. I will go to the 2 heads of state, and we will deal with King Yei. The rest depends on you. The overlord forces with thousands of years of heritage are not so easy to deal with. Tai Shan sighed and left the meeting room, leaving the naval officers who started to quarrel. Tai Shan felt that it was a mistake for him to agree to the Red Knight Marshal to inherit his position. The naval headquarters is different from the government headquarters. The government headquarters is built on the bloodvines behind Yashan Mountain, which is called the Bloodvine Heaven. The headquarters of the naval government is built on it. Most retired naval officers live there, and the member states meeting is held here every year. Although there are contradictions within the navy, in the face of foreign enemies, they quarreled and formulated a plan. Indeed, as they said, their naval battle experience it is much richer than the Kingdom of Heaven, and this is their advantage. Retired naval soldiers from all over the country were recalled, and a large number of warships were dispatched from the Yashan headquarters. Marshal Taishan went to the Bloodvine Heaven. The Kingdom of Heaven is moving forward, the United Navy is preparing, and the whole world is watching this war, a war that determines the fate of the world. Some opportunists are also going there. Hong also went to the Yashan Islands after harvesting those contractors and reincarnations. The energy and lifespan on the battlefield are easier to collect. Chapter 80. The spirit race is a humanoid race with 4 wings on its back. It is good at shooting and casting spells. It is naturally friendly with the beast race. Its innate skill is to possess spirits. The spirit race is one of the great races in the void. Its ancestral star is a 9th order great world. It has 4 8th order great worlds and dozens of 7th order great worlds. As for the low order worlds, they are countless. The races and forces that are hostile to it include the demon race and the voidhound race, which belong to the neutral and lawful camp. When Shi Qiang heard that Ron and his men were going to take action against such a race, he would have such a big reaction. Shi Qiang had contact with this race before. The mercenary group helped transport some unimportant supplies. The more he contacted with these great races, the more Shi Qiang felt their power. How do you want to do it? Shi Qiang asked. The goblin Jinjin came up, took out a map, and operated on it for a few times. The map of the North Corner region appeared on the map. After Shi Qiang looked at the map, he sighed. It was a very complete map, and he had some professionalism. Jinjin pointed to a place in the south-central part of the North Corner region. Tian Road. This is a cliff road, a remote transportation location. Generally, people choose to transport here because it can shorten the journey. The disadvantage is that it is unsafe, but the elves don't worry about someone intercepting their supplies. There is a no-fly rule in the void battlefield, so many things are transported by land, which also allows many mercenary groups to develop. Shi Qiang has walked here twice. This is indeed a good place. Once you walk into Tian Road, there is no way to turn around. It is extremely narrow, so it is a good place to rob people on the road. Then Ron, Jinjin, and Big Fat Cat discussed it, and Shi Qiang listened on the side. Half an hour later, Shi Qiang changed his opinion of these people and gave his praise. Professional. Ron came here to borrow some people to kill those who escaped, and also hoped that Shi Qiang would take on this mission. For this kind of small-scale transportation mission, the Eldar would generally only have a few responsible persons, and then hire mercenaries to transport it. Shi Qiang agreed, because Ron only wanted the World Power Crystal Core, and the rest of the supplies all belonged to the mercenary group. However, Shi Qiang had to carefully select the escort this time. Shi Qiang wanted to eliminate some tumors in the group, so he just borrowed this mission. After surviving in the void battlefield for 10 years, Shi Qiang was also transformed by the environment here. He was not at all lenient in dealing with tumors. Tian Road. This is a small path built on a steep cliff. It is only 3 meters wide, and the further you go, the higher it is. The clouds surround the path. Looking from the top of the path, the bottom is bottomless. Today is also the time for the Eldar to transport supplies. Shi Qiang's mercenary group accepted this mission and sent the captains of the first and second teams in the mercenary group. They are locals in Moi City and have been eroding the mercenary group. Shi Qiang plans to deal with them. The leader in front was Qing Yi, the person in charge of the Eldar this time. At this time, he folded his wings, rode on a unicorn, and moved forward carelessly. This kind of mission is usually the simplest, and in the Eldar's cognition, nothing will go wrong, so Qing Yi is very relaxed, and even disgusted with this kind of mission. Performing missions with these wandering races in the void battlefield, Qing Yi feels that the air is not fresh. Hurry up! Qing Yi turned back and urged the mercenaries behind. The first and second captains of the mercenary group who were in charge of the lead said flatteringly, "Sir, we are already speeding up, but the road here is difficult to walk. I am afraid that if we speed up further, the goods will be in danger." After hearing this, Qing Yi frowned, but did not say anything. If there are mistakes in the task of transporting goods, it will be a shame for him. 18. Why did the captain send me here to transport goods? I still want to fight those demon cubs on the battlefield. This kind of mission doesn't suit my temperament at all. King Ai started to complain to the unicorn under him. The unicorn was cultivated by King Ai since childhood and had long understood human nature. The unicorn roared twice, which was considered to be an echo of King Ai. It would be great if a few blind thieves appeared at this time. King Ai began to fantasize that some blind guys would appear to add some color to his mission, but he felt that this was impossible. Boom, there was a collapse in the back. King Ai looked back and saw that the cliff road in the back was blocked by rolling boulders. Several unlucky guys were killed by the stones. But King Ai didn't care, because the dead were not from the spirit race. King Ai shouted loudly. "Come, don't worry about the ones behind, keep moving forward, no loss of goods is allowed." After shouting, Qing Yi turned around and found that there were 4 figures blocking the way ahead. Qing Yi shook his head. He felt that he had hallucinations. It must be that the thoughts in his mind just now had not been removed. Closed his eyes, and then opened them again. The 4 figures in front of him had not dispersed. Qing Yi was sure that it was not an illusion. Someone really dared to rob the supplies of the Eldar within the radiation range of the Eldar. Qing Yi laughed. There are such stupid people in the world. Qing Yi looked carefully. One was a human, wearing knight armor and holding a big sword. He looked at the convoy with a fanatical look, because there was the power of the world there. There was another one who was picking his nose, like a goblin. Sure enough, the goblin clan was still so wretched and disgusting. A big fat cat was panting against the cliff, and a groundhog was digging a hole next to it. That's right, it was the robbery group of 4. 18. Let's go and show them the strength of the genius of the Eldar. Qing Yi drew out his long sword and ordered the unicorn under him to charge. No one is allowed to help. When charging, Qing Yi also stopped the mercenaries and tribesmen who wanted to help. Qing Yi would not let others have fun on this mission. Ron looked at the fool rushing towards him and was a little confused. Are the people of these big races so brave? Why do they feel the same as those contractors? Buzz. Ron's sword made a sound. Crack. Qing Yi's sword broke, and Qing Yi was also broken at the same time. He was cut in half by Ron, which was Ron's favorite way to kill people. When Qing Yi charged, he found that he seemed to be able to fly. His eyes went black and he fell to the ground, watching his lower body charging towards Ron under the drive of 18. The playful eyes of the mercenaries who were watching the show turned into horrified eyes, and the confident Eldar people became shocked. What did they see? These people who blocked the road actually killed the leader of the mainland spirit race. This was definitely big news in the North Corner region. However, they quickly reacted and rushed towards Ron and the others waving their weapons. This was an explanation to the spirit race. Chapter 81. The more you go, the more you will be in trouble. If there is no accident, then there will be an accident. Swish, swish, swish. Ron kept swinging his sword, just like cutting leeks, and solved all the people who rushed up. Jin took out a scroll next to him, and a huge magic circle unfolded, covering the entire Tian road. The big fat cat started to fiddle with it next to him, and this space began to become illusory. The marmot next to him still had a wise look. After Ron slaughtered everyone, the transport convoy was pulled into a half-plane space by the big fat cat, and then it became illusory again and appeared in a cave prepared by Shi Qiang. Seeing Ron and the other four, Shi Qiang knew that the robbery was successful, but the North Corner region would begin to face unrest next. I'll take the World Power Crystal Core from these supplies, and you can take the rest. Ron said. Shi Qiang said he didn't need it, and asked Ron to take some supplies back to Maple Leaf Town. As for why he didn't go back, Ron told him the reason. Shi Qiang's rank was too high, and it would cost a lot to go to the low-level world, and the cave world would reject him. He was not the son of the world, so he could only go back after the world was upgraded. As for these supplies, don't worry, the goblins, who are void profiteers, will have a way to deal with them. They will sell these goods for more than the value of the goods themselves. After sending a few people away, Shi Qiang once again sighed at the professionalism of this bandit, but soon Shi Qiang came back to his senses and had to deal with the follow-up of this matter. The spirits will not blame the mercenaries, because the mercenaries have been wiped out, and they will turn the entire north corner upside down. After all, their own people were killed within their radiation range, which is no different from others chopping their sons at their doorstep. Shi Qiang was going to clean up the people from the local families in the Dongtian mercenary group. That's right, the name of the mercenary group created by Shi Qiang was called the Dongtian Mercenary Group, which was the same as the name of his own world. An incident occurred in the Void Battlefield, shocking the entire Void Battlefield. A transport team of the Spirit Clan was destroyed in the North Corner domain. The Spirit Clan, one of the protagonists of the war in the Void Battlefield, was robbed in his own home. This strong man was used by other major races to laugh at them. Then the Spirit Clan was furious and sent a 9th-level strong man to investigate. The North Corner domain was thus unleashed to turmoil. However, these had nothing to do with Ron. He turned all the World Power Crystal Cores into World Power and absorbed them. He was happy again and took another step towards world advancement. Ron's human body ran back to Paradise. When the people of the Spirit Clan traced the human body, Paradise Daddy would take action. Ron was not worried about this problem. As for the Goblin Jin, he is from the Goblin Clan, and his status is not low. If he offends the Void Profiteers, he will be sanctioned. Unless there is 100% evidence, there is nothing that can be done to the Goblin Clan. And the Goblin Clan has no main world. They rely on the Goblin Bank to contact. There are goblins in many worlds, and the Goblin Bank has many major forces joining. Although the elves are very powerful, none of those major forces is worse than the elves. And the Goblin Bank seals the initial instrument, and the root of chaos will not let anyone destroy the seal. If someone attempts to destroy it, then the root of chaos will shake people and let you see his Paradise Rebel beating. The root of chaos can notarize and recruit the Paradise Camp. If it finds that there are destructive factors in the current void, then the root of chaos will intervene. In the cave world, the United Navy fought against the vanguard of the Kingdom of Heaven. That's the taste, life energy is gathering. Hong hid in the clouds above the battlefield, peeking at the battle below. On the other side of the sky, June was hiding there. He blurred the place so that people could not find him. This was his development of the way of studying things. June looked at Hong hiding in the clouds and said with a smile, "Father seems to be hiding there. His body is still so attractive. He is more attractive after opening the way." June couldn't help but get excited when he looked at Hong. June came here to observe Yei, the legendary God Killer in this world. He was curious about everything unknown. Looking at the battle between the Navy and the Kingdom of Heaven below, June slowly observed and found that the energy between several continents seemed different. A transparent big hand stretched out, and some people disappeared in the huge battlefield and turned into flesh and blood parts. June began to study the differences in energy operation between the races on these continents. Yi looked out from a distance. Looking at the battlefield. "Destroy all these guys who provoke us. They are too weak. There is not a single strong one. You are too weak. I want to see the strong ones of this era. Yi already knew that he did not belong to this era, and he also knew that he was a dead person. The special nature made him resurrected, but the thoughts in Yi's heart were constantly strengthening. Even if Yi was constantly suppressing them, these thoughts were still constantly released. Look up and look above. Yi felt that there were two powerful auras there, but Yi suppressed his killing intention. He didn't want to take action at this level of war. Boom boom boom. The shells were constantly roaring, the war was constantly going on, and the soldiers were constantly fighting. This war has just begun. Ron watched the war, and the world's power was constantly rising. Sure enough, creating unrest can quickly increase the world's power, but it must be controlled to a certain degree. Marshal Tian obtained the support of the world's naval government and took the strong to the front line. A large number of naval forces were also constantly mobilized. The first line of defense was just to block the opponent's advance, and the subsequent advance was just the big head. Ron put all the resources given by Hero King Shi Qiang into Maple Leaf Town, and King Mercy and Shi Shan discovered this batch of resources. Hero King? Who is this, Master, do you know him? Shi Shan is already stronger than his master, but he will ask his master about many things. King Mercy fell into memories, and he remembered his master. That's your master, the Hero King of Nikado Continent, who was called the Three Kings together with the Lion King and the Wolf King, and is the pride of our Nikado Continent. King Mercy narrated, and he remembered his master. Hong did not kill him, but plundered part of his life. King Mercy has slowly aged and began to miss the past. Hero King. King Mercy began to narrate his master's past, and his armor had all turned red. He inherited his master's responsibility and also paid the price. In the North Corner region, the Hero King, who was dealing with the follow-up of the Spirit Clan, suddenly felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Looking up at the sky, Shiqiang felt that something important in his life was being lost, and tears filled his eyes. Chapter 82. The King of Mercy, who inherited the responsibility of the Hero King, was now covered in red armor and completely eroded by the blood mist. As the barrier maintainer of Maple Leaf Town, the King of Mercy absorbed all the pollution with his body, protected his hometown, and fulfilled his promise to his master. Ashen, seal my body later. I want to wait for my master to come back. He said he would come back. The body of the King of Mercy was getting weaker and weaker, and his pupils were slowly losing their light. He sat on the throne and his body was slowly hunched. His lifespan had come to an end, and he could not maintain his youthful appearance. Okay. Shishan suppressed his sadness. He was raised by the King of Mercy, and he would abide by the King of Mercy's wishes. Come on, seal me while I still have a breath. Master won't blame me when he comes back. I have fulfilled his promise and protected Maple Leaf Town. I just want to see him now. My mother and brother have passed away. I want to see my mother. King of Mercy began to fall into memories, and his life was slowly fading. Shishan used the power of the Great Dao to seal him up. King of Mercy's life stopped. Shishan put his master in a crystal coffin. The old man fell asleep quietly in the crystal coffin, waiting for the return of his master, King of Mercy. Shishan covered the town with the power of the Great Dao, and then left here. He wanted to see the outside world. He heard that a war was happening recently. In the crystal coffin, King of Mercy's body was changing, the armor was sizzling, and King of Mercy's body began to grow backwards. The five masters of the Wood Dao, Jiaguan, the Fire Dao, Xiao, the Water Dao, Ao, the Earth Dao, Shishan, and the Gold Dao, Taishan, gathered in this battlefield. Zhang Yi from Storm Continent, the new Beast King from the Beast Realm of Nikado Continent, Ji Kun from the Sea Kingdom, General Hulong who founded the Hulong Navy, Xia Hongdao from the Shang Kingdom, Buletin Yan from the Qin Luo Alliance, Zhao Si from the Nidalas Alliance, Zhang Mo from the Old Pirate Era. A group of strong men gathered at the Yashan battlefield this time, where 90% of the strong men from the Cave Heaven world gathered, and all the pioneers gathered here. At this time, King Yi had stood up and looked at the battlefield in the distance. The whole sea was in chaos, and the flames spread over the sea. There were fighting navy and soldiers from the Kingdom of Heaven everywhere. Every few dozen seconds, a ship would sink. The fearless northern barbarians suppressed the navy for a while, and the Kingdom of Heaven slowly advanced under command. I feel a strong force. Yi soared into the air and faced the three marshals of the navy who flew towards him. The first generation marshal, the Knight of Justice, the second generation marshal, the Red Knight, and the third-generation Marshal, Tian, the top combat power of the Navy. Hello, Yei, the legendary God Killer. The cloak of the Knight of Justice was lifted high, blown by the wind. Yei looked at them, and then looked at the two sides below who had already entered a full-scale melee. The huge foundation of the Kingdom of Heaven was still a bit scary. The army was suppressing the Navy. If it weren't for the number of strong men in the Navy and the fact that the Kingdom of Heaven was not good at naval warfare, the joint Navy would have been defeated long ago. And there were a large number of people from the Fire Continent in the Navy. They made up for the middle-level combat power of the Navy. Energy returned to body allowed them to practice both physical and magical skills. When fighting, the combat power was higher than that of a single system. For a while, the two sides fought evenly. You are very powerful, come together. A huge amount of blood and energy emerged from Yei, and 12 animal-shaped phantoms appeared behind Yei, constantly swimming and making fang-bearing and clawing movements towards the 3 naval marshals in front of them. Yei's system looked rough, but it was extremely powerful in Yei's hands. After Yei was revived, he also learned a new system, but he did not make any changes. In his opinion, those things were useless in his eyes, and he could break all laws with one force. Boom! A fist shadow hit the 3 people, which contained a lot of power of the avenue, and the space made a tearing sound. Seeing the fist shadow of dozens of meters flying towards him, a huge shield appeared in front of the Knight of Justice, and he tried to resist the fist shadow. Bang! The shield exploded directly, and the 3 were knocked away. The 9 demon gods below saw their own Yei god being attacked, and fought with the general-level combat power who attacked them. Master Xian and Beiji were entangled by a bunch of untitled generals. Forbidden Law, Explosive Flame Array. As the founder of magic, Xian knows quite a few spells, which are basically forbidden. 4 pillars of fire that reach the sky trapped those generals. Xian flew into the sky, wanting to help himself. His own king. Back off, let me deal with them. Yei punched through the chest of the Red Knight, then withstood a slash from Tian, and shouted back Xian who wanted to help him. The power of the Great Dao permeated the battlefield, and the sea was dyed red with blood. The demons under the sea were madly absorbing these energies and blood donations. Hong, who was hiding in the clouds, was also using means to obtain energy and lifespan, and June was observing Yi's battle. The 12 blood beast phantoms kept rushing at the 3 marshals. After being dispersed, they quickly gathered together and rushed again. The weakest of the 3 marshals was the Red Knight, and he became Yi's main target of attack. After being punched through by Yei 3 times in a row, he healed himself with powerful energy, but his face was obviously tired and his face was very pale. As the leader of the Golden Dao, Tian's attack power is naturally not weak. Each attack is attached with the power of the Dao. The sharp power of the Golden Dao cut a wound on Yi's body, but as the pioneer of the physical Dao, the physical body can be said to be the most powerful in the world. Ha 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 ha, it feels great. Yei and the Red Knight exchanged thousands of punches at once. The Red Knight's hands were directly blown up and the whole person was knocked into the sea. Then Yei fought with the Knight of Justice. The strength of this pioneer of the Knight's Dao should not be underestimated. If he hadn't been there, the Red Knight would have been killed long ago. The power of the Dao of the Knight of Justice wrapped the Red Knight, providing him with extremely strong defense. June used the power of the Dao to analyze Yi's body. He was interested in his father just now, but he changed his mind instantly. A body with so many defects can be so powerful. The rough avenue and the rough energy system can play such a big role. In his hands, the power is so great. If I can study it, it would be great. June was like a madman, watching Yei who was constantly fighting with the 3 marshals. The aftermath of their battle could overturn dozens of ships. The clouds in the sky were all broken up, and Hong appeared in front of them. Blasting the Red Knight in one go, Yei looked at Hong who was disturbed by the power of the avenue after the clouds dispersed. Hong? The way opener. Yei frowned. He felt something impulsive on Hong's body. He wanted to kill the man in front of him. Chapter 83. Soon, Yei knew that it was the breath of God. The breath that Yei sensed from Hong was actually the obsession. Yei could know the existence of these so-called gods in the dark, and he would be driven by obsession to kill all the so-called gods in the world. The 9 great demons did not belong to this list, they were his own people, and the 9 great demons were actually officially called demon generals in the northern barbarians. After Qi died, no new generation of the king of the northern barbarians appeared. Your breath disgusts me. Yi blasted the 3 naval marshals away, and the blood on his body became fierce. The tiger bone helmet on his head roared, and Yi stared at Hong in front of him. Hong looked at Yi and the 3 elements in a daze. He had just been hiding and harvesting energy, but he didn't expect to be exposed now, and it seemed that the legendary Yi had a strong hostility towards him. Hong thought about it for a while. It should be related to his reputation in the Nikado continent. Hong has been harvesting strong people in the Nikado continent for many years and is called the Taoist god, and Yi is the legendary existence of slaughtering gods. Hong quickly connected the 2 things. A bloody hand grabbed Hong directly. Raising the jade disc of creation, Hong's power of creation melted the big hand, and then he quickly ejected away from Yi, because the next attack was coming, and Yi turned into a bloody tiger and pounced on him. The 3 marshals of the navy took the opportunity to attack Yi. After all, someone attracted hatred, and the general attack on Yi was just a drizzle, and it would recover in an instant. Thousands of weapons were controlled by Tian and turned into sharp golden lights, constantly shooting at Yi. Yi attacked Hong and dealt with the 3 marshals of the navy at the same time, but he looked very relaxed and kept switching forms. He turned into a tiger, a unicorn snake, and a blue eagle, switching various blood-colored forms. Hong was defeated for a while and his arm was broken several times. In terms of the suppression of the power of the Dao, Hong's Dao of creation, which he opened up by trickery, could not compare with Yi's Dao of the flesh. If the 2 were compared, Yi's Dao power was at least 10 times that of Hong. Tian was the master of the Golden Dao. The Dao power he controlled was only half of Yi's, and the Dao power of the Knight of Justice was about the same as Hong. Jun was holding the animal skin and constantly recording what happened on the battlefield, and used the Dao power of the Dao of the study of things to study things and gain knowledge, explore other Daos, and conduct research on this. But Jun stopped soon because he saw something that interested him more. The long river of the Dao emerged, and the more than 1,000 meter long flesh Dao branch connected to Yi, and Yi was swallowing the Dao power of the flesh Dao branch, and his figure continued to rise. The entire flesh Dao was incorporated into Yi's body, and Yi's breath suddenly became terrifying, and he turned directly into a giant that went straight into the sky. Jun was shocked out by Yi's terrifying Dao power, and many strong men hiding in the dark were turned out by this exciting Dao power. Jun did not move his position, he looked at Yi and became dazed. The next realm of opening the Dao? No, it is not perfect yet. A storm was revealed in Jun's mind, and he disappeared. In the case that the energy level could not be improved, Jun came up with the idea of improving the realm of understanding, and improving strength in another stage, constantly raising his limit at this stage. Tian looked at the huge Yi, felt the terrifying breath, and knew that this war had failed. Pa! The Red Knight was slapped into the sea by Yi. Tian couldn't take the Dao into his body like Yi did. His body couldn't bear the power of the whole Dao. What monster's body? Tian murmured. Looking at Yi who was flying into the sky, Tian made up his mind. He knew what to do. Life restricted area. Tian's strength was also constantly rising. He burned his life and gained a short burst of strength. Maybe he was not a qualified marshal, but he was a qualified warrior. Tian, are you crazy? The Red Knight flew up from the sea and roared at Tian who was burning his life and constantly improving his strength. I'm not crazy, I'm just going back to being a warrior. Tian was surrounded by golden light, and some blood was mixed in the golden light. This was the blood that flowed out after the burning blood vessels were broken. At this time, Tian was like a sharp sword. Come on, let me see the power of King Yi. Tian turned into a golden light and shot at Yi. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few seconds, the 2 of them exchanged tens of thousands of blows. In reply, although Yi's body was very large at this time, his flexibility was stronger than Tian's. Yi's attention was not on Tian's body. Yi was still attacking Hong. His big hands wrapped in blood kept slapping Hong. Hong couldn't react and was slapped to fly around. If it weren't for the power of the great Dao wrapping himself, Hong would have turned into a ball of blood mist. No, I have to find a way to get out. Hong felt that Yi seemed to be accumulating strength. When the accumulation of strength was completed, Hong was afraid that he would disappear from this world after this. If it really didn't work, Hong would abandon this body. The great Dao of creation could create another body. He only needed the spiritual body to escape. However, this body was a celestial human body. Once it was abandoned, the regenerated body would not have the special features of this body. Tian cut Yi's arm, and Yi's blood turned into blood rain when it fell, piercing the sea ship below. The hot blood made the sea area boil. The furious Yi completely crushed the Red Knight. The huge physical Dao power directly broke the Night Dao power attached to the Red Knight by the Knight of Justice, and directly broke the Red Knight's defense. The tiger tattoo on Yi's body directly swallowed the blood mist that the Red Knight turned into. The Red Knight Marshal is dead. Kill these Caledonians and avenge the Red Knight Marshal. The Navy soldiers below became angry and attacked the northern barbarians frantically. The desperate fighting style made the northern barbarians excited. Ha 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 ha, God Yi is invincible, kill them for me. Brothers, they are finally not like women. The northern barbarians like this kind of fist-to-flesh battle the most. They went up to meet them. What they like most is to find the navy soldiers of the Fire Continent and kill each other in a fist-to-flesh battle. Yi directly crushed Hong, but Yi sensed that this was not the body, but a flesh composed of the power of the Dao. Will gods also run away? Yi's obsession has interfered with his cognition. In his cognition, gods are powerful creatures and will not run away. While Yi was thinking about where Hong ran to, the furious Tian burned his life to the extreme. It was impossible for him to stop. Tian wanted to take Yi with him. Boom! Tian exploded and broke one of Yi's arms, but soon Yi's arm grew out, but the broken arm sank into the sea. After Tian exploded, the tributaries of the Golden Dao shook, the Dark Continent was shaken by earthquakes, volcanoes erupted, storms swept across, and heavy red rain fell. Some powerful people who practiced the Golden Dao felt that the speed of absorbing the power of the Dao became faster, which meant that the Dao master who controlled the Dao died and vacated the position. The natural disasters in the Dark Continent came because Tian was from the Dark Continent and he was related to the Dark Continent. After his death, the Dark Continent's luck shook, causing natural disasters, and the continent's luck mourned for him. Ron found that these continents have their own luck, and these strong people have a very important relationship in these luck. The death of the strong will shake the luck, and the luck is related to the development of the continent. Ron continued to watch the battle. After Tian's death, the morale of the navy changed from anger at the death of the Red Knight to fear. The top combat force has died in the battle, and this war has no hope. Chapter 84. After the death of the two marshals, the navy was completely defeated. The Knight of Justice fled with a part of the new generation of the navy. He wanted to save the fire for the navy. The Yashan Navy headquarters was sunk by the bloodthirsty northern barbarians, and the Bloodvine sky was also severely damaged. Some naval strongmen fled, while ordinary naval soldiers died or surrendered. The world naval government was destroyed. Of course, the countries of the Dark Continent beat the dogs when they were down. All the major naval bases were breached. They would not let these guys who broke free from their control continue to stay. The Kingdom of Heaven began to receive the legacy of the world navy government. Shiploads of resources were transported back to the Caledoa continent. The various naval bases were also occupied by the Kingdom of Heaven and given to the northern barbarians. A large number of magicians on the Fire Continent were killed by the northern barbarians, and this place became the territory of the demon god Ling Yinzi. In this war, Ron gained at least 3,000 ounces of world power. A large number of strong men died, and a Taoist master also died. There was a lot of power that fed back to the world. The appearance of the Great Dao River was actually these people practicing the Great Dao. After the Great Dao River was formed, it connected to the chaos and drew energy from the chaotic void. Then they continued to expand the Great Dao and extend the Great Dao. The appearance of the Great Dao River is actually beneficial to the world. They draw energy to practice the Great Dao and feed back to the world after death. These practitioners are equivalent to a small energy filter. The Great Dao system created by June is also a top-tier system in the void. Due to the world level, they can only continue to develop their realm, and their energy level cannot be improved. If you make an analogy, it is equivalent to these people constantly studying the use of internal force to perform immortal methods, and now they have succeeded, and they are still getting stronger. Once the world level is upgraded, the energy level of these guys will explode rapidly, because their realm perception can keep up. It must be said that people will always open up new ways to overcome difficulties in the face of difficulties. The more powerful they are, the more benefits Ron will get, as long as they don't commit suicide like Siren, but Ron found that there seemed to be some interesting things in those nightmare locations and hell locations. The people of the Kingdom of Heaven found that they seemed to have lost their King Yi. After the war, King Yi was looking for God all over the world. He was completely controlled by obsession, and a scene appeared. A giant that went straight into the sky was moving in the sea and was still roaring. The kingdom of heaven tried to wake up its king, but found that it seemed to be useless. Beiji was slapped and didn't wake up for almost half a year. Since the war, the kingdom of heaven has become a true world hegemon. Their calendar is used by countries around the world. Many strong people have emerged on the battlefield. The war is still going on, and the remnants of the navy are still active. Local battlefields still exist. The kingdom of heaven began to march into the ocean and built a central calendar to replace the navy's calendar, setting the first year after the war as the first year of the central year. Hong escaped during the war. Because he was not killed, Yi's obsession was not resolved, so now Yi is running around the world, causing Fu Bo, who was hiding in the seabed, to drill down another 1,000 meters. Feeling the fluctuations of the war and Yi's breath, Fu Bo dared not breathe. In the 7th year of the central period, the wandering Yi discovered the kingdom of Asia, so he destroyed the kingdom of Asia and killed a large number of demon gods. Ao led a group of elders to escape and established the new Atlanta kingdom. In the 10th year of the central period, Xian opened up the magic road and became the 4th pioneer in this world to open up the road. Kalidoya was once again favored by the heavenly Dao, and Ron increased their energy concentration. After the war, these people will thrive on the dead strong men, and it will be an era of strong men. In the Golden Dao, many strong men began to fight for the Dao Master, killing each other and seizing the share of the mark in the Great Dao. In this process, a guy named Jin Yu successfully stood out and became the Dao Master of the Golden Dao, stabilizing the fortune of the Dark Continent and stopping the frequent natural disasters. The Knight of Justice became the Navy Marshal again, called on the old subordinates, and persuaded General Hulong. The Hulong Navy Headquarters became the new Navy Headquarters, but compared with the previous United Navy Headquarters, the Hulong Navy Headquarters was very shabby. They did not expect that the last rebel organization of the Navy would take them in. The Navy that lost its recruiting ground became a stray dog. If it were not for the prestige of the Knight of Justice, I am afraid that they would not even have the last place to live. In 10 years, they have only recovered some vitality, and they have to fight against the northern barbarians fighting on the sea. Without the restraint of the navy, the number of pirates increased again. The kingdoms of each continent formed their own naval forces to fight against the navy, but generally these fleets would not be dispatched, so the pirates entered a golden age of development. The northern barbarians are chasing the footprints of their god Yi all over the world. Every adult northern barbarian must go out to sea to meet god Yi once, worship him and then complete the adult ceremony. When the northern barbarians sailing in the sea meet god Yi, they will kneel down and dance sacrificial dances in an attempt to obtain the grace of god Yi. Ron is preparing the last world power for the world's promotion. This war has just passed, and it is impossible to harvest again. Hong paid a great price to escape. He used 70% of the avenue to build a body to deceive Yi's perception before escaping. Now he hides in the Dark Continent to heal his wounds. Zhang Mo gained a lot in this battle. The name of Jing Tian pirates appeared again on the sea. This time, his captain was called Jing Tian. It was rumored that he had obtained the legacy of the previous generation of Jing Tian pirates. In fact, he was just a poor guy controlled by Zhang Mo. Zhang Mo obtained Benjamin Lit's original sea chart and he once again looked for a way to restore himself. June has been in seclusion during this war. It is estimated that the Avenue system will usher in another change when he comes out of seclusion next time. 20 years in the central region. Dongtian World, Atlanta Sea. Boom, boom, boom. Ming looked at the giant that went straight into the sky in the distance. It was the Yi god in the legend of the northern barbarians. Ming knelt on the deck and roared at Yi. This was his coming-of-age ceremony. The surrounding northern barbarians roared and poured wine into the sea to celebrate Ming's coming of age. Yi was slowly going away, and every movement made a huge sound, raising waves hundreds of meters high. When looking at him, if you don't pay attention, you will feel that there are 3 suns in the sky. Yi's eyes look like the sun, shining red. Ming felt the pressure of Yi and roared to drive away the fear in his heart, saying that he was an adult barbarian and would not be afraid of any fear. The great god Yi protects us, and our adventure will be extremely smooth this time. The captain shouted. Woo 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 woo. Go. Dola. Under the excited shouts of the northern barbarians, the ship carrying the northern barbarians slowly moved forward under the sun and the blood-colored sea water. Chapter 85. In the 30th year of the central calendar, the Knight of Justice died in the Halong Islands, the headquarters of the Halong Navy, due to a hidden injury left in the war. When he died, the Dark Continent was hit by a natural disaster again, and the earth shook. General Hulong became the new Navy Marshal, also the fourth generation of Navy Marshal. The 9 great demons of the northern barbarians occupied islands overseas and established countries. Among the northern barbarians, a young man named Ming gradually emerged and led the tribe to slowly unify the northern barbarians. The honeymoon period between the Kingdom of Heaven and the northern barbarians was over, and without Yi's suppression, the contradictions between them that had been suppressed for a short time broke out again. In the Nakado continent, the expanding continental area caused the Giant Stone Kingdom to lose its ruling power. They began to split up. The Giant Stone Kingdom split into dozens of kingdoms, fighting each other. The Northern Beast region also split into dozens of kingdoms without top power to suppress it. The Nakado continent once again entered the era of nations. The Lion King and the Wolf King, who had spanned several eras, died in the seal. The Hero King, the Lion King, and the Wolf King, who represented the Three Kings era, disappeared in the long river of history. Rebellions began to break out in various continents. The expansion of the continental area made the central government's suppression of the local areas insufficient. You only need to look at the area to know. World, Cave World LV29, world level cannot be further upgraded. Heavenly Deo, Ron. World area, 5480.58 W square kilometers, expanding. World specialties, none. World description, a small world with a regular star, forming an internal cycle of the world, perfect rules, and many intelligent creatures. It is a newborn world protected by the law of the void, which can absorb a small amount of chaotic energy. The world is expanding. The world has reached the second level, and the root of chaos has been notarized. The world is at the top level among low-level worlds, and the protection of the root of chaos is being strengthened. World power, 87,658.556 ounces, 3 decimal places omitted, maintaining the world's operation, declining. The world area has expanded more than 10 times compared to before. When the United Navy was founded, it was only 357,000 square kilometers. Now it is 5,480.580 square kilometers, which has expanded by almost 16 times. Ron now consumes dozens of times more world power to maintain the operation of the world, because those pioneers have spent thousands of ounces of world power to release energy. If there were no human bodies outside to earn world power, it would take a long time to accumulate enough world power to condense the world core. As the world area expanded, the world became sparsely populated, and the ambitious people had ideas. Ron thought that he could continue to release some species, and asked the human body to buy some species in the void, but Ron did not dare to release them easily. After all, these species were from other worlds, and Ron did not know whether they were suitable for his own world. In the 40 years of the central calendar, the Kingdom of Winter on the Storm continent split into 3 kingdoms, namely the Kingdom of North Winter, the Kingdom of South Winter, and the Storm Confederation. The Storm Confederation was established by the Snowwind Church and the Fire Bearer. Some remnants survived the massacre of the King of Guards. Now they have developed and united with the disloyal royal family to split the kingdom. The Northern Winter Kingdom inherited the orthodoxy. The ruler of the Northern Winter Kingdom, Qingming, is called the Northern King. Because of the Icemen, Qingming has been in charge of the northern border. When the kingdom split, only the northern border was retained. For the sake of race, the Northern King chose to guard the northern border. At present, the land-sea ratio of the cave world is 1:1, of which the land area of the central Caledoa continent occupies 1230.18 W square kilometers, the southern Nakado continent occupies 610.16 W square kilometers, the eastern Geglanwu continent occupies 352.12 W square kilometers, the northern Storm continent occupies 201.7 W square kilometers, and the rest are from the western Dark continent. However, the area of the northern Storm continent is not only land, but also some iceberg areas and plates composed of polar ice. The actual area of the northern Storm continent is actually 752.67 W, but the ordinary land is 201.7 W, and the rest is composed of polar ice. Polar ice is ice that never melts. It is a special product formed over many years in the cave world. There are also polar ice iron ore in some polar ice layers. Storm continent has only started to mine in recent years. In the 43rd year of the Central Period, the Shang Kingdom of the Dark Continent split into 3 kingdoms, the Xia Kingdom, the Shang Kingdom, and the Zhou Kingdom. The Xi Kingdom divided more than a dozen countries on its own. All of those countries were principalities, and the largest principality was the Blue Principality. These principalities had the obligation to protect and pay tribute to the Sea Kingdom and were under the control of the Sea King. Ji Kun called. Among them, the Night Kingdom was rebuilt and renamed the Holy Kingdom. It inherited all the laws and regulations of the Night Kingdom, built the Night Avenue, and the Holy King Kane became the master of the Night Avenue. There is also the Sea God Religious Kingdom, which believes in the sea gods Poseidon and Fubo, and establishes a country with religion to spread faith in the Dark Continent. In the 49th year of the Central Period, the wizard world of the Jellin Witch Continent was closed, and the major wizard families in the human world established their own countries. The powerful Witch Kingdom was split into dozens of Witch Kingdoms, and the Witch King Jun disappeared. The Taoist master of the Wood Dao, Jiaguan, sent troops from the Dry Bone Mountains and established a country of millions of square kilometers. He called himself the Dry Bone Emperor, and the new country was named the Dry Bone Empire. The Witch countries worked together to resist and blocked his ice front. Losing the powerful combat power in the wizard world, it was only a matter of time before these Witch countries fell. In the 58th year of the Central Period, the new Atlanta Kingdom reruled the Atlanta Sea and established the new Atlanta City. Ao sent a large number of tall soldiers to find the remains of the old Atlanta and the sacred objects of the sea god Poseidon to prove its orthodox status. The new Atlanta Kingdom suppressed the pirates in the sea and became a new camp against pirates. The new Atlanta City was built on the sea and became a new commercial center. The commercial center was transferred from Neutral Tree City to the new Atlanta City. The tall people prospered again. The new Atlanta Kingdom, which ruled more than 10 million kilometers of sea, became a new ocean overlord. In the 60 years of the Central Period, Ming unified the northern barbarians and was called the King of Hell by the northern barbarians. He established the northern barbarian kingdom and implemented a centralized system, but believed in the god Yi. The Kingdom of Heaven did not split under its strong foundation, but there were many domestic conflicts. Many kingdoms emerged on the Kaladoa continent. The Salt Kingdom in the east was a younger brother of the Kingdom of Heaven. Now it has been out of control due to the lack of control of the Kingdom of Heaven. The Plateau Kingdom in the west is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and has also become a new and powerful kingdom. The disputes between the physical path and the magic path in the Kingdom of Heaven are constantly intensifying. The dispute between the great paths extended from the previous blood patterns, source blood system and magic system is still intensifying. Even Xian, the pioneer, has no way to stop it. The representatives of the two paths are He Yi for the physical path and Beiji for the magic path. However, Beiji also practiced the physical path, but was pushed to the forefront as Xian's disciple. Chapter 86. After Yi destroyed the Kingdom of Asia, the gods who were killed released a large amount of spiritual toxins, which combined with the pollution sources in the ocean and caused strange changes. In the 70 years of the Central Period, some elders discovered that when a storm came, fog would appear on the sea, and beautiful songs could be heard in the fog. Many elders were seduced into the fog, and when they came back, they became cold and behaved extremely strangely. In a settlement of elders, the first red-haired incident occurred. After an elder who had entered the fog died, when people buried him, they found that he was covered with red hair and came back to life, attacking other people, and the people who were attacked and killed by him were the same. Soon this phenomenon spread throughout the new Atlanta Kingdom. Ao ordered the blockade of all areas where this happened, and mobilized scholars to establish a special research site to study this phenomenon. They found that the source came from the singing in the fog. After sending strong men in, those strong men seemed to have changed after they came out, and died soon, and their bodies were covered with red hair. In addition to this strange phenomenon, there was also a tall girl looking for a home everywhere. She appeared all over the country, and often at the same time. There was also a rat-faced tall old woman who would spread the plague, and sea rats would be born wherever she passed. Ao ordered the establishment of a strange research institute and formed corresponding troops to go to various places to deal with such things, but the results were minimal and a large number of strong men were lost. Inside the strange research institute, Ao looked at the files collected by his men. Code, Rat tie. Level, 6. Description, cannot be killed, will bring rats and plague, often appear in places with sea cats. Coping methods, none. Suspected weaknesses, she will avoid some stone statues from the Asia Kingdom era. This is a piece of information. Ao thought of something. In the Asia Kingdom era, people worshipped gods. Could these monsters be related to the gods? They avoided the stone statues. Are they afraid of the stone statues? In fact, Ao also took action, but after killing these monsters, they will continue to appear soon, so he can only increase research. Entering the fog, Ao almost got lost, but he felt someone was watching him, but the other party did not dare to do anything to Ao. Rubbing his forehead, Ao sighed. Let the major cities collect the Asia Kingdom stone statues. These stone statues may have some restraint on them. Let the Research Institute increase research efforts and allocate 10 billion sea gold. Ao ordered the minister next to him. Although the United Navy has declined, their sea gold system has been used by the world, using gold to make currency. King, will this attract the god Yi wandering on the sea? We can't afford to offend him. The minister was a little worried. If Yi comes, let him deal with these monsters. Otherwise, if the monsters can't be solved, we will be destroyed. Ao sighed, it was really a headache. Soon, temples were built in various cities of the new Atlanta Kingdom, enshrining stone statues from the Asia Kingdom era. These stone statues were irreversible after practicing the first-generation belief system created by Fubo. They did have a restraining effect on those monsters, but once the stone statues collapsed, it would bring greater disasters. Ron watched the birth of this disaster and did not interfere, because Ron planned to release new species. This disaster may not bring disaster to the world, but may promote the development of the world. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? Just like those contractors and reincarnations, the emergence of various countries represented chaos, and the contractors and reincarnations of the cave world became active again. There was a 7th-level reincarnationist who attempted to invade the world. Fortunately, under the notarized protection of the root of chaos, that guy became scum. Ron had no way to deal with such high-level reincarnationists. Although he had a lot of world power, the cave world was just a baby world. Maybe after the world was upgraded, there would be certain means to deal with these high-level strongmen. This is also the reason why Ron did not interfere with these reincarnationists and contractors in a high-profile manner. If some existences were attracted, even if the other party did not destroy the world subjectively, they might just play with the cave world a little bit and return to the pre-liberation period. In the 80 years of the Central Committee, more and more kinds of weird things appeared, and some even spread from the sea to the land. Some weird things with the prototype of cave people appeared. Countries have established corresponding institutions, but the Jelinwu continent. The weirdness disappeared soon after it appeared. Ron knew who did it. Researcher Kuang Jun might have come out of retreat, but he didn't know why he didn't open the wizard world. These weirdness might have been caught by him for research. Hong also recovered his strength. This time, Hong continued to harvest. Years of healing had consumed Hong's energy reserves. He could only continue to harvest. In the years of retreat, Hong improved the method of energy harvesting. He found that making these strong men into big pills could save more energy. The legend of the Taoist god spread on the Dark Continent. There are several resting places of the main god space in the space outside the cave world. The appearance of weirdness attracted them. The materials and task scores of the weirdness were very high, so they attracted them. Several neutral places began to have more reincarnations, and because Hong did not take action during this period, the casualties of these reincarnations decreased. The increase in income and the decrease in casualties naturally attracted many reincarnations. Unfortunately, they caught up with Hong's need for energy to heal his wounds. In the 85th year of the Central Period, the master of the waterway was killed by a reincarnationist, who directly plundered half of the waterway's origin, causing the long river to shake. Ron, who had just fallen asleep for a while, was awakened. Damn it, I just rested for a while, and these bandits are so rampant. Ron was furious. All those reincarnationists died in accidents and died at the hands of monsters, but half of the lost waterway's origin could not be recovered, and it could only be slowly restored by the subsequent widening of the waterway by the practitioners. After Ao died, the Atlanta Sea shook and natural disasters broke out. The nightmare-level Atlanta City hidden underneath appeared because of the natural disaster. The blood mist filled the sea again, and a strong breath swept the world, but it soon disappeared. After the reincarnationist who plundered the waterway's origin returned to the main god space, he shocked many reincarnationists, so there were several more resting places in the cave world, and they began to release reincarnationists into the cave world. The appearance of nightmare-level Atlanta City naturally attracted the Paradise Camp, and another great gathering of reincarnations and contractors appeared. The reputation of Dongtian World is already the first among the low-level mission worlds. After the guy who plundered the origin of the waterway returned to the main god space, he was directly promoted several levels to the 6th level and became an important person in his own resting place. For Ron, it was just a yawn, and then a bunch of bandits suddenly appeared. However, if Ron made some operations, he might not be able to take this opportunity to be promoted to the 3rd level world. Those who want to rob may not become the robbed. For Ron, there is no threat if those high-level beings do not come down, so the heavenly Dao Thug Dao Shenhong appeared again. Chapter 87. Li entered the Dongtian world again. Li was just an ordinary contractor, and his promotion speed was not so fast. He only went to other worlds once during this period, and then he was put into the Dongtian world again this time, but this time there should be no big brother to hold him. His big brother seemed to have gone to another world. And it has been nearly 200 years since he last came to the Dongtian world. Li put himself in the Storm Continent, wanting to borrow a familiar place, but he didn't expect the Winter Kingdom to split. But Li found Zhang Yi, the subordinate of the big brother before. This time, Li's mission is: Main Mission 1, go to Atlanta City. Mission difficulty, Leave 29. Mission introduction, Atlanta City is a city built by Poseidon, a long man in the cave world. It was polluted by the evil god in an accident. As the capital of the Long Man, it contains a lot of treasures. At the same time, it is very dangerous after being polluted by the evil god. Mission information, go to Atlanta City and start the next main mission after arriving. Mission time limit, 72 hours. Evaluation difficulty. Mission penalty, per mission LV.5, the difficulty of the next world mission increases by Leave 5, all attributes -1%. Mission reward, world source plus 5%, gold level equipment treasure box X1, abyss coin plus 1W. This task is relatively simple. The most important thing is to contact Zhang Yi, the younger brother of Ron's human body. Zhang Yi is currently practicing the physical body. He is a strong man in the Enlightenment realm. His strength is also strong in the Storm Continent, and his army is the strongest. Therefore, Zhang Yi is a celebrity in the Storm Continent, which is why Li can find him. Zhang Yi entertained Li. The two sat in the hall and chatted. Zhang Yi looked at Li with some curiosity. Zhang Yi was already a middle-aged man with half-white hair at this time. Time left traces on him, and he eventually became a strong man who was famous in the continent. Zhang Yi looked at Li, whose appearance had not changed, and was very emotional. Ron once told him about Li's strangeness, but when Zhang Yi saw Li again, he was still very surprised. How is my master now? Zhang Yi asked the question he was most concerned about. After tasting a sip of tea, Li couldn't help but be surprised. This tea can actually temporarily increase the spirit points. Good stuff. After hearing Zhang Yi's question, Li hurriedly replied, Tong Ye is now a big shot in our place, and his life is easy. He just offended other guys, but was blocked by the one above us. Zhang Yi nodded, and then continued to ask, when can my master come back? Li shook his head, indicating that he didn't know, and then said, Tong Ye is now at the 5th level. He can't come to this low-level world. The one above us won't send him, but will only send a playboy like me. Li is very self-aware. He knows that he has to rely on Zhang Yi to take him there again this time. Then Zhang Yi asked Li about his intentions, and then agreed to Li's request to take him to Atlanta. Zhang Yi also wanted to go into the legendary Atlanta to take a look. After all, Atlanta is also the capital of an ancient country, and there must be something mysterious in it. After asking King Qingming of the North, Zhang Yi took Li and set off. At the same time, a large number of reincarnations and contractors gathered outside Atlanta. After Ao was killed, his daughter Ling inherited the throne of New Atlanta. Many reincarnationists wanted to kill her, but she used the weirdness to play with him. Ao died because he was plotted against during the weird incident, but Ling did not go out. Ling got the method of using the weird nightmare mirror. No one in the palace could hurt her, even if she was just a small sun and moon realm. Moreover, Ling controlled the kingdom's military force, the Weird Research Institute, which made it even more difficult for these reincarnationists to do it. Zhang Yi set off with 3,000 cave soldiers. With the blessing of these cave soldiers, Zhang Yi could even compete with the Taoist master, provided that the cave soldiers were not completely killed. Li did not expect to have a thigh again. It was indeed easier to get things done with acquaintances. With the blessing of Zhang Yi, the difficulty of the mission was at most 1 star, and he could start to get things for free again. Ron began to lead Yi, who was controlled by his obsession to wander around the world, to Atlanta. The strength of this Taoist master in flesh and blood was the strongest in the world. Compared with Hong, who was notarized, Yi was more like a world overlord, but because he had never attacked the contractor and had not been paid attention to, he was not. It has been notarized. Yi slowly set off towards Atlanta. People on the voyage saw a giant cloud top moving, and the waves it brought could even overturn the ship. If it was a ship of the northern barbarians, they would kneel down and worship. Some people on the mainland would also kneel down when they saw Yi, thinking that this was a god wandering in the world. Yi's existence has become a landscape. Yi walked very fast and arrived at Atlanta in less than half a day. His eyes, as bright as the sun, looked at Atlanta shrouded in thick blood mist. Yi's big eyes showed doubts. He was controlled by obsession and still had a trace of intelligence. He felt that there was a very strong existence inside, but not as strong as him, and it seemed that he was not a god, so Yi was not interested and turned away. But Ron would not let him go. The heavenly Dao used its authority, and the breath of Poseidon, the god of the sea, was traced back in Atlanta. Yi turned around instantly and stared at Atlanta. The contractors and reincarnationists outside Atlanta saw the giant that soared into the sky. The breath oppressed them and made them breathless, but they were excited. Such a strong giant must have dropped a lot of things. As expected, the main task was triggered. If the flesh-body Dao pioneer was killed, it is estimated that these contractors and reincarnationists would be rich. The root of chaos intervened. Dongtian World Yi was notarized. Notarization was successful. Yi was a neutral unit, and attacking it would reduce the credibility of the root of chaos. Tip: this unit is extremely dangerous, please stay away. The root of chaos intervened, and many people in the Paradise camp were no longer interested. Only some violators were not afraid, and some who thought they were strong were not afraid. They believed that the benefits were greater than the losses. The reincarnationists in the main god space had no such concerns. They all used reconnaissance props, and as expected, all of them exploded. Finally, a rich reincarnationist used a high-level prop to detect that some high-reputation contractors in the Paradise camp had obtained information from the root of chaos. Then the reincarnationists and contractors who saw Yi's information were stunned, and then quickly moved away from Yi, which made Ron depressed. He was afraid that the original plan would have to be changed. Chapter 88. Name: Yi, Obsession, Neutral Unit. Title: Cave Heaven God Slayer, the one and only. Title effect: plus 100% attack power, plus 50% mana, plus 100% health for gods of the same level in battle, and normally carries 50% true damage. Level: LV30, Level 3. Every 10 levels is a level, and the enemy level is proportional to the threat level. Health: 100%. It changes according to the degree of injury and cannot be fully digitized. Physical strength x 100 equals health. Mana: 100%. It fluctuates according to the changes in casting. Strength: 120, related to attack power and weight. Agility: 120, related to attack speed and movement speed. Physical strength: 120, related to health, endurance, defense, and abnormal state resistance. Intelligence: 120, related to mental strength, spell damage, and energy storage in the body. Charm: 120, related to social interaction. Luck: 120, the luck standard for ordinary individuals is 5, which is related to the difficulty of the task, the opportunity to obtain, and the success rate of making props. This attribute is extremely difficult to obtain. Physical strength: 300,000/300,000. Skill 1 Physical Heavenly Venerable Passive Max, when in the cave world, defense plus 1000%, health plus 1000%, mana plus 1000%, health and mana recovery speed plus 50% per second. Physical strength can be converted into a shield of the same value. Skill 2 Power of Ye God Passive Max, attacks carry 50% plus 3000 points of real damage, additional strength plus 100 points, mana plus 200%. Skill 3 Power of Blood Mark Passive Max, every 12 normal attacks summon a blood beast, which marks the enemy and causes 30% plus 2000 points of real damage. When the 12 marks are completed, a death judgment is made, health plus 300%, and health can be consumed to increase attack power. Every 5% of health increases 10% attack power. Skill 4 Battle Instinct Passive Max, block probability plus 50%, dodge probability plus 50%, attack hit probability plus 50, attack speed plus 50%, and the next 5 seconds can be predicted every 30 minutes. Skill 5 Ancient War Cry Active Leave 30, actively send out sound wave attacks, causing 1.75 seconds of dizziness plus 1000 points of mental damage to the enemy, and expelling all abnormal states of itself. The cooling time is 5 minutes. Skill 6 God Archery Passive Max, plus 100% attack power when using arrow weapons, and 100% armor-piercing damage to divine units. Each hit is marked as shooting, and a kill is determined when 24 layers of marks are full. Skill 7. Cannot be used when not in peak state. Skill 8. Skill 9 Booming Fist Active Leave 30. Skill 54 Son of the World Only Passive, Remnant, Max, plus 50% luck in this world, 50% damage reduction when attacked, can summon world disasters, currently unusable, armor piercing plus 100%, no promotion bottleneck, when attacked in the cave world, reduce the opponent's luck by 50%, and plus 80% hit rate, other effects cannot be detected. Tip, come on, 18 years later, you are a hero again. There are more than 50 skills, and most of them are passive skills. Under the superposition of these passive skills, in the cave world, even if a 6th level or 7th level player comes, it will probably take a lot of effort to kill him. According to the attributes, the 6th level or 7th level player is far inferior to him, but the 6th level or 7th level player has attribute judgment, so there is a way to kill him. However, Yei still has the possibility of killing those 6th level or 7th level players, but it is very small. After seeing this attribute, those reincarnations and contractors ran away. In this world, Yei is invincible. Just looking at the first few detectable attributes, you can know how terrifying Yei is. The naked life is 120-100 equals 12,000, and then the title plus 100%, the passive is 1000% plus 300%, that is, 12,014, which is 168,000 health points, plus 30W shield, there are 46.8W health, and this is calculated based on the skills displayed, and some skills have not been displayed. Attacking Yei is a fatal act. The notarization of the root of chaos may not be protecting these people, and the passive. This is no joke. Only people from this world will not trigger him. Even if he is in a broken state now, it is still terrible. For these reincarnations, Yei can kill them at any time. Even the strongest one among them can't resist for a few times. If they can kill Yei, the resources they get can probably make them spend to the 7th level. They also realized the abnormality of the cave world in the low-level world. Super bugs like Yei can actually exist. The reincarnations and contractors gave up their ideas about Yei. Ron didn't expect these contractors and reincarnations to retreat. Ron had to get Yei away, otherwise they didn't dare to enter Atlanta City, and then the plan to kill them next would not be able to proceed. They might not be able to beat Yei, but Yei, who was in an obsession state, might not have the energy to catch them all. Ron exposed Fu Bo's breath, and Yei left to find Fu Bo hiding in the trench. Fu Bo? Why do I feel there is something dirty? Fu Bo felt a sense of fatal threat. If he stayed here, he would probably be beaten to death, so Fu Bo moved to the bathing sea. Since Yei was useless, he could only use the thug Hong, even if Hong was a little weak. Ron began to guide Hong to Atlanta City. After these contractors and reincarnationists found that Yei had left, they slowly approached Atlanta City, waiting for Atlanta City to open. Li and Zhang Yi also came here. Looking at Atlanta City covered by blood mist and exuding a strange atmosphere, Li felt that this mission seemed to have a bad premonition. There is a big gift waiting for them inside, and they also know that there is a big gift. The source of pollution inside is the altar that summons the evil god, and when summoning, there are strong men in Atlanta near the altar, so this time the reincarnationists and contractors have to face the mutated tall strong men. And this high concentration of blood mist will erode their sanity. Once their sanity returns to zero, they will also become monsters in it. Ron, let's see where you guys run this time, ha 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 ha, the world will be promoted in one fell swoop. The creatures in the cave world are also very happy because of their joy of the heavenly way, and even practice much faster. While studying the weirdness, June suddenly raised his head. What is this existence? It's amazing, I can't control myself and feel happy. The one he studied was a weird code-named Shepherd Boy. People who met him would become cows under him. He began to appear in the human world, but when he developed to 100 cows, he was caught by June. Seeing the strange smile on Jun's face, Shepherd Boy actually showed a fearful expression. A word actually has emotions. He he he. First there was a burst of laughter, followed by a burst of intermittent words, no. No. Don't, no. Don't. Who understands the tragic experience of a weirdness? Chapter 89. Li and Zhang Yi first prepared potions to resist the blood mist and corresponding fog lights, otherwise they would disappear in an instant if they entered the source of pollution. The leader among the reincarnations was Ares from the G10 rest area, and the leader among the contractors was Holy Light from the Bright Paradise. These two were the strongest in their respective camps. Rumble. The fog at the bottom dispersed, revealing the city gate at the bottom. This was the bottom city of Atlanta City, where the civilians of the Tallman clan lived in the past, and the top was where the king of Atlanta lived, but now the top was covered by almost liquid blood mist, and now you can only enter from the bottom. Zhang Yi and Li took the enhancement potion to enhance their resistance. The city of Atlanta at the bottom is very large. Poseidon built it according to the scale of 1 million people. Later, after the siren was in place, it was expanded again. The city can accommodate at least 3 million people. Contractors and reincarnations used various methods to enter the city of Atlanta. There are also many resources in the huge city. There are hundreds of exits in the city alone. Li was attacked after entering Atlanta. A monster with an octopus head, that is, a human body plus an octopus head, and the octopus tentacles are densely packed with eyeballs. Ron looked at the contractors and reincarnations who had all entered Atlanta and smiled with relief. The heavenly Dao thug Hong Tianzun also entered and began to harvest these contractors. 90% of the contractors and reincarnations in this period of time are concentrated here, leaving only some who are afraid of death and some living professions in other places, but generally people with living professions will not come to this world, and the mortality rate ranks first among many worlds. But Fu Bo didn't have such a good time. He was chased by Yi and ran around the world. He was still wondering how he was exposed. After being hit by Yi twice, he broke a horn and ran away. He chased, he fled, he couldn't fly away even if he had wings. Puff. Hong stabbed a contractor to death, then refined the contractor into a big pill, and then put it into his storage device. So much energy, as long as I harvest this time, I won't have to come out for decades in the future. Hong was guided here by the existence in the dark, but he also knew who it was. It was the god he believed in before. Hong was very happy. These contractors and reincarnations are very weak, but their energy is very pure and easy to absorb. They are excellent human-shaped medicines. While Hong was sighing, he found that there were some more human-shaped medicines in front of him, so he went forward directly. The harvest is still going on. In addition to Hong, Rong Qi also prepared other things, such as awakening the top of Atlanta City, who was also a powerful existence in an era like Yi. Looking at the rising world power, after this round, it is the time for the cave world to be promoted. At that time, Rong Qi has an idea about the several resting places outside the cave world. If those resting places are taken care of, it may not be impossible to move up after the promotion, but the strong people in the resting places are a little difficult to deal with. There are several monsters in the bottom of Atlanta City that have been mutated by the evil god, including octopus heads, eyeballs, sickle monsters, sea snake women, and some mutated tall soldiers. They are soldiers guarding the city. After the mutation, they lost their reason and became soldiers acting on instinct, attacking all creatures with strange breath. When the contractors and reincarnations kill these monsters, the things dropped are very rich, and the benefits are even higher than ordinary tasks. It is equivalent to a copy without land reclamation, with resources everywhere, but when they are harvesting, Hong is also harvesting. When they were cutting leeks, they didn't expect that they would also be among those being cut. Outside Atlanta, a person who was beyond Ron's expectation also came, Jun Tianzun from the Wizard World, and this guy was observing outside. Interesting, the creatures inside are interesting, and the guy on the top is also an old thing, but it shouldn't be as difficult to catch as King Yi. It would be great if we could study it. Jun was attracted to Atlanta. He was riding a green ox, and his expression was very similar to the shepherd boy he was studying. It seems that this guy has researched something. Ron will see what chemical reaction will occur after Jun enters. Anyway, these energies can definitely be harvested. When it's almost time, Ron will take action, and Atlanta will be accidentally closed. Then this world power will definitely be in his hands. Jun drove the green bull into Atlanta City. After entering, he saw an octopus-headed monster. He reached out and grabbed it, and then dissected the octopus head on the spot. The green bowl under his seat trembled. This guy did this operation to him countless times, and he even gave birth to fear. The weirdness comes from mental toxins and people's fear, but now a weirdness actually gave birth to fear. June studied more than Shepherd Boy, but many weirdness disappeared during the research. The source of those weirdnesses was all sealed up by June, or refined into some tools. These eyeballs have good medicinal properties, which seem to be better than some of the medicinal materials on the Grim Witch. They can stimulate spiritual growth. As long as the pollution is removed, it will be fine. June took out a notebook to record it. All the parts of the octopus head were recorded by him. June seemed to have come to a new world, constantly capturing monsters, then disassembling them into parts, and then studying them. Caught the tall soldier, Very strange structure, it can still act according to instinct without spirit. Let me see, the pollution source and the spirit body formed a crystal core. These crystal cores seem to have strong waterway characteristics, which should be helpful for waterway monks, but the problem is still the pollution source. Hong, who was harvesting energy, felt that something familiar seemed to have sneaked into Atlanta City, and he shuddered. It shouldn't be June, June has disappeared for a long time. Hong dispelled the idea in his mind and continued to look for these human-shaped medicines. The contractors and reincarnations were scattered in the huge bottom city, and did not notice that their companions were slowly disappearing. However, the managers in the rest area found that the speed of the reincarnations seemed to be a bit fast, especially the manager of the G10 rest area. He always felt that this scene seemed a bit familiar. Damn, the natives of this world are so fierce. The G10 manager cursed, but he didn't want to give up the fat meat of the Dongtian world. It was really that the benefits of performing tasks here were several times that of other worlds. Fuck, I said it was so familiar. Space reminds you, the current coordinates have been discovered by Evolution Paradise, and the other party has requested the Root of Chaos to notarize and approve it. Please escape from the current coordinates as soon as possible. Dongtian World, Atlanta City. Ron took action, and the blood mist covered Atlanta City again, and all exits were blocked. A tributary of the Avenue River appeared, and the power of the avenue flowed to the top of Atlanta City. A huge phantom appeared and drove away the blood mist on the top. Chapter 90. The shadow of a giant tall man holding a trident stood above Atlanta City. The power of the waterway continued to flow into the shadow, and the shadow was constantly solidifying. Like Yi, this was also an obsession, but it was the obsession of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Who dares to offend my tall man race? Poseidon's voice rumbled, and all the contractors and reincarnationists at the bottom heard it. They felt that something was wrong. June had just finished studying a reincarnationist with 3 eyes, whose body structure was studied by June. After taking notes, June looked up. The same existence as King Yi, but he didn't open the way. Maybe the spiritual obsession to activate them is not strong enough. Is it connected to the waterway now? I don't know what level of strength it can reach. June rode the blue bull and slowly walked up to the city. On the way, he encountered some strange monsters and dissected them twice. The reincarnations ran away after scouting him. In the regional channel. Wind Spirit Paradise Bingzi, brothers, run quickly. There is a guy as perverted as that giant. Let me show you the scout picture. Abyss Paradise Lee, damn, I can't get out. Bright Paradise Holy Light, not only this guy, I feel that there are other guys spying on us. The natives of this world are not simple. Dark Paradise Hechiang, what a joke, how can you JSJZBHWJN? Dark Paradise White Cat, Hechiang, you come back, what are you doing? What happened? Did you send it? Earth Paradise Bull Warrior, don't feel it, just look at this reconnaissance picture. Purification Paradise Cha Cha Cup, damn, are there so many monsters like this in this world? Such units should not appear in the same era. Abyss Paradise Lee, look, everyone, there seems to be a reconnaissance picture on it. The regional channel of the Paradise Camp has exploded, and 2 pioneers have been found here, one of them is at the Dao Lord level. Although the data obtained from the reconnaissance looks much worse than the previous Yi, they still can't beat them. Then these contractors and reincarnations found that they seemed to be locked in Atlanta City. When they used props to teleport out, they seemed to be blocked. How could Ron let them run away? Seeing that they were about to harvest and promote, he had to kill them at the risk of being exposed. He used the Great Dao River to block this place, disrupting their spatial fluctuations and completely unable to teleport out. Unless they return directly to the paradise, but unless their mission is completed, returning to the paradise will be a blood loss. Now they will not easily return to the paradise without reaching a dead end. Poseidon's shadow has turned into a real entity, all composed of the power of waterways, and it is like a fish in water in the ocean. He felt a lot of evil breath in the bottom city and some breaths that disgusted Poseidon. How could my Atlanta become like this? How could my people become like this? Siren, where are you? Poseidon was angry. Zhang. A shockwave covered the entire Atlanta city, all the monsters were stunned, the blood mist was shaken away, and the powerful mental power covered the entire city. Poseidon was looking for his son Siren. Poseidon's thoughts were blocked by a powerful evil force under the city. What kind of power is this? Red spots appeared on Poseidon's body, but they were soon shaken away. Ron looked at Yi, who was attracted by Poseidon. Yi gave up Fu Bo and came to a place where the breath was more obvious. Fu Bo breathed a sigh of relief, went deeper into the trench, and began to hide his breath. What kind of monster is this? It can survive until now. The ancestors have suffered. It's terrible. After Fu Bo made full preparations, he concentrated his perception, paid attention to all the wind and grass around him, and cut off all the faith energy coming, and no longer accepted the believers' requests. The perspective returned to Atlanta. June saw Poseidon, who turned into dozens of meters high, and felt the majestic water power on him. In terms of Taoism alone, Poseidon's obsession was stronger than June. The first king of Atlanta, the sea god Poseidon. June began to look at Poseidon. The blue bowl under his seat was very familiar with this look. It looked at him like this at that time. Cave people, why did Atlanta become like this? Tell me, I will spare your life. Poseidon hated cave people very much. After all, when he attacked the Nakado continent, he was beaten back. This kind of Dao body seems to be similar to the human body of the celestial being, but it is not the same as King Yi's. It's strange. June did not reply to Poseidon's question, but just expressed his doubts, and then began to draw the power of the Dao and began to study Poseidon. Then, the furious Poseidon took action, and the two fought. A fierce battle broke out in the upper city, and the whole city of Atlanta began to tremble. Hong felt the breath of his son June and wanted to escape, but this place was blocked by Ron. How could he run away so easily? Originally, Hong was a supplement made by Ron. If Poseidon could not attract Yi, then Hong's breath would be exposed by Ron, and Yi would definitely come at that time, but Atlanta would be destroyed by the furious Yi at that time. Now it is only Poseidon's breath. Yi will not destroy this place, and it can also be used for subsequent fishing. Dong, dong, dong. This is the sound of heartbeats, the sound coming from the bottom of Atlanta City, as if another existence is reviving, and this reviving breath makes the sanity points of the reincarnations and contractors go crazy. He, I have prepared so many gifts here. If I can't harvest them this time, I will directly destroy the world. Ron kept staring at this place. Below Atlanta City is the altar that summoned the evil god. This is the source of the most serious pollution. The siren was here at that time. The high pollution gave birth to a life here. This life is Atlanta City. The siren and those strong men have integrated into this city. The altar has become the heart of this city. This city is now stimulated and alive. A murmur reached the ears of everyone in Atlanta City, and many contractors exploded after hearing it. June stopped fighting and disappeared with King Nu. Poseidon had just finished charging and was ready to release a big move, but then found that the enemy had disappeared, so he used the big move randomly. June took his father away. He couldn't let Hong die here. If Hong died and the wizard world broke out in natural disasters, Jun's experimental materials would run out, and he would be busy in vain. Looking at June, who caught him, Hong broke out in a cold sweat. Son, long time no see, father misses you so much. June took Hong outside Atlanta and watched Atlanta moving constantly. This city is alive. June was shocked and curious at the same time. He had not studied this kind of life. Hong was reducing his sense of existence and preparing to escape. Yi, who smelled the breath, also came. Every time he moved, the sea would vibrate. His breathing would cause a gust of wind. There would be storms and tsunamis in the places he passed by. Yi's normal activities would cause changes to the sea. Poseidon jumped out of Atlanta and was very angry when he saw his royal city undergo such changes. When these strong men ran out, the contracted reincarnations inside did not have such good luck. Only a few contracted ones returned to paradise in advance, and the rest became demented later and had no chance at all. They were swallowed by this alive Atlanta. The breath of Atlanta became stronger and more agile. He was born with consciousness and gathered the consciousness of the high-level people of the Long people. Ron didn't care about these. As long as he was in the cave world, he couldn't take off. Ron looked at the data panel and saw that the world power had reached 100,000 ounces and was still rising. He knew that his promotion was coming. However, Ron was not in a hurry now. He continued to watch the changes in the Atlanta Sea to see what would happen next and whether he should exaggerate them to satisfy his own bad taste. Chapter 91. The deadly attack was a disaster. All these contractors and reincarnations were swallowed up by Atlanta, which soon caused a small-scale shock. Although the casualties were great, it was only a low-level world after all, and it did not cause much sensation. The death rate in the cave world was originally very high. After Yei arrived, he fought with Atlanta and sank Atlanta directly back to the bottom of the sea. Then Yei chased Hong Hejun and Poseidon and fought. Poseidon went up to fight Yei, and then was killed. Obsession was killed by Yei less than a day after it was revived, causing the Atlanta Sea area to shake and a natural disaster to break out. However, the Queen of the Tall People Ling quickly solved these things. The Weird Research Institute obtained some weird utilization methods and used those weirdness to quickly solve the natural disaster. Ron guided Yei away, otherwise Yei might chase him to the Jelinweo continent and kill Hong and Jun. This time the harvest was perfectly solved. Ron moved his younger brother Zhang Yi directly back to the Storm continent, intercepted all the things in the space of the contractors and reincarnations, and then marked Li, who was carried to the Abyss Paradise, and then the human body took over, and sold the things in those spaces in exchange for a sum of world power. As expected, people cannot get rich without windfall, and horses cannot get fat without night grass. Ron got rich directly this time. As expected, external plunder is faster than internal accumulation. Stopped observing the world, Ron will start to condense the core of the world. When condensing the core of the world, the root of chaos will intervene, and at that time, all reincarnations and contractors will be forcibly eliminated. So, when Ron began to condense the core of the world, the contractors who were preparing to go to the cave world in various paradises were forcibly intercepted, which often happened. The chaos root was not so polite to the reincarnations of the main god space. After being judged, they were all forced to return to the original state of matter and return to chaos. In simple terms, life started over again. Li heard the news of the chaos root in the paradise. Second level world, cave heaven world is being promoted, the chaos root is being notarized, and all paradise tasks to this world are suspended. The chaos root is being notarized, shielding the information of the cave heaven world, isolating the exploration of the cave heaven world, the level is being upgraded, and the coordinates of the cave heaven world are changing. In the different dimension where Ron's consciousness is located, a light green diamond crystal is slowly condensing, turning from virtual to real, and is constantly rotating. Ron feels that with the formation of the crystal, Ron's control over the world is getting stronger and stronger, and his control over the laws is also rising by several degrees. Ron strengthened the barrier of the world, and the world's absorption of chaotic energy began to accelerate, like a whale swallowing. Ron found that the world seemed to be driven to move to another space, as if the chaos root wanted to move a home for himself. Rumble. In the cave world, the earthquake shook the mountains, the continents were splitting, the oceans were expanding, and the whole world was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yei seemed to notice it, he found a place to lie down, and then began his deep sleep. A new continent rose from the bottom of the sea, and the crack that Nikado had previously suppressed the Lion King and the Wolf King expanded again, turning into a large rift valley. The sun in the sky was also getting bigger with the passage of time, and the sun, moon, and stars were also swimming near the barrier. The whole world seemed to be truly alive. The world was still in the process of promotion. Ron knew that once the promotion was completed, the world would be reborn, and this promotion process would probably last for hundreds of years. The world was still changing. Jun locked Hong up, he felt that his Tao was loosening, the road ahead was open again, the constraints of the flesh were slowly disappearing, and the energy level could continue to rise. Sure enough, you made such a big noise just for this. You are always watching the existence of all living things. What should I call you? Jun looked at the sky that was rising higher and higher, muttering to himself. The blue cow behind him said nothing, silently nibbling the grass under his feet, trying to disguise himself as an ordinary cow. The mountains are rising, the sky is rising, the land is expanding, and the sea is expanding. The world is gradually becoming more sparsely populated, and the number of creatures per square meter is decreasing. Fubo hiding in the trench is still motionless. In the 85th year of the Central Period, the world began to rise. Ron began to put in new species. Now the energy in the world is enough to support the emergence of some energy species. 7 Western dragons were fabricated. Ron injected some genes of Fubo in the memory of the unicorn snake, which are red, black and white. Blue, purple, white, pink, and gold. Ron created an ice valley and dropped them here. Among the 7 dragons, there are 4 males and 3 females. The golden dragon is the most powerful, 50 meters long and with a wingspan of 180 meters, the largest among them. The golden dragon has his name. He knows his name by nature, Gaia. The golden dragon conquered the other 6 dragons and occupied 3 female dragons, calling himself Dragon King Gaia. The dragons are born with dragon language and are born at level 2 or above. The stronger the father dragon is, the stronger the offspring will be. Of course, with the genes of the unicorn snake, it is also very difficult for them to give birth to offspring. Dragon King Gaia first connected to the physical avenue, and then opened up the dragon avenue, and received the blessing of the world. The energy concentration of the Dragon Valley where the dragons are located increased, and all dragons were engraved in their blood by Gaia, and they were connected to the Dragon Avenue at birth. In the 90th year of the Central Period, Ron released a tribe of mermaids into the sea. He used the tall man as a template, added some strange elements into it, and released it into the Mermaid Sea area. They were born with water magic and could easily connect to waterways in the later stage. The first batch of mermaids numbered 10,000, of which the 2 most powerful ones were named Xi and Dong Ai. The upper body of a mermaid is human and the lower body is fish. They are good at singing and swimming. The males have fierce looks and the females have beautiful looks, but they are ugly in the aesthetics of the tall man and the cave man. The mermaids established a settlement in a group of reefs, with Dong Ai as the male mermaid leader and Xi as the female mermaid leader. This group of reefs is called the Mermaid Reef. In the 100th year of the Central Period, Ron released winged people on the newly emerged continent, a low-profile version of the angels he created before. The new continent was named the Sky Continent, and the mountains and plateaus occupied 80% of the Sky Continent. 3 new continents appeared in the world, all of which were deserts. Ron placed plants on these continents and used the power of the world to promote their growth. During this period, the creatures found that they grew particularly fast. The big tree that was just cut down yesterday had a 1-meter-high sapling growing on the root the next day. The new continent is called Sky Continent, one is called Volcano Continent, and the other is called Songhai Continent. Their names are related to their terrain. Sky Continent is because of its high altitude. Volcano Continent is a group of volcanoes on the seabed that was formed by the movement of the Earth's crust. Songhai Continent is nothing, but there is a huge sea in the middle of the continent, and the land is an irregular circle. Ron began to think about what new species to place on these continents. Now the expanding world can accommodate many creatures, so Ron can make up creatures to his heart's content and indulge himself. Ron's first priority is to ensure his own safety, and the second is to satisfy himself so that he does not lose himself in the long years. Creating species is a fun thing for himself. Chapter 92. The blood of Yishen was scattered in the sea, and a lot of it was absorbed by this blood vine. In the land and sea in the center of Songhai Continent, a blood vine mutated. This blood vine was the first blood vine born in Dongtian world, and it was also the first generation of blood vine created by Ron. Compared with the later blood vines, this blood vine has autonomous aggressiveness, unlike other blood vines that are so gentle. After the last war between the Kingdom of Heaven and the World Navy government, the blood of Yishen was scattered in the sea, and a lot of it was absorbed by this blood vine. The rapid growth of the world's promoted creatures made the blood vine, which originally took hundreds or thousands of years to digest Yishen's blood energy, digest the blood in a short time. After absorbing Yi's blood, this blood vine was born with intelligence and had its own consciousness. He named himself Balo. Living in the center of the land and sea of Songhai Continent, he named this sea the Baikal Sea. Balo found that there was only one blood vine in this sea, and all other blood vines were swallowed by him. At that time, he would unconsciously strangle and swallow all other blood vines to obtain energy. Blood vines can purify blood mist to obtain energy, so a large amount of energy is stored in the blood vine. After Balo was born with intelligence, he began to spread his roots and formed a land composed of blood vines in the center of the Baikal Sea. In the 110th year of the Central Period, Ron placed various animals and plants on the Zonghai continent. These animals and plants were the failed products when Ron was making the template. Ron just threw them to the Zonghai continent. Unexpectedly, these failed species quickly multiplied in the Zonghai continent and formed a stable ecological chain with each other. There are tigers with 4 wings, but they can't seem to fly. There are also snakes with 2 heads and 6 wings, which can fly. There are flowers with serrated teeth, bees with human faces the size of human heads, mice that can breathe fire, and jumping rabbits with big buck teeth. There are no cave people on this continent, which is a paradise for animals and plants. In the 130th year of the Central Period, the first batch of dragon eggs were born in the Dragon Valley, a total of 12. Gaia created dragon language magic and engraved it into the avenue. These pure-blooded dragons are born to use magic. The other 3 male dragons couldn't find a mating partner, so they mated with other species of animals everywhere when they were in heat. All large animals near the Dragon Valley suffered, especially a female unicorn snake nearby, which was poisoned by these 3 male dragons in heat, so a mixed blood dragon was born. The black dragon is the father of the mixed blood dragon. Because the dragons have unicorn snake genes, they have no genetic isolation, but the mixed blood dragons born have no claws, but the unicorn snakes have dragon scales and wings on their bodies, which looks extremely ugly. Gaia blamed the black dragon for tainting the blood of the dragon race, so he expelled the black dragon from the Dragon Valley. The black dragon flew to the sky continent, built a dragon cave on the sky continent, called himself Ruuma, and enslaved the winged people to collect treasures for him. After decades of development, the mermaid race has approached 100,000. Mermaids lay eggs, with 2 to 5 eggs per litter and a hatching rate of 50%. Dongai believes that mermaids are messengers of the sea, so the mermaids call themselves the Sea Clan. They built a kingdom on the Mermaid Reef, also called the Mermaid Kingdom. They discovered the remains of the ancient Tall People. The naturally intelligent Xi quickly learned the language of the Tall People, translated and obtained the knowledge of the Tall People, and created his own characters based on the language and characters of the Tall People. The expansion of the continent has led to the division of various places due to the lack of ruling power. The Kingdom of Heaven also broke out in rebellion when the world was promoted. The distance between major cities has become farther. The journey that originally took only 1 month now takes a year or even longer. The Kingdom of Heaven simply does not have so much power to suppress the rebellion. The distance between countries has become longer, which means that the contradictions between countries have eased. It is impossible for wars to break out. They began to develop the newly emerged land. The number of cave people on the vast land cannot even fill 1% of it. The number of cave people has reached more than 7 billion, but it still seems very small. The number of cave people is not even as large as that of tall people, but the vast sea area makes the new Atlanta Kingdom unable to react in time, and various places have lost contact. If it were not for their tall queenling to keep various places in contact through weirdness, I am afraid that the new Atlanta Kingdom would also begin to split. In the 180th year of the Central Period, the Tall People discovered the Mermaid Kingdom and established diplomatic relations with the Mermaid Kingdom, and passed their weirdness to the Mermaid Kingdom. The Mermaid Kingdom, which had no experience in dealing with it, suffered heavy casualties and its population dropped by 50%. After surrendering to the Tall People, they obtained a way to deal with it and reduced casualties. Hong became Jun's research subject, but during one of the studies, Hong took the opportunity to break free and ran away from Jun's experimental site. He found. After running for several years, he still didn't reach the sea. The whole world has turned upside down. Hong regretted giving birth to Jun. Jun's other brothers and sisters have died in the long years. In the Wizard World, the expanding Wizard World did not split under Jun's pressure. They began to serve as Jun's tools to seal the weird. Bello gradually felt lonely in the long years. There were no other intelligent creatures to communicate with him, so Bello began to breed fruits on his body, trying to breed intelligent creatures. Originally, it was impossible to breed, but Ron added something to the fruit, and a new race was born. In the second 100 years of the Central Period, little people with small wings emerged from the fruits that had been bred for 20 years. They had afro hair, 4 pointed ears, and looked like cavemen. They were very cute. They called Bello the Father God, and the life born from these fruits was the Bloodvine Elves. These elves began to accompany Bello and take care of this Bloodvine continent. The first batch of Bloodvine Elves had 361, which consumed half of Bello's essence. Therefore, Balo fell into a deep sleep every once in a while. In the central 250th year, Fu Bo confirmed that there was no danger and dived to the surface of the sea to breathe, and then began to summon his people. He had been searching for a long time but failed to develop his kingdom. During the long years, he did not respond to believers, so he could not contact the location of his statue. Fu Bo searched for his people all over the world and gathered them together. On the way, he met the black dragon Ruuma, who was hunting with his people in the sea. Then Fu Bo beat up the black dragon Ruuma and took his people away. He vowed not to let anyone bully his people. Of course, except Yi. If it was Yi, he would just beat his people. When Fu Bo transformed into a street urchin, Ron found that the world's promotion was almost over, and the condensation of the world core was close to success, but Ron needed time to adapt to his new body. The promotion was almost over, and those accelerated buffs were also suspended by Ron. The rapidly expanding world needed some time to convert energy. Now the huge world made the energy begin to become thin, and only the places where some pioneers were located had enough energy. Rumble rumble rumble. Chapter 93. After a clear shock, the world stabilized. The world's promotion was completed, and it even rushed to the top of the third level. The items of those reincarnations and contractors were sold for nearly 10,000 ounces of world power, which made Ron, whose wallet was empty after the promotion, full again. After the promotion, Ron invested nearly 8,000 world powers to baptize the entire world. All the blood mist was suppressed back to the source. At this moment, the diseases of the creatures were cleared, all things revived, and they were freed from a part of their lifespan shackles, extending their lifespan. The promotion of the world is good for creatures. The promotion of the world represents the promotion of energy. The creatures grow in a better environment, and their overall lifespan and strength will increase. Otherwise, how can there be a saying that some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle and horses? After the promotion was completed, Ron opened the data panel. World, Cave World LV39, world level slowly improving. Heavenly Deo, Ron. World area, 548058.57 W square kilometers, expanding. World specialty, none. World description, a small world with a regular star, forming an internal cycle of the world, with perfect rules and many intelligent creatures. It is a newborn world protected by the law of the void, which can absorb chaotic energy and achieve self-sufficiency of internal energy in the world. The world is expanding. The world has reached the third level, and the notarization of the root of chaos has been completed. The world has just entered the intermediate world, and the protection of the root of chaos is being strengthened. World power, 3,378.556 ounces, 3 decimal places omitted. When you enter the middle stage world, you will be far away from the low-level world. You should know that 99% of low-level worlds will fail to advance to the middle stage, and a large number of second-level worlds will slowly decline in level over the years and become the end of the law world. The competition between creatures is cruel, and the world promotion is also cruel. You can imagine these worlds as a big creature. They will also eliminate each other. Only the strongest individuals can persist longer in the long river of time that can corrode everything. In addition to the 3 newly added continents, there are now a total of 8 continents in the cave world, including Nakado Continent, Kaladoa Continent, Dark Continent, Geglanwyo Continent, Storm Continent, Zonghai Continent, Sky Continent, and Volcano Continent. Among them, the Volcano Continent is the smallest, and all the creatures here are heat-resistant creatures. The dominant creature is the Volcano Wolf, which has red hair and is extremely intelligent. It can even make tools and traps. The Kingdom of Heaven was divided into 12 kingdoms. Although the original Kingdom of Heaven only ruled the capital area, due to the expansion of the world, its territory increased instead of decreased. He Yi died shortly after the world was promoted, because Ho Yi, who developed the source blood system, was not as powerful as his ancestor after all. He Yi died soon after his death. His grandson Qiling inherited the throne. Qiling began to prepare the army. He wanted to complete the feat of unifying Kalidoya. Xian Tianzun founded the Holy Land Xian Tian sect and opened the mountain gate to recruit disciples. Beiji, as the eldest brother of Xian Tian sect, was in charge of all affairs. After the northern barbarians were unified by Ming Yi, they did not split after the world expanded. They still maintained their support for Ming, just as they supported King Yi. Ming created a new system of succession to the throne. After the world expanded, only those who could find King Yi's footprints in the sea were qualified to inherit the throne. No matter who it was not a system of succession to the throne. Although the northern barbarian kingdom is a kingdom, most of it exists in the form of settlements and tribes. They roam the vast land and challenge the beasts in nature. They believe in Yei, the God Killer, and their ancestor, the headless barbarian god, the invincible Yei, and their great barbarian king Qi, who was called the Great Demon God. In the 267th year of the Central Period, Ming created the Holy Land of the Barbarians, the Underworld. Ming created the Great Way of the Underworld, and the Heavenly Way blessed the Underworld. The Underworld exists as the domain of the Underworld. The expansion of the world has brought a lot of resources, and all creatures are multiplying crazily. Even so, they cannot fill this huge world. Compared with the area of the cave world before the world was promoted, the area of the current cave world is more than 100 times that of the previous one. The continent of fire has also expanded to millions of square kilometers, and hundreds of magic countries have emerged, fighting each other. Their 5 beasts have fallen into a deep sleep, and the magicians of the continent of fire have developed again. A strong man named Uchiha Hashirama appeared on their continent, who created the Great Way of Magic and the Holy Land of Fire, but did not participate in the country. The battle between the two families. Not long after Uchiha Hashirama founded the Holy Land of Fire, a strong man named Senju Madara founded the Holy Land of Wood, competing with Uchiha Hashirama. The countries of the Fire continent attached themselves to the two holy places. In the 280th year of the Central Period, the first Fire and Wood War broke out in the Fire continent. The two holy places dispatched tens of thousands of Sun and Moon realm practitioners, hundreds of Enlightenment realm practitioners, and hundreds of thousands of mortal soldiers to fight on the End Plateau in the middle and west of the Fire continent. Senju Madara is a strong man of the Wood Path. Although he is not a pioneer, his strength is only slightly inferior to that of Uchiha Hashirama, who is a pioneer. The strong men of the Wood Holy Land are more than those of the Fire Holy Land. Under the war, the two holy places were deadlocked. If Ron had not discovered that his world power was rising, he would not have discovered that a war had occurred in this small continent. Compared with other continents, the Fire continent can only be regarded as an island at most. Ron is now busy observing the coordinates outside. In the chaos outside, Ron feels the breath of some other worlds. Although it is far away, it can still be felt. Ron can now control his world to move, but the speed is a bit slow. If those worlds are relatively weak, it is not impossible to swallow them. And Ron also felt a familiar world among those worlds, the Thorn World. Ron knew that the coordinates of his world were not far from the Thorn World. Now the coordinates of the Cave World have been changed. It will take a long time for the Lord God Space and the Paradise Camp to come to the door. Maybe the Lord God Space came faster, and some of their space anchors are hidden in the Nikado continent, but it is useless for them to come. The Cave World is so big now. If they are thrown into the wilderness, they will get lost to death. Ron asked the human body to start looking for other worlds near the coordinates of the Thorn World to see if they can find some other information and make preparations. It will take a long time to advance to the 4th level world. Each promotion to the intermediate world takes a long time, but it does not require so much world power. Ron turned his attention to the Firewood War in the Fire continent. At this time, the war had reached its climax and both sides had sent all their troops here. It seemed that the Lost Hong had also run here. It took him more than 10 years to escape from the Giglanwu continent, and then he ran to the Fire continent in a daze on the sea. Chapter 94. The Continent of Fire, the End of the Plateau. Thousands of magicians fought here, and various magics were flying. Among them, 2 strange armored giants were the most eye-catching. One was a wooden Buddha armored giant. The one driving this giant was Senju Madara from the Holy Land of Wood. At this time, his chest was constantly panting. The high-intensity battle made him a little tired. His Dao power recovery was not as good as that of Uchiha Hashirama on the opposite side. The master of the Wood Dao, Kazuki, was not dead. If Senju Madara was the master of the Wood Dao, he could keep up with the consumption. As the pioneer of the Great Way of Art, the consumption of Uchiha Hashirama on the opposite side was not so great. At this time, he looked at Senju Madara on the opposite side coldly. Uchiha Hashirama, who opened up the Great Way, can also be called Uchiha Tianzun. Madara, give up, I am the strongest. Uchiha Hashirama laughed wildly. Senju Madara didn't say anything, he would not be affected by words. Wood Road, Unicorn. A wooden snake hundreds of meters long rolled towards Uchiha Hashirama, and Senju Madara's wooden giant also rushed towards Uchiha Hashirama waving a wooden long sword. Art of Art, Fire Charge. A pillar of fire spewed out from the mouth of the energy giant controlled by Uchiha Hashirama, burning the air with a sizzling sound. Rumble. The wooden snake and the pillar of fire collided with each other, making a huge noise, and the wooden snake was burned and hit by the pillar of fire, and wood chips flew. Bang! The energy giant and the wood giant faced each other, and the wood giant's arms broke off inch by inch, turned into wood and fell, smashing many large pits on the ground. After 2 days of fighting, Senju Madara's Dao power had been exhausted, and Uchiha Hashirama's power was still more than enough. Wood Dao, 8 Gates Golden Lock. Senju Madara summoned 8 giant gates and pressed towards Uchiha Hashirama, trying to suppress Uchiha Hashirama. The two were good friends before, and both sides knew each other's moves very well. They had fought against each other countless times before, but because of a dispute over Dao, the current situation was caused. After releasing the 8 Gates Golden Lock, Senju Madara had reached the extreme, and at this time an accident happened. Madara, the war has stopped, let's go back to the past. Uchiha Hashirama smashed the huge wooden door in front of him, and then saw a scene that shocked him. A black shadow pierced Senju Madara's chest and swallowed Senju Madara. After the shock, there was rage. Damn it, spit out Madara! The energy giant furiously hit the black shadow, the earth shook, and the sound of air explosion was heard. The black shadow disappeared, and this blow broke the hill in front. Uchiha Hashirama began to frantically search for the black shadow all over the continent. That's right, the one who killed Madara Senju was the lost Hong. After discovering that the war had broken out, Hong did his old business and harvested strong people in the war. When Madara Senju and Uchiha Hashirama were fighting, Hong squatted beside them, and he took action when Madara Senju was exhausted. Such pure energy, it's a pity for Uchiha Hashirama, he's gone. Hong swallowed Madara Senju's avenue, which means he snatched some avenue power from the waterway. The length and width of the waterway were reduced, and Hong's avenue of creation widened and increased. After Hong left, he left behind Uchiha Hashirama, who was crying and holding his head. He didn't want to kill his friend, but he didn't expect that his friend was killed by a sneak attack during the battle with him. Uchiha Hashirama vowed to avenge his friend and find the Black Shadow. Ron was moved by the pair of friends when he saw this, but he was even more amazed that Hong actually ran to the Fire Continent. The first Firewood War stopped after the death of Senju Madara. Uchiha Hashirama ordered not to attack the Holy Land of Wood. The Holy Land of Wood was inherited by Senju Madara's younger brother Senju Izuna, and the Fire Continent temporarily entered a peaceful stage. Not long after, Uchiha Hashirama resigned from the position of Holy Lord, and Uchiha Tobirama inherited the Holy Land of Fire. When Uchiha Hashirama left the Fire Continent to look for his enemies, Uchiha Tobirama and Senju Izuna started a small-scale fight again. Senju Izuna believed that it was the Holy Land of Fire across the street that killed his brother. He would not believe what Uchiha Hashirama said, so Senju Izuna started to study the family's forbidden technique, the Red Eye Technique. In the 290th year of the Central Period, Senju Izuna successfully studied the Red Eye Technique and engraved it in his blood. He began to develop the Red Eye Technique and vowed to avenge his brother. While they were researching, Jun's research results also appeared. Jun put some strange. All the strange things were made into Taoist tools. When using these tools, you will pay a price and gain some powerful energy for a short time. Shepherd Boy was made into a living Taoist tool, King New, by Jun. Jun found that his life seemed to be coming to an end. He wanted to extend his life so that he could explore more unknowns. The wizard world began to open up, and the wizards who had been banned for many years started to revel. Jun began to unify the Jelan wizard continent, mobilized a large number of wizards, and contacted wizard families from all over the country. Jun wanted to lay a dynasty for his great-grandson Yu, who was his favorite descendant and one of his research products. The descendants born from the combination of his grandson and the strange things, as long as the reputation of Yu spread in the dynasty, Yu would never die, and could be in charge of a permanent dynasty, and could manage a permanent dynasty for Jun. Jun obtained the method of prolonging life from his father and transformed it. The kingdom of dry bones is growing stronger under the governance of Jiagwen. If it were not for the expansion of the world, it would have unified the Geglanwu continent long ago. Jiagwen cultivated a new variety of blood vines, and the blood fruit on the blood vines became the medicinal materials for him to cultivate high IQ little fog people. The number of little fog people in the Kingdom of Dry Bones has even exceeded 2 billion. The capital, Dry Bones City, has been established, which can accommodate tens of millions of people. Jiaguan has divided the regions according to the administrative system of the Wu Kingdom. The little fog people with low IQ are easy to manage, which makes the administrative efficiency of the Kingdom of Dry Bones very high. Although they have low IQ, they have strong execution. The high IQ fog people born among the little fog people are called big fog people. Not only in terms of wisdom, but also in size, they are similar to cave people, and they are better than cave people in cultivation. The palace of Jiaguan is built with the bones of giant creatures and blood vines, with a hint of weirdness. Countless little fog people serve Jiaguan in the palace. Bones of more than 10 meters long support the palace. Thousands of fragrant shark oil lamps are lit in the palace. From the entrance of the palace to the throne, there was a red carpet with various beautiful patterns embroidered on it. Jiaguan sat under the throne and accepted the feeding from the little fog man. But he was not in the mood to continue eating at this time, because the palace welcomed an uninvited guest. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were slowly approaching Jiaguan, and sweat appeared on Jiaguan's forehead and slowly slid down. The whole palace became quiet. Tick. This was the sound of sweat dripping on the metal throne. The whole palace could hear it, and Jiaguan's heartbeat could also be heard. At some point, the little fogmen around Jiaguan all turned into dust, and many small piles of dust appeared in the whole palace. Gurgle. Jiaguan swallowed nervously and looked at the terrifying guy walking towards him. Finally, the guy spoke. Chapter 95. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Do you remember me? Jun looked at Jiaguan, who was shaking, and said with a smile. Jiaguan trembled even more. Even though he had become a Dao-level strongman and the master of the Wood Dao, he was still afraid of the guy with a smile on his face. After all, Jiaguan ran away from Jun. He would never forget what this guy did to him. Jiaguan once clearly saw his heart being taken out of his chest and replaced with another heart. Jiaguan almost died that time. Jiaguan even saw his dead mother. Why don't you talk? What do you want to do? Jun continued, and then slowly approached Jiaguan's throne. Finally, he arrived in front of the throne. Although Jun was under the throne, Jiaguan felt that Jun was looking down at him. Jiaguan's Adam's apple slipped, and he swallowed his saliva again. Finally, he mustered up the courage. What are you doing here? Jun looked up and looked around. Why do you think you were able to run away in the first place? After hearing this, Jiaguan's heart was in turmoil. What did this guy say? Jun stretched out his right hand and gently pinched it. Jiaguan felt that his heart was about to stop suddenly, and then the whole person was about to explode. The power of the Woodway stopped flowing in his body. The reason why you can run away is that you have never escaped from my control. Jun looked at Jiaguan's hideous face and felt satisfied. Do you want to be truly free? Jun released his control over Jiaguan. After Jiaguan slowed down, he felt that he had escaped a disaster. After hearing Jun's words, he nodded quickly. Mobilize your army to help Wu Wangyu rebuild the Wu Kingdom. A young man suddenly appeared beside Jun. He looked 50% similar to Jun, but his eyes were dark. He stared blankly at the front, and there was no emotion in him. Jiaguan felt a sense of familiarity in this young man, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, Jiaguan's eyes shrank slightly. The strange breath, this monster actually combined humans with strangeness. Jiaguan instantly thought of the answer. What do you think? Jun asked. Jiaguan nodded and agreed to this matter. Well, he will be handed over to you. Some wizard kingdoms will surrender voluntarily. After rebuilding the Wu Kingdom, the restrictions on you will never be used. By the way, never stand behind Wu Wangyu. Jun's voice echoed in the hall, and his figure had long disappeared. Jiaguan looked at you in front of him, his face was a little bad, and then he fell into deep thought. The army of the Dry Bone Empire set out, and under the leadership of Jiaguan, began to attack those wizard kingdoms. Those wizard kingdoms did not expect that the Dry Bone Empire, which had crossed such a long distance, would actually launch an expedition, and their excuse for sending troops was very absurd, and they actually used the slogan of rebuilding the Wizard Kingdom. Although the Wizard World has reappeared in the world, the Wizard Kingdom that has been wild for hundreds of years will no longer obey the orders of the Wizard World. As for the Wizard Kingdom, it has been a long time since it was founded. It happened more than 200 years ago. The original Wizard King Jun did not know where he went, and now a Wizard King Jade has appeared. The wizards of the wizard world joined the army of the Dry Bone Empire and began to conquer these wizard kingdoms with great force. The wizard world took out a lot of new things, such as teleportation arrays, witchcraft teleportation towers. Some things with space attributes appeared. Every time some areas were conquered, witchcraft teleportation towers would be built, which greatly shortened the communication distance and made the newly conquered areas quickly stabilized. 300 years later, the Witch Kingdom was rebuilt with the help of the Bone Empire. Witch King Yu ascended the throne and established a great country of more than 20 million square kilometers Indiana the east of the Jellin Witch continent, and began to digest and absorb the territory of the Witch Kingdom. The previous system was used, divided into 72 regions, each region had a witchcraft teleportation tower, and sent tower wizards to station in various places, build roads, and distribute garrisons. The Wizard Tower Academy reappeared in the world again. The teleportation array is one way, the witchcraft teleportation tower is multi-directional, and the tower teleportation can be transmitted in large quantities. Because the experiment is not perfect, it is very easy to have accidents when using the teleportation array and tower teleportation. After Witch King Yu came to power, he began to build various research sites in various places according to Jun's instructions, and once again released the Wild Wizard family, and let them expand outside the team and distribute Taoist instruments to them. Some wings of the Sky Continent. The people were brought to the Zonghai continent by the storm, so they began to multiply and build tribes. When they multiplied, they found that there were many strange creatures on this continent, and these creatures were very intelligent, so the winged people began to subdue these creatures and named them strange spirits. Strange spirits mean strange elves. The number of winged people in the Zonghai continent reached more than 10,000. They built cities and elected Kong, who led them to survive in the Zonghai continent, as the king. Kong was also the first human to tame strange spirits. Kong tamed a descendant of a black dragon that drifted to the Zonghai continent. After Fu Bo beat Ruuma, he took his people away. The injured Ruuma escaped. Fu Bo ignored the descendants of the black dragons, so the descendants of the black dragons began to drift to various places. This descendant of the black dragon is the closest to the black dragon in appearance, but it has a single horn on its head and no dragon scales. King Kong named this descendant of the black dragon Yukongzuo, which means the mount of the winged man Kong. Fu Bo led his people to find a suitable habitat in the world. After more than 10 years of searching, he found the land and sea of Zonghai continent, so he began to build a nest in the land and sea, and hundreds of unicorn snakes stayed in Zonghai continent. During this period, Fu Bo had several fights with Balo, and the two sides became good friends. Balo allowed the unicorn snake tribe to live in the Baikal Sea. The volcanic wolf in the volcanic continent mutated and gave birth to the volcanic werewolf. This was the result of Ron's promotion. If it was a normal mutation, this werewolf would be eliminated and died in nature. The first volcanic werewolf was called Abel. He and the mother wolf gave birth to the second generation of half-wolves. The second generation of half-wolves had the body of a werewolf, but their wisdom was far less than that of the volcanic werewolf transformed by Ron. Abel called his tribe the werewolf tribe and began to multiply in the volcanic continent. They were treated as their own people by the dominant race, the volcano wolves, so they developed rapidly in the volcano continent. Abel and his daughter gave birth to the third generation of werewolves. The intelligence of this generation of werewolves was slowly increasing, and their human characteristics were more obvious than those of wolves. Chapter 96. Since the last Eldar transport convoy was hijacked, the North Corner region launched a purge, and all the spies of other races were purged. Shikyong took this opportunity to expand, and showed goodwill to the Eldar, joined the ranks of the Eldar in finding the hijacker, and washed away his own suspicion. Shikyong also successfully promoted to the 6th level, becoming the first 6th level born in Dongtian. Ron's human body was also promoted to the 5th level. With the supply of world resources, Ron's promotion speed is still acceptable, but the world level is too low and the resource conversion loss is too large. And when he was selling the things of the contractors and reincarnations, he was targeted. The spirits also found Ron, but it was Ron who asked Shi Kayang to reveal it. He successfully got rid of Shi Kayang's suspicion and received a large number of rewards from the spirits. After the spirits learned about it, they sent strong men to try to force their way into the paradise. The Abyss Paradise may not be the opponent of the spirits, but the father of the Abyss Paradise, the Chaos Root, is different. The spirits lost a large number of resources and the Chaos Root released the imprisoned strong men, and the spirits were forbidden to participate in the various series of secret activities of the Chaos Root. For example, the Chaos Arena and the Chaos Rankings do not allow the spirits to participate, which makes those guys who are ready to move in the Paradise Camp put away their little thoughts instantly. However, the human race's ancestral star Xianhuang Star and the ancient God Star fought. It is said that in the depths of the chaos, both sides used unnamable existences, and a huge energy fluctuation broke out. The ancient God Star directly fought on multiple lines, and the battles in the chaos became more frequent. There are also some traces of ancient unnamable creatures that occasionally appear in the world, such as Undead Golem, Daughter of Stars, Mirror Mist of Madness, and Lantern. These are said to be the unnamable creatures that survived from the last era. They used to live in the last broken chaos and would not come to the current chaos. They should be attracted by something. In recent years, the power of the root of chaos seems to be weakening, which means that the life of this era may be coming to an end, so these races are trying to see if they can tear a piece of flesh from the root of chaos. They did not expect that it was the root of chaos that maintained the chaos. Now is the fourth era. The first era was the Dark Forest Order composed of the Forest of Bones, the second era was the Tidal Order composed of the Tidal Sea, the third era was the Void Order composed of the Great Tree, and the fourth era was the Chaos Order composed of the Root of Chaos. These are all passed down in the universe. After the human race started the war on Xianhuang Star, the human race's mortal enemy, the Ghost Race, also started a war against the human race. The two sides started a war and fought for the newly developed Abyss Maple Forest. Major forces entered the scene one after another. These had nothing to do with Ron. Ron's cave world did not have these abilities, and it was good enough to be able to protect himself. Looking back at the cave world, all races flourished. Dong Yi of the Sea race learned to cultivate Taoism and opened up his own avenue, the Avenue of the Sea, and established the Coral Reef, the holy land of the Sea race. The Sea race began to expand outward, but was restricted by the clan leader, the human race. The second generation of the dragon race has entered adolescence, and the dragon race in Longgu has reached 30. The black dragon Ruuma helped the winged people of the Sky Continent to establish the Sky Kingdom and worship him as a god. Ruuma didn't know that this left a root of disaster for him to be killed in the future. A small continent was formed where Yi was sleeping. Some pirates built a pirate city on him, Caribbean City. They called themselves Caribbean Pirates. The profession of pirates appeared again on the sea, and the wider ocean of the expanded Dongtian world aroused people's desire to conquer. In order to compete for the title of King of Pirates, the pirates began to look for the legendary treasure of Benjamin Lit. Whoever found it first would become the new generation of King of Pirates. After years of development, the Halong Navy is stronger than before. The island where they are located has become a large island of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. They changed their name to Halong Kingdom, calling themselves descendants of the Navy, and promoting the reputation of their ancestors on the sea. In the middle, they thought about reincorporating the Fire Continent into the territory and turning it into a recruiting ground again, but they were beaten to a pulp by the mixed doubles of Hashirama and Madara. General Hulong of the Hulong Kingdom passed away in the 290th year of the Central Era. His descendant Hu Tao inherited his position. It was from this time that the Hulong Navy was changed to the Hulong Kingdom. They no longer thought about restoring the glory of their ancestors and ruling the sea again. The Navy was completely in the history of disappeared in history. In the 320th year of the Central Period, the Holy Kingdom of the Dark Continent was renamed the Holy Empire, and the Holy King became the Emperor. The Holy Emperor, who led 30,000 knights, conquered the entire Dark Continent. All kingdoms nominally submitted to the Holy Emperor and vowed never to betray the Holy Emperor while he was alive, forming the Holy Empire Alliance. All countries nominally submitted to the Holy Emperor and declared themselves to be members of the Holy Empire Alliance, but they retained a high degree of autonomy. This was also the choice made by the Holy Emperor based on the vast continent. The Dark Continent fell into a wave of holy frenzy. Various kingdoms built large-scale statues of the Hero King, the Knight of Justice, and the Holy Emperor. The largest of them was the statue of the Holy Emperor. The tallest one was located in the capital of the Holy Empire, the Hero City, which was 1,000 meters high and was called one of the miracles of the Holy Age. The knight profession rose in the Dark Continent, and the Knight Avenue was brought to its extreme in the hands of the Holy Emperor, which was comparable to the Flesh Avenue. The Holy Emperor was a person who was as heaven-defying as the Stone Dome after the promotion of this world. He fully achieved the Knight Code. In the Holy Age, the Dark Continent built various wonders and avenues, and obtained the teleportation array from the Witch Kingdom, established contact with the Witch Kingdom, and started the exchange between the two continents. It was also the first world exchange after the world was promoted. At the same time, Uchiha Hashirama also came to the Dark Continent after drifting on the sea for many years. Uchiha Hashirama found that many places in the Land of Fire were similar to this place. After studying, he realized that this was the Dark Continent of the year. Uchiha Hashirama went to the Night Kingdom to make a pilgrimage to find the remains of his idol, the hero King Shi Qiang. Although Shi Qiang has left this world for many years, the influence of Shi Qiang's travels around the world is still spreading. An unknown poet wrote the poem of the Hero King, which has been spread in various continents for many years, and is even more famous than the legend of Yi Tu Shen. Shi Qiang's descendant, Shi Shan, established the Bishan Empire after the world was promoted. He called himself the Great Emperor of Bishan, used Maple Leaf Town as the forbidden land of the royal palace, established Maple Leaf City, and began his rule. Chapter 97. In the Witch Kingdom, after the Witch King Yu re-established the country, various bizarre legends began to circulate among the people, and some cases of population disappearance often occurred in various regions, and there were also witnesses who saw strange things. The Witch King Yu ordered the establishment of the Witch Search Department to deal with such cases. If they could not be solved, they would be reported to the Wizard Tower Academy. In fact, these strange things existed before, but they were not revealed due to many chaos and the intentional suppression of wizards. Now that the country is peaceful, and some people are fanning the flames, these things have been put on the table. Witch Kingdom, Baihu District, Baicheng. Woof, woof, woof. There were dogs barking in the alleys, and children playing and fighting. It was almost evening, and smoke was rising from most houses in White City. The sky was filled with white smoke and the aroma of dishes from every household. This was a very cozy little town. The Witch Kingdom had just been established, and people were living a decent life at this time. Charlie was born in White City on the day when the Witch Kingdom announced the ascension of Witch King Yu. Charlie and his friends were listening to the adults saying that monsters appeared in the city and that those monsters would eat children. The adults said that in the evening, when there was a thick fog, and when you heard the sound of bells and the collision of hooves with the ground, the monsters would appear and take away the children who heard the bells. They called this monster that ate children the grotesque old man. The adults described the monster's appearance as a bearded old man carrying a big red bag. The soul of the child being eaten was tied to the old man's beard, and the child's body was in the red bag. He drove a frame pulled by an elk, which was made of bones. The grotesque old man had a long tongue in his mouth, and he ate the child with a light hook. After listening to the story, the friends all ran back home. The adults also went home after scaring the children, leaving Charlie who was scared and stayed where he was. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang, and Charlie woke up from the story just now. He found that he didn't know when the fog had started, and a harsh bell rang in the fog. Charlie was very scared and kept calling the names of his friends and his mother. No one responded to him. The only response was the ringing of the bell and the sound of footsteps approaching. Trample, tramp, tramp. The sound was getting closer and closer. Charlie was frightened and collapsed on the ground, crying loudly. He regretted not going home so late and still listening to people's stories. The footsteps came from far to near, and finally stopped. Charlie's eyes reflected a moose head with ghost lights. Ah! Charlie screamed, but soon there was no movement. Charlie, Charlie, where are you? Charlie's mother came out to look for Charlie. Charlie came home later than usual. Charlie's mother was very angry and looked for Charlie everywhere. She swore that if she found Charlie, she would give him 2 hard slaps on his butt. But after searching all the places Charlie liked to stay in the past and asking Charlie's friends, she found that there was no trace of Charlie. Charlie's mother's mood changed from anger to worry. Where did her Charlie go? Charlie's mother searched for a long time and almost cried. People in the city also came out to help find him. They thought Charlie had run out of town, fearing that he had been carried away by a wild animal, but the adults who were telling the story said that was impossible. In the end, they found a shoe and a pool of urine at the place where Charlie was listening to the story. Charlie's mother fainted, and her Charlie was gone. In the end, Charlie was declared missing, and the Witch Search Division was sent to investigate. The result was that Charlie had encountered a strange thing and might have died, and they would continue to investigate. Not long after, another file appeared in the Witch Search Division's Archives Management Office. Codename: Weird Old Man. Level: V. Description: appears with fog and bell sounds, likes to attack children, appears as a bearded old man, drives a moose car and carries a big red backpack, and currently only appears in the Bihu district. Coping methods: children should not be away from their parents. Number of missing people, 876. Summary: the danger level of this weird thing is not high. There are coping methods. It is suspected to be a folk story born in Beicheng, and can be detained. This is just one of the many strange things that have appeared in the Witch Kingdom, and the danger level is relatively low. As long as there are intelligent creatures in the world of Dongtian, there are weird things. Most of the weird things are born out of people's fear and folk stories. If the stories are not spread, the weird things will slowly disappear. Of course, this only applies to story-based weird things. If it is other types, then this method is invalid. These weird things cannot be killed. They can only be imprisoned or escaped by using their own rules. There are big and small weird things. For example, a weird thing that appears in various places to help people, his code name is Good Farmer. He will help everyone who needs help, but once you don't need his help, he will suddenly hurt people, but he doesn't kill people, and his spread range is wide, so the Wuxun division does not deal with it. The representative of the more harmful is a question wizard. Every month, he will randomly appear in a city in the Wu Kingdom and ask questions to the residents in the city. If they can't answer, then all the people in the city will be killed. The object of the question wizard is not only the cave people, but also the chickens, ducks, and geese in the city. So far, no city has escaped his clutches. There are also some weird and wonderful weirdness, such as slave girl. She will ask people who see her to become the other party's slave, and ask the other party to abuse her in any way. She will meet all the needs of the master until she dies. In the end, her master will feel guilty for killing her and then take revenge on society. This weirdness can no longer be handled because it has spread widely. This weirdness comes from a folk story and is made into an opera with pornographic connotations. These weirdnesses are ultimately caused by the cultivation path pioneered by Fu Bo. The combination of mental toxins and the fear of creatures has now formed a rule of the cave world, which can only be modified by Ron. However, Ron does not intend to modify it, because he found something very interesting. Only by creating some pressure on these creatures will they have motivation. There seems to be some movement in the space of Yesmora in the Sword of the King of Flame, but he can't get out now. Ron plans to transform the Sword of the King of Flame and turn it into a place where toxins gather. If the evil god is infected by a large amount of mental toxins, he will eventually become a weird. A small amount of mental toxins may be a tonic, but a large amount of mental toxins will only transform him into a freak. Chapter 98. The expansion of the Kaladoa continent has made the continent more detailed. The sun hanging in the sky is no longer motionless, but will move slowly over time. The place where the northern barbarians are located is composed of the savage grassland, the northern desert, and the 3,000 mountains. In addition, there are still blood mists in many places in the northern barbarians, and blood moon tides will erupt every once in a while. Although it is not as fierce as the evil god hanging in the sky before, it will still cause great damage. In the mountains, there is a Miao tribe. They raise some Guu, which is a mysterious object that is artificially cultivated by special methods for many years. It can be large or small, usually animals. Animals are usually two in a pair, but there are also very few plants. The Miao tribe is extremely mysterious. They do not contact outsiders in the mountains. They only appear when they go out of the mountains to pay tribute every year, and occasionally appear in the market. Those who offend them will die horribly, so people in the 3,000 mountains are very awed by the Miao tribe. The Miao tribe does not worship other gods. They only worship the great demon god, that is, Qi. It is rumored that they are one of the descendants of Qi. In this generation of Miao tribe, there appeared a man named Miao Ganyu. He combined the Miao tribe's great skills in raising Guu and cultivated animal plant Guu. It is neither animal nor plant, but like an animal and a plant. It can absorb the essence of all things and feed back to the host, and can collect poisons in the world to protect the host. There is only one such Guu in the world, and it is inherited with blood. Therefore, Miao Ganyu became the chief priest of the Miao tribe, and began to walk out of the Miao tribe, fighting in the 3,000 mountains to seize energy. The animal plant Guu only seized energy at first, and later it could even seize luck in the avenue. Soon, because of Miao Ganyu's special fighting methods, Guu became famous in the 3,000 mountains. Miao Ganyu's luck became stronger and stronger, and all the enemies he met were in his hands. However, Miao Ganyu found that refining Guu could not lead to enlightenment. Miao Ganyu was unwilling to give up. He walked out of the mountains and uncovered the bloody storm. He continued to cultivate various kinds of Guu. For example, the mother-child Guu was used to control people, the golden silkworm Guu could protect the body and enhance defense. If this Guu was cultivated to the extreme, it could be reborn by dripping blood. The purple spirit Guu was cultivated with a newborn child. When it was successfully cultivated after 100 days, it could increase the lifespan by 100 days. Miao Ganyu used various cruel methods to refine Guu, which attracted the attention of the strong men of the northern barbarians. Finally, he fled back to the 3000 mountains and was killed by Ming Tianzun. His Guu refining method and animal plant Guu disappeared. However, the Guu of the Miao tribe began to spread to the entire northern barbarians. Some Guu were beneficial to the cultivation of the northern barbarians, but Miao Ganyu's Guu easily lured people into the devil. Some people who tried to take shortcuts began to look for animal plant Guu, and a storm about Guu blew in the northern barbarians. Various strange Guu began to appear in the northern barbarians, and even Ming Tianzun joined in the Guu refining. Ming Tianzun refined the 100 flowers Guu, which is a plant-based Guu, planted in his bedroom, which can devour blood and release a calming aroma. In the Miao tribe, a young man was baptized. After the baptism, he will become the new high priest of the Miao tribe. The boy is called Miao Chendeo, and his father is called Miao Ganyu. The animal plant Guu was passed on to him through his blood. He inherited his father's Guu refining method. Now the tribe's baptism is to activate the Guu in his body. A group of people wearing animal skins were dancing and worshipping the statue of the great demon god. Miao Chendeo sat in the blood pool under the statue, and people kept pouring various blood, medicinal materials, and Guu worms into the pool. Miao Chendeo felt the endless power being sucked into his body, and then absorbed by the beast plant Guu in his heart, and then fed back to his whole body. The elder began to carve blood patterns on Miao Chendeo with a knife, which was a sign of adulthood for the northern barbarians. Pain began to come, and the energy in his heart surged out and was infused into the blood patterns. Miao Chendeo clearly felt that he was getting stronger and stronger. The Guu left by his father was very domineering, and all the powerful Guu insects cultivated by the tribe in the pool were shocked to death and absorbed. The pool began to become clear, and the elder's carving was over. Miao Chendeo only had a blood-colored tattoo on his body, depicting the great demon god. The color was particularly bright, and the wound just carved had completely disappeared. Today, Miao Chendeo successfully activated the beast plant Guu, and the first thing he did was to refine the people of the entire tribe. The beast plant Guu absorbed the people of the entire Miao tribe, and Miao Chendeo refined a new Guu insect, the resentment Guu, and he walked out of the mountain with the beast plant Guu. Miao Chendeo killed the entire tribe as the beginning of his enlightenment. He will inherit his father's legacy, and in order not to give himself leaving a way out and shortcomings for himself, he turned all the people in the tribe into his strength, including his mother and sister. So, the future Guu Demon was born at this moment. In the same year of the Central 320, the Guu Demon Miao Chendeo began to show his prowess, slaughtered several tribes in succession, and upgraded his beast plant Guu. His father divided Guu into 9 levels, and the beast plant Guu only reached the 3rd level in his father's hands. Even so, his father fought against Ming Tianzun for 10 moves before being defeated. You must know that Miao Ganyu is just an ordinary blood pattern warrior, but with the blessing of the beast plant Guu, he can actually fight against Ming Tianzun, the strongest of the northern barbarians. You can imagine the power of the beast plant Guu. While Miao Chendeo was showing off his reputation, Ron had already completed the transformation of the space in the Yanwang sword. Ron called this space Giggu. The negative emotions of all living beings will be collected by Giggu, and the souls of living beings will also go to Giggu after death. This will become a new place for Ron to fish for reincarnations and contractors. Such a high-intensity place is a treasure land for those contractors and reincarnations. High difficulty means high income. Once the main god space and the paradise camp are marked again, this place will be notarized and will become a fishing place in the future. There are the residual souls of many powerful gods such as King Wei, Dushan Master, and Great Demon God Qi. In it, and Ron had invested a lot of mental toxins before. It is conceivable what it looks like now. This is called raising Guu. Miao Ganyu's is far worse than this. If these guys in Giggu are released, the evil god Yesmora alone will be enough to make the current cave world drink a pot. Speak of the devil will appear. Ron had just finished transforming Giggu, and the paradise camp and the main god space came. The coordinates of the abyss paradise have been remarked. The coordinates of the bright paradise have been remarked. The main god space is starting to trace the points. The coordinates of the life paradise have been remarked. The coordinates of the initial paradise are marked. The root of chaos is being notarized, the Dongtian world is being fully searched, and the notarization location is being restarted. Notarization completed. Chapter 99. Nightmare Atlanta City, Nightmare Return to Ruins, Nightmare Sleepland are formed. Hell Level White Ice City, Hell Level Habo City, Hell Level Dongling City, Hell Level Taya City, Hell Level Mermaid City, Hell Level Chenese City, Elite Level Miao Tribe Dungeon location has been formed. Neutral location notarization completed, Neutral Tiandu, Neutral Washao City, Neutral Stone City, Neutral Beast King City, Neutral Witch King's Tower City, Neutral Winter City, Neutral Tree City, Neutral Kaoch City, Neutral Maple Leaf Town, Neutral Hulong City, Neutral Dead Bones City, Neutral Hero City. Tip: the dungeon location is an extremely threatening area, the neutral location is a safe area, the Paradise Camp has been notarized, and the Cave World has become the Paradise Camp's mission world. Several new dungeons and neutral locations have been added, which are nothing to the Contractors and Reincarnators. They think these are just small dungeons. But the Dongtian world is not so easy for them to invade and advance. The difficulty of the tasks in the Dongtian world after the death has increased. In the Dongtian world where the difficulty of death is very high, this is almost unsolvable. Li is very lucky. He came to this world again as one of his tasks to advance to the third level. First, he was very sad. The sad thing was that the world he was promoted to was the one with the highest mortality rate. He was also very lucky. He once again found a big partner. Every time he performed a mission, it was in this world. Li once again descended into this world. However, this time he landed in Storm Continent, where he found Zhang Yi again. He originally thought that Zhang Yi had died in the last accident, but he didn't expect that Zhang Yi was still alive, which made Li very happy. Zhang Yi he looked old, and he felt that his life was almost coming to an end. He also wanted to meet the master he had followed all his life before he died. The one who came to greet him was the contractor Li. "What are you doing here this time?" Zhang Yi began to recall his last experience in Atlanta. Zhang Yi finally woke up and found himself back in Storm Continent. He understood that this was the power of his master, but it also made him afraid of Li is coming. "I want to get some strange information and then destroy him," Li answered truthfully. Every time Li completes a mission, when he comes to the same world again, he will find his old friend has grown old, which makes him sad. However, he quickly recovered and asked his friend for information. This is how small paradises are. Missions are always carried out in those few worlds. If it weren't for Ron's human world, I'm afraid that the mission of the Abyss Paradise will always be carried out in the Dongtian world. What a weird thing, this information has been kept secret in the Northern Winter Kingdom, and no information has been transmitted from other kingdoms. I'm afraid I can't provide any information to you. You. Zhang Yi said calmly. Well. A legend called Kakyuki, he will devour the village when he appears, but I always feel familiar with him, as if he has appeared before. Li said. It seems that this Kakyuki has appeared in his mission before. Wait. I'll have someone go investigate. Zhang Yi began to order his men to investigate. Zhang Yi was still waiting for his master to come back to this place. World, he will meet all the requirements of his master. Now the cave soldiers are controlled by his son. Zhang Yi's son is called Zhang Guanyu, a Taoist master, belonging to the Way of Knights. Okay, thank you. Li didn't get it for free. He prepared a lot of resources for the Dongtian soldiers. He handed the prepared resources to Zhang Yi and expressed his feelings. At the same time, he also met Zhang Yi's son. After all, it is possible to be in this world in the future. Carry out the mission. Zhang Guanyu agreed to his request and would help Li find Kakyuki, and soon found traces in the sect file. Kakyuki first appeared in Frost Village, and later became Tukinite establish friendship, show the characteristics of immortality, and like to destroy villages. Frost Village is his territory, attacking Frost Village will be attacked by him. This time, Li's mission is to kill Kakyuki. Li remembered this monster. He had encountered it in the first mission in this world. It was a monster in the blood mist field. He didn't expect. After the blood mist field disappeared, it became strange. Zhang Yi sent soldiers to help Li complete the city mission quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be completed soon. Many reincarnations and contractors were put into this world. They felt the power of this world again. Many nightmare and hell level copies were enough to prove that this world was different. The contractors of the initial paradise came into contact with this world for the first time. As the paradise currently ranked first, these contractors have their own pride. They don't think this world will have any impact on them. They directly chose Nightmare Return Ruins in this world as their drop point. As a copy, there is naturally a safe place. There is a place called Safe Town in Return Ruins. This is the safest place in Return Ruins. Yei of Initial Paradise is one of them. His paradise was put into the Safe Town. After seeing that there was no punishment for the mission, he seemed to know the seriousness of this mission. Yei saw the attributes of the town's cult preacher Dushan Grand Master through testing, and then he looked at the information of the drunkard next to him, King of Winter Wei. In fact, when he saw the prefix, he knew that this matter was not simple. The people in the Safe Town seemed to be souls, and there was a blood-colored mist outside the town. There were some monsters hidden in the mist. These monsters would directly attack the souls. At this time, Yei seemed to know what was going on. Originally, he planned to leave, but more and more reincarnations and contractors disrupted his plan. The safe natives in the Safe Town seemed to become violent. They were quite tolerant of the first person to enter the town, but Yei felt that they were getting more and more manic. The air was full of violent energy. Yei felt that something was erupting in the depths of the blood mist. Finally, Yei learned that this was a sealed space, and countless souls surged to the Safe Town with the tide. The normally gentle natives became violent and turned into monsters one by one, but none of them attacked Yei Yei successfully survived the attack and then wrote down a guide to living in Giggu. Chapter 100. The new situation is getting worse. In the newly promoted Dongtian world, a tragedy broke out in the nightmare-level copy Giggu. The members of Initial Paradise who entered this copy were almost wiped out. Only one guy, Yei whose contract status was cancelled, left some information about Giggu. This information aroused the curiosity of the contractors about Giggu. The major Chaos casinos even made a handicap. People in the Chaos began to place bets on when this copy would be conquered. Regarding these people in the Chaos, Ron's answer was that it would never be conquered. If they wanted to conquer this place, at least several 7th-level strongmen would be dispatched. At this time, it would violate the law of the root of chaos. They would not lose an immediate combat power for a 3rd-level world. An instant combat force may not be as valuable as a 3rd-level world, but a 7th-level one is much more valuable than a 7th-level one in a short period of time. After all, it takes time to transform resources into instant combat force. Ron is not worried about this. These guys dare to enter these copies to send resources to Ron. In the past, Ron may not have a way before the promotion, but after the promotion, Ron is good at dealing with the guys who died in these copies. The intermediate world is the training ground for the middle paradise camp, but these paradises are not paradises. One of the resources for promotion. Those powerful contractors are all honed from these worlds. They are contaminated with cause and effect with these worlds. This may not be a shortcoming of the lawful camp. In the central 330th year, the winged people of the Sky Kingdom rebelled. They rebelled against the oppression of the Black Dragon Roma. Their king Fukong drove away the Black Dragon Roma. Roma surrendered to the Dragon King Gaia and returned to the Dragon Valley. The spread of the Black Dragon to the dragons of the Dongtian world is irreversible. There are many dragon species in the Sky Continent. Gaia gave her daughter Wuxun to Ruuma, and the fight in the Dragon Valley fell into silence. The weirdness of each continent also developed accordingly. The Long people in the ocean are slowly expanding. The strategy of the Long Queenling has made the new Atlanta Kingdom develop steadily. The weirdness has become the driving force for the development of the kingdom under their control. Many continents have all appeared in organizations to deal with weirdness, but the Wuxun division of the Geglan Wu continent has developed into a behemoth under the connivance of the Wu King Yu, and can even interfere with the operation of politics, but their command is still in the hands of Yu. Those weirdnesses have become a weird balance in the Wu Kingdom. The most famous in the Wu Kingdom is the head-turner weirdness. When rushing or walking at night, if you respond to the other party's call, you will be swallowed by the weirdness. This is the most widely spread weirdness in the Wu Kingdom. This is obviously a story-based anomaly that is easy to solve, but Wuxunsi has never solved it. The spread of the anomaly is getting wider and wider, and even June, who is hiding in the dark, finds it increasingly difficult to solve it. These anomalies seem to have moved. June is looking for their bodies, and finally finds this newly appeared alien space in Giggu. Jun did not go in to explore. Although he was very curious, the problem of his lifespan must be solved at present. If it cannot be solved, the demon in his body will control his body, and then it will not be him who studies this world. The number of contractors and reincarnations who died in Giggu is increasing. Some guys with strong souls even survived in Giggu. Giggu is constantly expanding, and its connection with the Dongtian world is constantly deepening. Giggu has become one of the spaces of the Dongtian world, that is, the half-plane attached to the Dongtian world. Ron is very satisfied with having such a half-plane. After all, Giggu is constantly earning world power for Ron. In the 335th year of the Central Period, Miao Chendao unified the 3,000 mountains, and the Guu Dao reappeared. Miao Chendao called himself the Guu Emperor, and the people called him the Guu Demon. Although Miao Chendao did not achieve enlightenment, the beast plant Guu on his body could rival the Dark Lord. The northern barbarians fell into an internal war. Miao Chendao's beast plant Guu reached the peak of the 3rd level, and Miao Chendao discovered that the beast plant Guu could not be inherited and grown. In the 350th year of the Central Period, Miao Chendao was absorbed too much of his life by the beast plant, and died in the original Miao tribe area. His son Miao Jizi inherited his cultivation and will, and continued to set out towards the development of the road. The Miao family became the ruling family of the 3,000 mountains. A word appeared in the Dark Continent, codenamed Word King, which originated from the legend of the Hero King in various places. This word will appear randomly in challenge various strong men in various places of the Dark Continent. If you defeat him, you will gain a powerful energy. If you fail, you will be killed by him. After gaining his energy, you will be slowly assimilated by him, and then become one of the strange servants wandering in the Dark Continent. Such a monster is wreaking havoc in the Dark Continent. Holy Empire, in the Holy Imperial Palace. Reporting to the Emperor, the monster has begun to spread in the continent. The kingdoms can no longer stop it. They ask the Emperor to solve these problems. A knight is reporting to the Emperor of the Holy Empire. The Holy Emperor seems to be studying something. After a long time, he replied, "Just send a team of knights to solve it. Don't bother me." The knight replied, "Emperor, you have already given this order." The Holy Emperor still replied after a long time, "I said, you solve it yourself, don't bother me, let the 72 heroes solve it." The knight dared not speak, but retreated silently. Since conquering the continent, the Holy Emperor has been obsessed with the study of some ancient cave texts. He seems to want to find the location of Yei, the legendary God Killer, and then conquer Yei, but it seems that there is no result now. The Holy Emperor gave up the study of government affairs, and now he does not even respond to the requests of the vassal states. The vassal states have expressed their opinions. The increasingly frequent strange events have made the countries of the Dark Continent exhausted. The strange events seem to have become a nightmare event of civilization. People's fears and fantasies are constantly growing. The appearance of nightmares, and various nightmare creatures in Giggu are constantly appearing. Send the order down, build a big ship for me, I want to go to sea. The Holy Emperor seemed to have found what he was looking for. He found the location of Yei in the zone volume. He was going to conquer the legendary Yei. But it seemed that no one responded to him. There was no one in the Imperial Palace. The Holy Emperor found himself in several strange spaces. Step, step, step. The footsteps were accompanied by the sound of armor colliding, and the Holy Emperor frowned. A middle-aged man in blood-red armor appeared in front of the Holy Emperor. He looked very ordinary, but the Holy Emperor could not remember his appearance. "Accept my challenge," the middle-aged man said. The Holy Emperor looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a serious expression. Chapter 101. The blood-red armor on the middle-aged man in front of him was the same as that of the Hero Kings in various places on the Dark Continent, and the face of the middle-aged man was covered with a layer of red mist, which was constantly twisted and then showed the appearance of the Hero King. The Holy Emperor remembered that someone seemed to have reported this matter to him, but he ignored it at the time and did not expect that this weirdness would come to his door now. "Humph, I don't go looking for you guys, but you come to my door," the Holy Emperor said. The middle-aged man in front of him was the Word King wandering on the Dark Continent, originating from the legendary Hero King, who likes to challenge the strong. The strange king still mechanically repeated, "Accept my challenge." And he had already started to fight. A great sword with the same weapon as the Hero King appeared, and he swung it towards the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor was not afraid either, and drew out his knight's long sword to meet him. In the palace of the Holy Emperor, his servants found that he had disappeared in the palace, which caused panic. Everyone began to look for the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor's itinerary would be reported and recorded, and he would not disappear for no reason. At the same time, the North King of the Northern Winter Kingdom died in the Northern Great Wall, and his body was eaten by the Ice People. The whereabouts of the Flame King's sword were unknown. Thousands of Ice People attacked the Northern Winter Kingdom. Zhang Yi, the first generation of the Cave Heaven soldiers, once again took to the battlefield. The Storm Confederation and the Southern Winter Kingdom sent troops to support the North, because they knew that once the North fell, they would be the next to be hit. The Ice People and the Winter Kingdom can be said to be mortal enemies, and they can eat people. The Great Wall of the North. Zhang Yi was wearing a broken armor, which was stained with light red blood. The aging Zhang Yi was out of breath after the fierce battle. Just now, Zhang Yi led the troops to drive the Icemen out of the Great Wall, and now he began to build the Great Wall. Looking at the Iceman army camped in the north, Zhang Yi looked very serious. The North King underestimated the enemy and was ambushed in a battle outside the city. Hundreds of Icemen at the level of Taoism besieged the North King. The North King died in the battle, and the Flame King's sword disappeared. At this time, the royal family of the North Winter Kingdom was caught in a struggle for the throne. Zhang Yi had to take charge again to maintain the northern defense line. There are many systems in the Dongtian world now, but Taoism is the largest and most complete system, and they all use the Tao system to measure combat power. The Icemen do not practice Taoism. The Ice People have long and thick hair, which is naturally a hard armor. They also have 2 long horns and a pair of sharp claws. They are generally 2 meters tall. The stronger they are, the taller they are. Their hobby is to eat cave people. The Ice People live in the extreme north of the Storm Continent. The environment is cruel. They yearn for the land of the cave people, so they will start wars from time to time. And their fertility is very strong, with about 3 babies per litter and a fertility period of 1 year. The harsh environment makes it impossible for them to carry so many people. War is a way to consume the population. But now the world has expanded, and war has only become their routine and a way to eliminate the weak. Looking at the Ice People who beat their chests and provoke at the bottom of the Great Wall, Zhang Guanyu, who was standing next to Zhang Yi, said, "Father, do you want me to take people down to charge the battle?" Zhang Yi shook his head. More than half of the cave soldiers were lost in this battle. If they fight these Ice People in the field again, they may not be able to defend the Great Wall in the north. It is estimated that reinforcements from other countries will not arrive for a long time. Zhang Yi felt the vitality slowly disappearing from his body, knowing that he would follow the King of the North soon. However, before he died, Zhang Yi wanted to inflict heavy damage on these extremely icy people, at least to prevent them from invading again within 30 years. One day later, white cloth was hung on the Great Wall of the Northern Territory. The extremely icy people outside the city knew that this was something that would only appear when a general died. In the camp of the extremely icy people. The camp was built with ice cowhide and ice blocks. The ice cowhide was very thick. Even if there were oil lamps in the camp, it was still very dim. The black smoke produced by the incomplete burning of the oil lamps was slowly floating up. The king and several generals of the extremely icy army were drinking the tea they had robbed, and then they kept praising them. At this time, the soldiers outside came in to report. "Report to the king, the other general seems to have died. Their city is covered with white cloth, and they can be heard crying. It seems that Zhang Yi, the master of the cave soldiers, has died." When the Ice King heard this, he praised it repeatedly and drank the tea in one gulp. "This old guy is finally dead. He killed many of our people. It's a pity that we can't eat him alive." The Ice King still felt a little sorry, but he quickly ordered his people to attack the Northern Great Wall and take down the Northern Great Wall while their hateful guy was dead. Woo woo woo. The Ice People blew the attack horn. They held bone spears and bone sticks, looted bronze weapons, and all kinds of strange weapons. They roared and attacked the Northern Great Wall. The Ice King held a spear and climbed up the wall in person. Countless arrows shot at him and were broken by his hard fur. The 5-meter-tall Ice King climbed up the wall in a few steps. His father, the previous generation of Ice King, was killed by Zhang Yi, so the Ice King would not appear when Zhang Yi was there. Now that he heard that Zhang Yi was dead, he dared to appear here. Grab a soldier and throw him into his mouth. There was a chewing sound, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the Ice King became excited. He laughed and rushed towards other soldiers with a ferocious look. There were Ice Kings attacking everywhere on the Great Wall of hundreds of miles. The main pass was led by the Ice King. The Ice King kept killing soldiers and chewing them. For him, these were all delicacies. Tear opened a general who tried to stop him, then threw him into his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Ha 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 ha, they are all my delicacies. But he soon stopped laughing. He saw the old man. Sure enough, this kind of big guy is easy to deceive. Father and son are the same. Zhang Yi came out wearing armor. Zhang Guanyu began to lead people to clear the Ice Kings on the wall and organize defense. The Ice King was stunned. He knew that his father died at the hands of Zhang Yi, but he didn't know how he died. The previous generation of Ice King was also killed by Zhang Yi when he rushed into the Great Wall after Zhang Yi faked his death. But the Ice King was not afraid. He was much stronger than his father. He rushed towards Zhang Yi with a spear in his hand. It's good to be alive. Let me taste you. Boom. The ice spear of hundreds of meters hit Zhang Yi. The Ice King stood on the ice spear, with his hair flying up. The blood all over his body and his hideous face made him look like a demon. The Ice King was indeed powerful. The old and weak Zhang Yi was no match for him. But soon, fear appeared in the eyes of the Ice King. Zhang Yi smiled and then blew himself up. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky, and the air wave blew down the soldiers and the Iceman fighting below. Chapter 102. The battle was won by the Northern Winter Kingdom. The first generation of the Cave Heaven Soldier Master killed the Ice King at the cost of his own life, and the Ice King retreated to the far north without a leader. The Holy Emperor also appeared soon after being found, and seemed to have become more powerful, but there was blood on the knight's armor, and he embarked on a journey to find Yi. After waiting for the reinforcements of the Storm Confederation and the Southern Winter Kingdom, the Northern Winter Kingdom split the land and gave up part of the defense rights of the Northern Great Wall. Under the interference of Zhang Guanyu, the Northern Winter Royal Family, the eldest Prince Qinghai inherited the throne, called himself the Green King, and continued the ambition of the Northern King, vowing to find the sword of the Flame King. In the Jellin Wizard continent, strange events are controlled within a certain range. In the new city of Bippo district, a wizard apprentice is learning witchcraft. The Wizard Tower Academy has selection institutions in various places. Tang Go is a wizard apprentice in Bippo district. Tang Go is refining potions while reading books. Refining some seasoning potions is one of Tang Go's sources of income. Tang Go heard from his father that his ancestors were wealthy and had produced great figures. It is said that he was the leader of the magic faction in the past, a tower wizard, who was taught by the Sky Wizard, and one of the legendary wizards of the Wizard Tower Academy. There are not many legendary wizards in the Wizard Tower Academy. One is Hong who founded the academy, one is the Sky Wizard who quelled the rebellion and created the magic faction, one is Jun who developed the Tao system, and another is said to be the ancestor of wizards, the Wizard Ge. Tang Go pulled his thoughts aside, put down his books and stirred the bubbling pot in front of him. The liquid in the pot was very viscous and purple-black. Tang Go kept adding the materials next to it and stirring. The liquid gradually became lighter, and then became clear. A fragrance spread and flowed in this small room. A witchcraft extinguished the flames below, and the bubbling liquid in the pot slowly calmed down. Tang Go skillfully filled these liquids and soon filled dozens of bottles. These liquids are seasoning potions, some inferior potions, which can make food more delicious when added to food, and can stimulate the taste buds when used to cook soup, making people have a better experience when tasting food. Put the bottles in his own space equipment and Tang Go opened the door. Squeak! The door made a sound of disrepair. Tang Go thought about buying some oil to moisten it later. The sun hit Tang Go's face. It took Tang Go a while to adapt. He hadn't been out for a long time. This time he went out to supply people. In the ordinary world, he stayed at home, learned witchcraft and increased his witchcraft. Tang Go was a traditional wizard, not a Taoist. There are still people who practice the traditional wizard system, but the combat power standard is measured by the Taoist system. The combat power of the current high tower wizard is roughly equivalent to the enlightenment level. Some top high tower wizards can match the Tao level. As for the high tower wizard who can match the Tao master, there is only one, that is, the Yu wizard who has lived from the Hong era to the present, but there has been no news about him for a long time. Tang Go walked on the street. The civilians saw Tang Go wearing a wizard robe and saluted him. Even though Tang Go's wizard robe was patched and looked shabby, his social status was much higher than these civilians. Tang Go belongs to the magic faction. They have been from the magic faction since their ancestors. Otherwise, how can they be related to the great wizard Tang? They came to a place that looked very high-end. There was a beautiful Miss Dabo entertaining guests. Seeing Tang Go coming, she greeted him enthusiastically, "Guest, do you need us to introduce you?" The master in the wizard robe was a distinguished guest. If they entertained him well, they could make a fortune. As for Tang Go with patches on his body, it was normal for wizards to be a little strange. Even if these wizards were stingy, they had to be entertained well, otherwise their anger was not something ordinary people could bear. "I'll find your steward and ask him to come out. I won't go in," Tang Go said. Miss Dabo trotted in, shaking her body and almost fell because of poor balance, but Tang Go was not interested in these. Women would only affect the speed of his release of witchcraft. The steward came out soon and showed enthusiasm. "Master Tang, do you want to go in for some tea?" Tang Go shook his head, then took out the space device and handed it to the steward. The steward took it and checked it, then after confirming that it was correct, he handed Tang Go a space device. "Master Tang, can you refine a batch of ordinary explosives? The price is negotiable." Tang Go first checked the space device and found that the other party had prepared what he needed. After receiving what he wanted, he nodded with satisfaction, and the other party gave him more. Hearing what the steward said, Tang Go said, "I will bring it over in 7 days, and just prepare the witchcraft materials for me this time." The steward's old face was full of smiles, and then he sent Tang Go for a long distance until Tang Go disappeared around the corner. The wizard apprentices of the Wizard Tower Academy are not like those of wild wizards. They have a system. There are only 3 Wizard Tower Academies in the new city, so the steward is so polite. Tang Go quickened his pace and soon returned to his small house. He was not used to communicating with people. He felt safe in his small house. Taking out the witchcraft materials in the space device, Tang Go began to make witchcraft scrolls, engraved his witchcraft in the scrolls, and then released them during the battle. This is for some rich people to use for self-defense. Tang Go only knows how to make a few low-level witchcraft scrolls, all of which are family-inherited methods, namely the methods of making 3 scrolls, fireball, freezing, and earth spikes. Cast a barrier, and then Tang Go starts making them. Bang! Failed, Tang Go turned into an afro. Crack! Failed, Tang Go broke free from the ice. Oops! Tang Go used healing magic on his butt. Continuously failed, and continued. After failing dozens of times, Tang Go stopped and decided to take a break. Open some books. The book he picked up was Study of Alien People. Aliens are strange people from other realms. They have all kinds of strange fighting methods. Capturing them can gain a lot of knowledge, and their space devices may drop some treasures after their death. Their spirits are very strong, but they seem to be controlled by something. If they talk nonsense, they will explode. They seem to be divided into many camps, some are the main gods, and some are paradise. Killing them can give us gifts from heaven and earth, but being killed by them will destroy our souls. There are ways to deal with them. The sound of Tang Go reading sounded in the house. He decided that this book was very interesting, but as for these aliens, it seems that they have not appeared for a long time, otherwise Tang Go would also like to see them. Continue reading, Tang Go is immersed in it. This is a day for an ordinary wizard apprentice. Chapter 103. The story of the Guu is still going on. In the northern barbarian area, the legend of the Guu continues. Miao Jizi devoured his father when his father was old and exhausted, inherited his father's cultivation and wool, and cultivated the beast plant Guu to the peak of the 3rd level, and was invincible in the battle with Ming Tianzun. Ron looked at the Miao family, who had artificially gathered their luck, and had become the 2nd person in the northern barbarian area besides Ming. Miao Jizi was different from his father. He had a strong understanding of the Tao and looked for information about all the people who had achieved the Tao. He found that there was a person who was very suitable for him to achieve the Tao. That was the Way of Opening the Way by the heavenly venerable Hong Tianzun of creation, using tools to carry the Great Dao, and then connecting the Great Dao River to open up the Great Dao. As for Miao Jizi's carrier, he had already found it, which was the beast plant Guu on his body. After 3 generations of cultivation, the strength of the beast plant Guu has reached an unprecedented position. So Miao Jizi started to collect energy. Ah! In the 3000 mountains, the screams of the white tribe continued. Miao Jizi looked at the white tribe people who were trapped in the tribe and slaughtered and absorbed by the beast plant Guu, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Eat more, and then we will go to the next tribe after eating. Miao Jizi said. In the white tribe, the beast plant Guu that constantly changes its form is harvesting lives, turning into bats, butterflies, and vines. All those who are touched by it fall to the ground, and then scream, and slowly shrink until they disappear in the screams. Feeling the energy fed back by the beast plant Guu, Miao Jizi laughed. If another 100 tribes came, they could open up a road. While Miao Jizi was thinking, the ear and eye Guu he spread nearby sent him a message that Ming Tianzun was coming. Guu Mo, you are killing people again. Before the people arrived, a thunderous voice was heard, and the birds in the forest were scared away. Ming Tianzun, you have already opened the way, so of course you don't understand us, and you can't kill me. Miao Jizi pulled out a feather from his hat, then stretched out his tongue and licked it, looking at Ming Tianzun who appeared in front of him provocatively. Ming Tianzun was very tall, and his sturdy body and blood patterns all over his body showed that he was a northern barbarian. Ming Tianzun was now emitting a dark aura, and 2 air columns were slowly sprayed out of his nostrils. It can be seen that he was very angry now. This was the 96th time Miao Jizi had massacred a tribe. Nearly 1 million people had died in his hands. The Bai tribe, a small tribe, had 10,000 people. Every tribe was killed by the Guu Demon, and not even an egg was left. Everyone who was breathing in the tribe was killed. After killing them, he set fires, causing many forest fires. Boom! A huge palm print slapped Miao Jizi. A golden cicada Guu appeared, and the 1-meter-long golden cicada instantly ate up the hundreds-meter-long palm print. Bang! Miao Jizi was knocked away, but it seemed that nothing happened. A layer of blood-red film appeared on his body. Human life Guu. A human life condensed into a Guu, resisting an attack. Miao Jizi had hundreds of thousands of human life Guu on his body. You can't kill me. Miao Jizi laughed in the air, then took back the animal plant Guu that had devoured the Bai tribe, and disappeared from the spot with a flash. Ah! Ming Tianzun swung his fist furiously, the earth was shaken and cracked, and the clouds were directly dispersed by the air wave. He let Miao Jizi escape again. He had a space letter Guu on him. He took out the babies from the bellies of 100 pregnant women, and then planted special Guu insects in the mother and child bodies, trapped the mother body in a special space, and put some poisonous insects and poisons with space attributes. Then the mother body fought to the last one, and then let the mother body devour other children. Finally, let the space Guu devour the mother body and refine it into a space mother Guu, which combined with the child body on the body to form a space mother child Guu. The child body was placed in a special place to seal the mother Guu's senses. Wait until you need to escape and release your senses. The mother Guu will instantly take the host to the place where the child body exists. This Guu can only be used once. After one time, the mother Guu dies and the child body will become the next space Guu. Miao Jizi used this Guu to escape. The reputation of Guu Demon in Baiman is now that it can stop children from crying. Miao Jizi is more terrifying than his father Miao Qindao. Ming Tianzun had found some information. This was because of the legendary soul poison. The Miao people would plant soul poison on their descendants, and then after they died, they would turn their souls into nutrients for the soul poison. Then their consciousness would replace the consciousness of their descendants. It might have failed, but their extreme thoughts were passed down from generation to generation. Accumulated inheritance, so it is getting more and more terrifying and cruel. After venting his anger, Ming Tianzun continued to look for Miao Jizi's traces in the 3,000 mountains. But he was afraid that he could not find it. In the sky, a long river of the road emerged. Ming Tianzun looked over there in shock and anger. Today, I, Miao Jizi, inherit the will of my ancestors, using the King of Guu, the beast plant Guu, as a carrier to open up the road of Guu. Miao Jizi's voice sounded in the northern barbarian area. Ming Tianzun seemed to know something, took a deep breath, and then rushed in the direction of Miao Jizi. Miao Jizi used the Bai tribe as bait to transfer Ming Tianzun away, and then used the space mother and child Guu to go to the 10 cities of the northern barbarian city. The beast plant Guu devoured the 2 million northern barbarians here, successfully accumulating enough energy, and Miao Jizi opened the way. The beast plant Guu bit a gap in the long river of the avenue, but the breath was impacted by the long river of the avenue and slipped away. Fortunately, Miao Jizi accumulated enough energy and was constantly repairing the beast plant Guu. The avenue of Guu, open. Countless Guu insect phantoms were flying in the sky, forming a cloud of Guu insects. The thunder between heaven and earth was ringing, but it sounded very cold. Different avenues caused different phenomena in heaven and earth. Boom! A huge caterpillar phantom connected to the long river of the avenue. Miao Chandao injected all the energy in his body into the caterpillar phantom, and the phantom turned into a small river. The river water was flowing slowly and the river was slowly extending. Thunder and lightning roared, and energy rain fell from the sky. The power of the avenue and the gift of heaven poured into Miao Jizi's body. Ha 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 ha, I am your uncle, who am I? I am Miao Ganyu. No. I am Miao Chandao, that doesn't seem right either. I am Miao Jizi? No, no, who am I? Am I a Guu Demon? Miao Jizi started to talk nonsense. Today, Miao Jizi of the 3,000 mountains of the northern barbarians has opened up the great road of Guu, and the heaven and earth congratulate him. Just as the heaven and earth congratulated him, a mountain fell towards Miao Jizi. Ha 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 ha, you dare to attack Tianzun, you are looking for death. Miao Jizi, who was already a little crazy, rushed towards the furious Ming Tianzun. The battle was about to break out. Chapter 104. The dead body was buried, and the dead body was buried. No one knows what happened that day, but after that day, Ming Tianzun and Guu Mo disappeared in the northern barbarian area. The disappearance of the barbarian king plunged the northern barbarians into struggle again, but Ming's son Baiji quickly quelled the unrest. The northern barbarians knew that their barbarian king was not dead, because there was no turmoil in the avenue, so Baiji was just acting on behalf of the barbarian king. The legend of Guu Mo was still circulating among the northern barbarians, and the ambitious people poured into the 3,000 mountains, trying to find the inheritance of Guu Mo. Guu means poison, and the sinister human heart is also a kind of Guu. When Emperor Shishan of Bishan returned to the Hero King Hall to worship his master, he found that the Mercy King who was lying in the coffin had disappeared. There were some squirming red hairs in the coffin. Shishan used the power of the Great Dao to wipe out these strange red hairs, and then sent his men to find the Mercy King. In the Dark Continent, after the Holy Emperor went to sea, the member states of the Holy Empire Alliance began a civil war. The Shang Kingdom, under the name of Unification, led by Xia Hongdao, marched out of Kaoch City to annex the Xia Kingdom and the Zhou Kingdom. Xia Wangwuzha and Zhou Wangkanti formed a coalition to resist Xia Hongdao's army. Xia Hongdao was a strong body refiner, benchmarking the Dao Lord realm, and led 300,000 Shang Kingdom troops to fight at the Weishui River, the meeting point of the three kingdoms. While they were fighting, Zhang Mo opened a storm on the sea. Zhang Mo coexisted with the ship and was called the Ghost Captain. His shocking pirates were called Ghost Pirates. They usually appeared in the fog and harvested the energy of the navigators. During the war, Yi's arm fell into the sea and absorbed energy, and then he was reborn as a small giant. He called himself a member of the Yi tribe and was the first giant in the Dongtian world. Yi was not counted, and Yi was a giant transformed from energy. This giant named himself Titan, and Ron then fabricated a female giant named Zi to accompany Titan. They wandered naked in the sea, making some northern barbarians who were sailing think they were Yi, and then worshipped them. In the 380th year of the Central Period, Titan and Zi gave birth to their sons Zibutan and Cardo. They settled on an island and called it Emma Island, which means the Island of Giants. They have their own language. The vast ocean makes the sea full of unknowns. From the 350th year of the Central Period to the 380th year of the Central Period, countless heroes emerged on the sea. They began to occupy the sea, build strongholds on the islands, and call themselves kings. The forces on each continent are deeply rooted. Some ambitious people turn their eyes to the ocean. The undeveloped ocean attracts them more. Some big families put all their resources into sailing. In the past 30 years, Mai Yad from the Dark Continent discovered the New World. He discovered 3 new continents and many islands during his voyage. Mai Yad established the Mai Yad Adventure Group and the Mai Yad Map Manufacturing Company, and began to sell maps at various navigation points, and offered high rewards for undiscovered places. Mai Yad's sea chart replaced Benjamin's sea chart and became the most complete sea chart in the world of the cave. Mai Yad encouraged people to explore the unknown, which further stimulated navigation. Mai Yad further used the transmission insects captured from the sky continent to start the news industry. The transmission of information began to deteriorate in the sea, and people got information faster, which meant that the changes were greater. If a treasure appeared in a place or a new area was discovered, more people would soon know about it. And my Yod liked to name things. Many of the places he discovered were named after him, so many landmark buildings in the sea areas that have been explored so far have my Yod in their names. The headquarters of my Yod Sea Chart Manufacturing Co., Limited was established in Neutral Tree City. It reached a cooperation with the Ji family of the Sea Kingdom and invited Ji Kun, the former admiral of the Sea Kingdom, as the spokesperson. Unfortunately, Ji Kun died of old age shortly after the endorsement. Ji Kun's last signature was preserved in the manufacturing company. In addition to my Yod, who relied on the map industry and the news industry, there is also Ye Long, the head of arms in the Beast region, who relied on arms. It is said that his ancestor was the Wolf King Yabo. His family has a certain status in neutral Beast King City, and the Beast King has a certain share of his business. At present, there are dozens of countries with a name in the Beast region, and there are even more countries hiding in the corners to entertain themselves, which is a mess. However, neutral Beast King City is the economic and political center of the Beast region. On the surface, all countries will obey the orders of the Beast King. If the Beast King has the courage and if he had wisdom, he might have been able to unify the Beast realm, but he was just a reckless man with strength but not much. When he led his troops to an expedition, he was ambushed and lost 100,000 heads. He ran back alone and never mentioned going out again. Ye Long occupied half of the Dongtian Navigation Navy's share of firepower. His subordinates were desperate criminals from all over the world. In the Beast realm, he was even more famous than the Beast King. People jokingly called him the Arms King. The shipbuilding industry has always been led by Neutral Tree City. However, with the emergence of new sea areas, the Fire Continent also started the shipbuilding industry, and the two holy places of the Fire Continent even set aside a piece of peaceful land to build a new city, Water City, and began to snatch the share of Neutral Tree City. This made the Sea Kingdom extremely hate these magicians who were once navy. The magicians of the Fire Continent are called short-lived ghosts, because their energy return will consume their lifespan to a great extent, and their strong ones have half the lifespan of the strong ones in other places. The people of the Sea Kingdom are called tree monkeys, because they are used to living in tree houses. Therefore, the people of the Sea Kingdom and the people of the Fire Continent are fighting fiercely. Uchiha Hashirama, who was originally traveling on the Dark Continent, was permanently refused to enter the Sea Kingdom. The whole sea is hot, and the current area of the cave world may not be explored by a Tianzun even if he spends all his life to explore it. The Holy Emperor drifted on the sea for 30 years. If it weren't for the emergence of the My Yod Sea chart, he would probably still be drifting on the sea. Almost all the people who traveled with him were killed by him. Since he disappeared and reappeared for a short time, the Holy Emperor has completely changed his temperament. He found the place where Yi was sleeping, but he didn't find Yi. Yi was sleeping. The Holy Emperor killed through the Caribbean city built on Yi, and finally attracted many big pirates to repel him. Then he heard the news that Yi was wandering on the sea again, and he set off again, but he didn't know that it was a giant incarnated by Yi's flesh and blood. 30 years after the Holy Emperor went to sea, the Holy Empire once again elected an emperor, named Alexander Octavian. This powerful monarch once again launched a continental expedition and led his knights to start a patrol of the Dark Continent. Chapter 105. While the cave world is bustling, the demi-plane Giggu is also bustling. Giggu, which has been notarized as a nightmare-level copy, has attracted a large number of contractors and reincarnations. After exploring again and again, they have perfected the basic strategy of Yei Guang. Dongtian World Giggu is now a popular place, not only because of its high returns, but also because of its high difficulty, and a large number of contractors and reincarnations who like adventure have died. Contractors and reincarnations are actually similar to players, but they cannot be resurrected indefinitely. So they, like those natural disasters, like to explore the unknown, and the disordered Giggu can satisfy them. The only place with order is the safe town, and you need to have some tokens to enter this place, otherwise you will be attacked by them. These tokens are things related to the neutral units in the town. And because of the special nature of Giggu, there are also some special neutral units notarized by the root of chaos. For example, Chaos Merchant No. 18, Blacksmith Rigan, Order Maintainer Yang Li, Soul Granny, Beggar, Ping and Tavern Owner Jin Jin. These are all foreign neutral units. But there is one very special one, yes, it is Jin Jin, Ron's partner. This time, because several 7th level contractors came here to explore through the self-sealing power of the root of chaos, Ron felt that there was a profit and called his good brother Jin Jin. Ron's human body was on a mission elsewhere, but Jin, Big Fat Cat, and Groundhog came in. This was Ron's territory, so he would naturally provide them with convenience. However, these 7th level contractors and reincarnations were no small characters in Paradise and the main god space, so killing them had to be reasonable. At the same time, Ron also brought his younger brother Li from Paradise over. When he first heard that he was going to Giggu, Li was scared. Later, after Ron's repeated assurances, Li agreed to enter here. Li's invitation to Giggu was still made by Ron. So Li made a strategy before coming. There are many weird things in Giggu now. They were exiled by organizations specializing in dealing with weird things in various countries. After they discovered the existence of Giggu, this place became the place where they exiled weird things, and Giggu was constantly expanding. This is also the place where the souls of most cave people come after death. Generally, those who can come here are strong people. The weak have just died, and their souls collapse and return to heaven and earth. After the souls of those strong men come here, they will be affected by this place and become a terrifying existence. Only a few can keep their sanity. Generally, those who have sanity are strong. They all have their own houses. The stronger they are, the larger the range of their residences in the safe town, and the closer the location of their residences is to the center. The strategy that Li bought contains it. 1. The strongest person in the town is a drunkard. His name is King of Winter Way. If you have spirit-enhancing wine, you can gain his favor and have a chance to get his protection and survive the evil god whisper once every 3 days. Li looked at the first strategy and felt that it seemed very familiar. King of Winter? Li remembered that he was a very kind old man. It seemed that he had met Tong Ye when he was on a mission when he just met him. He didn't expect him to be the boss here. 2. Follow Master Dushan to learn magic. There is a small probability of obtaining the item Safety Stone, which can provide a 1M*1M safe space in the blood mist, and there is a high probability of mental disorder. 3. Don't get close to Shang Wang Wu Yi and Great Demon Qi, you will most likely be killed. 4. Don't enter any house in the town at will, no one who enters will come out. 5. You can use your own flesh and blood to get the item Strange Blood from Li the Butcher. Each piece of flesh and blood will permanently lose 10% of the upper limit of health. Note, Strange Blood can prevent most monster attacks. 6. Don't attack any characters that appear in the town, you will most likely be eaten. 7. You can hide in the church when the Knight of Light is awake, and the Knight of Light is awake most of the time. 8. The possible safe places in the town include the church, the tavern, and the pool in the center of the town. 9. The town will have a Whisper of the Evil God once every 3 days, a Blood Mist Tide once every 7 days, an irregular monster tide, and an evil god once every half a month. Fighting the town residents, please take good protection. Thank you for buying the strategy. If you need to know more strategies, please buy the refined version. Please look for the Mosquito brand strategy. The most complete strategy for the Abyss Paradise Giggu. Li didn't have the money to buy the refined version. After reading the strategy, Li entered the town and saw an old man staring at him. With northern veteran Zhang San on his head, he stared at Li and got scared. Take my knife, ah ah ah. Zhang San suddenly drew out a long knife, and then chased Li and chopped, but was soon stopped by King of Winter Wei. Seeing King Wei, Zhang San ran away quickly. I seem to have seen you a long time ago. King Wei felt the smell on Li, and he looked very familiar. My king, I saw you in the Kingdom of Winter many years ago, and I saw you collecting energy to kill gods with my Captain Ron. Li said cautiously. King Wei fell into deep thought. It happened a long time ago. Now he was just a soul living in Giggu. Some memories were already very vague. Seeing him in deep thought, Li hurried away. He was going to meet Jin. The town was not very big. Li soon found the tavern along the stone road. It was a 3-story building. There was a broken sign hanging at the door. It said Ping'an Tavern crookedly, as if it had been scratched by a cat. Li entered the tavern. It didn't look big from the outside, but after entering, he found that it was full of secrets. There were dozens of tables. It was already full. The long bar counter was also full. There were residents of the town, contractors, and reincarnations. A groundhog was constantly serving wine, the goblin Jin was collecting money and counting money, and the big fat cat was playing rock paper scissors with several residents. There was smoke inside, and the smell of wine was very strong, but Li felt relaxed and comfortable when he entered here. The tavern was very lively and noisy. Li looked at Jinjin, who was smiling happily, and knew that he must have made a lot of money this time. The tavern was a safe place, so there were many contractors and reincarnations staying here. The second and third floors were resting places. Li went up to talk with Jinjin, and then was taken to room 6 on the second floor by Jinjin. Jinjin gave Li a bag of stones and asked Li to wait for orders. Chapter 106. Li opened the bag of stones. Name, Safety Stone. Origin, Dongtian World. Category, Other. Quality, None. Rating, 1,500. Introduction, special stones produced in Giggu, Dongtian World, can help users increase their chances of survival in Giggu. Due to its special nature, it is impossible to determine the quality and rating. These stones are obviously used to save Li's life. In this small town, this thing is hard currency for the contractors. If Ron hadn't asked Jinjin to give it to Li, Jinjin would have probably sold it several times. However, Ron also gave Jinjin a lot. Isn't it easy to produce such things in his own territory? However, Ron would not make too much. Scarcity makes things valuable. Moreover, if he made too much, these guys would die less, and Ron would suffer a great loss. Li didn't sleep and stayed in the room for a while, and then the door was opened. Squeak! A big fat cat squeezed in from the door frame and closed the door hard. You kid, just follow those contractors this time, especially the ones from the initial paradise. Pay attention to your own safety and don't be afraid of not having enough stones. The big fat cat handed Li 2 more scrolls. They would not let Li die. If Li died, their plan would not be implemented. These 7th level contractors and reincarnationists came here on their own. Many of their things were left in the paradise. If they wanted to get them, they had to rely on Li. After Ron had a loophole in the root of chaos last time, Li seemed to have become a notarization loophole in the last incident. The Abyss Paradise and the root of chaos were not filled. This time Ron took advantage of Li's specialness and completely sucked out those 7th level contractors. Li put away the scroll and waited for the night to fall. Night is the time when the creatures in Giggu are active. This is when the contractors start to explore Giggu. These adventurous guys want to find the reason why the contractors of Initial Paradise were annihilated, and they also want to explore the deepest part of the fog of Giggu. There seems to be a maze in Giggu. Some people's goal is that maze. In addition to the safe town, there are many buildings in Giggu, but those buildings are extremely dangerous. Such as the Candle Forest of the Candle Woman, where the weird Candle Woman is. The contractors who entered this place did not come out. The Candle Forest is constantly growing after swallowing these contractors and reincarnations. There is also the Turtle Man's Lake, which is the territory of the weird Turtle Old Man. If you enter here, you may get a gift from the Turtle Old Man, or you may have your life limit taken away by the Turtle Old Man. This is already a safe place. There is also the Weird Palace of the Weird King, the Maze of the Lantern Grandmother, the Mirror Room of the Mirror Man. There are not only weird things, but also some monsters formed by the environment here after the strong men in the cave world enter Giggu after death. When they are awake, they will enter the town, and when they are not awake, they will become monsters and wander in Giggu. Ah, ah, ah. The crow's calls sounded. These are special crows in Giggu, called Su crows. This is the call of Giggu at night. They are crows formed by the crow witch souls that have entered this place for many years. They will make a cry when night falls, and the mental resistance of people attacked by them will drop rapidly. Their meat is one of the meats that Butcher Li likes. You can exchange the life limit with Butcher Li, but each person has only one chance, and Butcher Li will charge the number of Su crows according to the strength of the exchanger. Li left the tavern, watching one contractor and reincarnation after another walk out of the town and into the fog. He quickly activated the safety stone and followed the contractor of Initial Paradise into the fog. The person who came to explore the Initial Paradise this time was a self-proclaimed 7th level contractor. He usually sold nightmare dungeon strategies for low-level worlds in the Initial Paradise. Generally, only special nightmare dungeons will allow high-level contractors to enter by themselves, so the strategies for this dungeon are sold a lot and make a lot of money. In addition, there are neutral units of the root of chaos in Giggu, proving that this dungeon will exist for a long time, so making strategies for this dungeon is a sure win, but you have to go back alive first. Ron will not give them a chance. Looking at Li again, a shield enveloped Li, resisting the blood mist around him. Some contractors who don't believe in evil don't have the safety stone. Head, the durability of the equipment on his body is constantly decreasing. When Li came out, he found that King Wei and some residents of the town were gathered in the central pool for some unknown purpose, but Li's sixth sense told him that he could not approach there. In the blood mist, the crows kept shouting, and screams came from the front. There were a few unlucky guys again. There were many strange things hiding in the blood mist, and the props were not very safe. If they were attacked by those strange things, the props would be worn out quickly. Li walked and observed, following behind the 7th level. If they encountered danger, they would also go up, but as he walked, Li found something wrong. A stream of liquid had soaked his calves, and he only realized it now. Looking up and looking ahead, the 7th level of the initial paradise had disappeared. Hallucination. Li's heart tightened. But soon he relaxed, a force pulled him back, and he returned to the entrance of the town. Everyone says this guy is no good. Forget it, big head rat, you go with him. Jinjin and the other two appeared behind Li at some point. It was Jinjin who saved Li just now. The big fat cat next to him was wearing sunglasses and holding a cigarette, puffing out smoke. The wise groundhog nodded after listening to Jinjin's words, and then took Li away. A blood moon hung over the sky of the town, and it was slowly filling up. Many contractors and reincarnationists were in Giggu, and naturally some ran to other places in the cave world. Some guys were looking for Nightmare Atlanta City, and he wanted to open up a new copy. Ron naturally welcomed this kind of contractor who was looking for death. Ron, who controlled the falling rocks to kill a reincarnationist and created an accident, satisfied his own bad taste, and then prepared the human body to enter Giggu to operate those 7th level ones. Several level 7s, one from the initial paradise, one from the main god space, and one from the race in the void, entered through the invitation letter of the root of chaos. Ron's human body is now level 5, and gradually became the Big Daddy level contractor of the Abyss Paradise. In the struggle between Ron and other contractors, the Abyss Paradise usually took sides. As long as it was not in the interests of Ron, the Abyss Paradise would directly go up and notarize it. Many of the spirits were killed who entered the paradise first to kill Ron. Soon, Ron entered the Giggu. Ron gave his human body permission to use the level 5 strength in a short period of time. You must know that those who self-proclaimed level 7 are now only at the peak of level 3. So, the good show is about to begin. Chapter 107. The body of Ron appeared in Giggu. Jinjin and Big Fat Cat were waiting. At this time, Big Fat Cat was smoking a cigar, but he seemed to have inhaled it into his lungs, and then he was drunk and staggering there. You are here, Big Head Rat is following them. Jinjin saw Ron appear and handed over a small board, which showed the 7-level contractors. At this time, the 7-level contractors were in several strange places. Ron actually knew where they were. Let's go. Ron said, and there was blood on the knight's sword in his hand, obviously he had just cut someone. Slap. Jinjin slapped Big Fat Cat twice, and Big Fat Cat turned around twice and woke up. Swoosh. The three disappeared on the spot. Li and Big Head Rat entered the maze, which was formed by the spiritual bodies of some powerful people combined with Giggu. There were many monsters in it. Fortunately, they followed the 7th level person, and the dangers ahead were solved by the 7th level person. Ah! Li was startled. Ron appeared in front of him with Jinjin and the Big Fat Cat. Li thought it was a monster. Master Ron, it turned out to be you. I was scared to death. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Ron nodded. Then he looked at the maze. The 7th level person was cracking the passage of the maze. He seemed to like this feeling very much, looking for a safe passage and playing hide and seek with monsters. But maybe it was because of this that he came here by himself. Because the resources of these big paradises are rich, they don't need to risk their lives for some things, so they can develop some hobbies. For example, some paradises with few resources generally use their lives to complete tasks in exchange for resources. The most representative one is Death Paradise, where the mortality rate is as high as 90%, but the contractors inside are all ruthless people. Their top contractors can compete with the contractors in those big paradises, and even fight 2 against 1 without losing. It is because the mortality rate is too high that there are fewer contractors, otherwise they can at least squeeze into the top 20. Abyss Paradise is a small paradise, and contractors are picked up from everywhere. Except for some special tasks, there are generally no tasks that must be killed, or in other words, they generally cannot die after failing the task. So Li, a lying dog, can survive until now. In the low and medium level task world, because of the appearance of Ron, a big daddy level contractor, a small forbidden magic world was snatched in a contractor recruitment site, so Abyss Paradise has recovered from the recovery and is now starting to be confident. Ready to operate? Jinjin asked. What operation? Li looked puzzled. Ron nodded, then took out a bunch of strange props. Jinjin also took out props, and then Li took a look. A 1,000-year-old sour apple, a smelly sock that emits poisonous gas, a broken mirror god fragment, unnameable lantern paper scraps, talking parchment. A large number of strange props and materials shocked Li. When he approached the smelly sock, his health value kept decreasing. These props and even the park could not be notarized. Jinjin took out a big pot, and then threw some materials into it to cook, and kept pouring strange potions, rotten apples, and smelly socks into it. A smell that made people doubt life began to spread. Ron created a barrier to isolate the smell. The big pot was boiling, with grey-brown bubbles, the space above was twisting, the surrounding maze was even melting, and the blood mist was far away from this area. Then Jinjin grabbed the human skin paper with his hand and put it in to soak it. After a few minutes, he took it out. Jinjin also licked the liquid on his hands clean. Seeing his face full of enjoyment, Li felt it was quite terrifying. Then Jinjin took the tail of an unknown creature, dipped it in liquid and began to write on the parchment. The parchment screamed, and then the sound became smaller and smaller. Then Jinjin took the unnameable material and pasted it there. One parchment turned into tens of thousands of copies. Ron started to work and teleport into the maze. Ah! After a scream, the 7th level of the initial paradise disappeared. Ron took back his paradise imprint and preserved the activity of the paradise imprint through the broken mirror god fragments, making the initial paradise think that the contractor was still alive. Then Jinjin took out a bottle, and a burst of blue gas was released from the bottle, which merged with the mirror god fragments and became the 7th level contract of the initial paradise. The appearance of the contract maker. Then let Li press his handprint on the parchment, and then the 7th level contractor formed by the gas also left a contract on the parchment. Contract notarization in progress. Contractor No M69784206 of Initial Paradise is requesting notarization to transfer items to Contractor No A1530 of Abyss Paradise. Notarization in progress. Please confirm the items. Initial Paradise intervenes. Abyss Paradise notarization in progress. Initial Paradise requests the Root of Chaos to intervene. Root of Chaos intervenes. Root of Chaos notarizes Contractor No A1530 of Abyss Paradise, confirms that the notarized contract is correct, and is notarizing Contractor No M69784206 of Initial Paradise. The notarized contract is correct. Initial Paradise requests deep notarization. Initial Paradise seems to have sensed something, but Ron and the others have made multiple preparations. Jinjin activates Skills Master of Disguise 3 Max, Disguise Breath 3 Max, Contract Bully 3 Max, Master of Trade 3 Max. Big Fat Cat activates Skills Playing Crazy 3 Max, Notary 3 Max, Judgment Confusion 3 Max, Fishing in Troubled Waters 3 Max. Directly swaps Li's Paradise Branded Breath with that of the Initial Paradise 7th level Paradise Branded Breath, with Li replacing the Initial Paradise 7th level as the object of notarization. Notarization of the Root of Chaos in depth. Notarization in progress. Initial Paradise requests joint notarization. Notary Big Fat Cat rejects Initial Paradise's request. Chaos Root notarization completed, testing the identity of the Notary Big Fat Cat, requesting to test the identity of the Notary. Request completed, testing completed, notarization completed. Initial Paradise protesting. Chaos Root, Abyss Paradise, and Notary simultaneously rejected the protest and expelled Initial Paradise. Contract notarization completed, transaction started, with neutral unit Jinjin as the transaction middleman. Then the parchment began to speak, saying the property of the 7th level of Initial Paradise one by one, and every time it was said, it would separate a contract. Then came Li's dense transaction information. Transaction successful, 159.7 W Chaos coins obtained, 1 Abyss coin paid to the other party. Transaction successful, 18 W World crystals obtained, 1 Abyss coin paid to the other party. Chapter 108. Under the combination of Ron, Jinjin's 4-man team and Tool Man Li, they successfully snatched all the wealth of the 3 7th level ones. Among them, the main god space was the simplest, and they caught the root of summoning chaos, and then improved the credibility of the root of chaos. Finally, after solving it, Ron submitted Lee's notarization loophole and obtained the 1000 world power reward of the root of chaos. Even if Ron did not submit Lee's loophole, it would soon be detected by the initial paradise because of this incident, and it would be filled up at that time. It is better to submit it directly now. The 7th level from the void didn't have much money. Ron just detained him, and then people of his race came to redeem him. If no one came to buy him back, he would sell him directly to the black market. You can always trust Jin Jin. As long as there is enough profit, he can even kidnap his father and sell him to you. Ron and his men did this, which really shocked the paradise, and even spread to the chaos gathering place, where all the high-level contractors of the paradise traded and were managed by the root of chaos. Giggu topped the list of the most difficult dungeons to attack recently. At the same time, the encounters of several 7th levels made some 7th levels who originally planned to attack on their own give up, because there was news that the robbery foursome who were rampant in the low-level world seemed to have escaped to Giggu through special means. These news were released by Ron, otherwise those guys would keep running here, and Ron would not be able to bear it, and he could not find loopholes, and it would be easy to attract higher-level beings. However, after this wave of operations, the number of contractors deployed in major paradises has obviously decreased. Because Ron killed more than 3 level 7s, 90% of the contractors in Giggu were wiped out. Ron asked Yesmora, who was suppressed under the town, to move around, and all the contractors died. Moreover, these guys went to explore those strange places, where the mortality rate was higher. There was no way to fish in a short time. Ron upgraded the equipment of the human body, and then put it back to the Abyss Paradise. Jin Jin also left with a lot of harvests. Lee got 10% of the harvest and directly turned into a dog to lick, hoping that the big brother would continue to lead him next time. Everyone was very satisfied. Only the 3 forces were injured. For the initial paradise, a level 7 was nothing, but for the resting place in the main god space, it was a big loss. The manager of the resting place was generally level 7. Nightmare Atlanta City was active in the cave world. This special creature attracted Ron's attention. It turned out that some guys who didn't know how to live or die found it there and were swallowed up. However, this special creature soon became silent. In the 390th year of the Central Period, the dragons gradually spread all over the world, and mixed blood dragons appeared on all continents. These mixed blood dragons were extremely low in intelligence due to their impure blood, and often attacked towns on all continents. Therefore, they were hated by all races, and troops were sent to kill these mixed blood dragons. Because of these mixed blood dragons, the reputation of the dragon race declined rapidly. The news that the black dragon Ruuma was the ancestor of the mixed blood dragon race was spread by the Sky Kingdom, so some countries formed a dragon-slaying team to kill this culprit. At this time, the number of dragons in the Dragon Valley had reached more than 60, and there were almost 20 adult dragons. They were born with dragon language magic and the way of dragon. If nothing unexpected happened, these dragon-slaying teams became skeletons outside the Dragon Valley. So the dragon race and these dragon-slaying countries had a hatred, and they put the reputation of lust, greed, and killing on the dragon race, which has since become a stereotype of the dragon race. The ancestor Bloodvine Balo fell into a long sleep. He would only wake up when the Bloodvine Elves he bred awakened him. The Bloodvine Elves bred offspring through other bloodvines and established an elf kingdom near the ancestor Bloodvine. Their king was called Balia. The first generation of Bloodvine Elves are neutral creatures. They will not breed offspring by combining with other bloodvines, but by the fruits cultivated by bloodvines. They divide a part of their life essence and inject it into the fruits to produce the second generation of elves, but the power of the second generation of elves is not as good as the first generation. One first generation elf can breed up to 3 second generation elves. However, the second generation elves have genders. They can combine with 2 to breed offspring, and the power of the third generation elves is only slightly weaker than the second generation. Therefore, the Bloodvine Elves formed the Fruit faction and the Breeding faction. The first generation of elves live on the ancestor Bloodvine, and other elves live on other bloodvines. The growth of elves. It is upgraded slowly with the years, so they don't have a cultivation system. June has entered the countdown of his life, and he has not found a way to prolong his life, so he has set his sights on his father Hong. So Hong, who was hiding, was captured by June and brought back to the Jelenmu continent. Hong's life was connected by Jun, and Jun shared Hong's life, so Hong became a super worker, just constantly harvesting energy and maintaining his life. Fortunately, the world has become bigger now, and there are enough strong people born. The Holy Emperor, who had been searching for Yi's traces on the sea for many years, returned to the Dark Continent. He imprisoned Alexander Octavian and took control of the Holy Empire Alliance again, ordering all countries to send people to help him build altars and temples. In fact, the Holy Emperor also noticed that after he defeated the monster, he was invaded by the monster, and was constantly assimilated by the monster, giving birth to another consciousness. Now it is his original consciousness that controls his body. He wants to build temples and altars to suppress himself underground, and he wants to summon the body of the monster through the altar and bury it with him forever underground. All the scholars who studied weirdness in the country were summoned, and a huge project was built on the Dark Continent. The Holy Temple and the Holy Altar were built underground, using millions of strong laborers, covering an area of more than 20,000 square kilometers. They were built according to the highest standards, and all the materials used were array materials. Wizards from the Jelinmu continent and magicians from the Kaladoa continent were also hired to construct the array. Books and treasures from various continents were collected here, and the burial place prepared by the Holy Emperor for himself was extremely luxurious. In the end, the Holy Emperor suppressed himself and the body of the Weird King outside the Holy Palace. After his death, Alexander Octavian inherited the throne and established the Inquisition, with its headquarters at the Holy Altar, and built a temple for the Holy Emperor as the Holy God. After the death of the Holy Emperor, Alexander Octavian quickly filled the Night Avenue vacated by the Holy Emperor and became the master of the Night Road. Since then, the great Holy Emperor came to an end. In his youth, he rebuilt the Kingdom of Knights and renamed it the Holy Kingdom. In his middle age, he conquered the Dark Continent. In his old age, he was infected by monsters and fell into madness. After he sobered up, he built a temple and suppressed himself and the monsters in the temple. Chapter 109. The long river of the road appeared above the wizard world, and a dark and strange tributary of the road connected to the long river of the road. People have seen this scene. Jun was the first to achieve enlightenment in the cave world. The one who is now opening the way is the king of the current wizard kingdom Yu. Yu stands in the air with an expressionless face, and the tributary of the road is connected to his body. The thunder and lightning roared, the sky was dark, and all the weirdness in the wizard kingdom was attracted here. It was raining in the sky. These rains fell on ordinary people without any benefit, but those weirdnesses were strengthened. Jun looked at the wizard palace, which had turned into a strange place, from a distance, and knew that things seemed to be out of control. He didn't expect Yu to open the way, but this only made him excited. In the Bone Empire, Jiaguan looked at the big movement in the wizard world and became worried. He knew what kind of thing was sitting on the throne of the wizard world. It was Jun who dared to come up with such a thing. Ron was considering whether to let this guy open the way. If this guy opened the way, then the weirdness would be completely engraved into the laws of this world. Opening up the road is actually creating laws between worlds. But Ron soon finished thinking. If these weirdness wandering outside are harmful to the world, he will transfer these weirdness to Giggu, and the existence of these weirdness is not bad. They can absorb and digest those negative energies. If there is too much negative energy and exceeds the world conversion, then the quantitative catastrophe will break out, just like chaos. The passing of each era is caused by the outbreak of quantitative catastrophe. The wizard palace turned into a weird place caused panic among the people, but soon someone appeased the people, and the wizards did not dare to stop it. They knew that the king on their throne was a weirdness. Otherwise, they could completely exile all the weirdness with the help of wizards. Tang Go became a great wizard in the tower in 40 years. He had his own wizard tower, but when he learned that the ruler was weird, his faith collapsed. Tang Go walked out of the wizard tower, then walked straight out of the protective magic circle of the wizard tower academy, and walked into the strange place formed by the Witch King's palace. Neither his disciples nor his mentor in the academy stopped him. The great wizard Yu appeared. He was almost dead. He followed Tang Go into the Witch King's palace. Some old wizards appeared one after another and they all walked into the Witch King's palace. A big fire was set on the strange land, with the shouts of the old wizards. No one could hear what they were shouting, but soon their voices were covered by the muffled sound of the mine array. A drizzle fell from the sky, dripping on the wizards watching. They shuddered and continued to watch the Witch King's palace quietly. The old wizards never came out again, and their disciples inherited their wizard towers, but the disciples didn't know what their teachers were doing. These old wizards were wizards from the civilian faction that united around the Wizard King Hong. Now this faction disappeared in the Weird Land with these old wizards. They knew that this wizard kingdom had no hope. The Wizard King Yu successfully opened up the road, and all the weirds were nourished. Yu, who successfully opened up the road, showed his means. Weirdos began to appear on a large scale in various places, and those weirdos seemed to begin to plan the territory and harvest the people of the Wizard Kingdom regularly. The Wizard Tower Academy became Yu's means of harvesting energy. Jiaguan sent troops to block the border and created an isolation belt with blood vines. All the weirdos in the Bone Empire were exiled to Giggu. Jiaguan knew that under the operation of Madman Jun, the weirdo had become a climate, and for a long time, Jelinwu continent or Dongtian world would be shrouded in his shadow. Jun tried to attack Yu, but failed. Or maybe he succeeded and caught Yu, but Yu committed suicide. His strange characteristics made him immortal, and Yu was reborn somewhere else. However, Yu began to be on guard, making it impossible for Jun to start. The monsters were all over the Witch Kingdom. Jun had no place to hide in the Witch Kingdom. He hid in the Dark Night Forest and became a member of the Crow Witch. After years of living with crows, the appearance of these crow witches gradually became crow-like. In the Dark Night Forest, there was the remnant of the previous blood mist. These monsters could not sense Jun's existence when they entered here. After all, the evil god could be said to be a more advanced monster, and the blood mist was at the same level as the monster. There were dozens of crow witch tribes in the Dark Night Forest. Luo lived in a city of crow witches. This city was built when Hong was the leader of the crow witches. Now his son Jun came and naturally inherited the family business. He beat up the current leader, and then Jun became the leader of the crow witches. The crow witches have strong spiritual power, so they are very abnormal. Some wizard families who let them go wild are to guard against crazy crow witches. Crow witches have no apprentices. Generally, those who can be called crow witches are at least at the mountain and river level. This crow witch leader can match the Taoist master level in spiritual power and can fight with the Taoist master level. Unfortunately, he met Jun Tianzun. Jun began to do research in the Dark Night Forest, and Hong ran to other continents. He heard that there were frequent wars in the Nikado continent, so he ran to the Nikado continent. Now he is working hard to support his son. In the Dark Continent, Xia Hongdao successfully destroyed the two countries of Xia and Zhou. Decades of war made Xia Hongdao's status in the Shang kingdom extremely high, so Xia Hongdao launched a rebellion, killed the king of Shang, and changed Shang to Chu. In this way, the Shang kingdom, which had been passed down for thousands of years, perished in the hands of his ministers. The Shang royal family fled the Shang kingdom area and led a group of Shang diehards to run to the wilderness to re-establish the post-Shang kingdom. Now all continents exist in large tracts of wilderness, all of which are uninhabited. Reclamation has to bear a huge cost. Shang-Chi, the lord of the post-Shang kingdom, built Chang'an City as the capital of the post-Shang kingdom. This small kingdom with only 100,000 people took root in the wilderness. Baiji in the northern barbarian area once again opened up the feudal system, dividing the people of each big city, allowing the northern barbarians to open up to the wilderness and obtain more resources. The legend of the Guu Demon continues. Some guys obtained part of the inheritance of the Guu Demon and began to stir up trouble. As a result, they died before they could achieve their goals and were beaten to death by the strong men of the northern barbarians. All 9 demon generals have passed away. Ling Yunzi on the Fire Continent was the first to die. He had ruled the Fire Continent for decades and died of exhaustion. After his death, the 2 major holy places on the Fire Continent appeared one after another. After Ling Yunzi's death, the people of the Fire Continent began to resist the northern barbarians, and after more than 10 years of struggle, they drove the northern barbarians away. In recent years, the 5 beasts on the Fire Continent have begun to revive. They began to help the descendants of their original country. Under the strength of the 5 beasts at the Tao level, the 5 countries of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth began to expand and began to disobey the orders of the Holy Land of Fire and the Holy Land of Wood. The situation on the Fire Continent began to become tense. Chapter 110. The 5 beasts that once left a deep impact on the Fire Continent have revived, namely the 1-tailed black turtle beast, the 2-tailed water tiger beast, the 3-tailed white crane beast, the 4-tailed fire ape beast, and the 5-tailed black and white fox beast. Among them, the black turtle beast is gold, the water tiger beast is water, the white crane beast is wood, the fire ape beast is fire, and the black and white fox beast is earth. They support the corresponding attribute countries respectively, which are also the original 5 countries on the Fire Continent. There are no Dao Lord level and Tianzun level strongmen in the 2 holy places. Uchiha Tianzun of the Fire Holy Land is traveling in the Dark Continent. There has been no news for hundreds of years. If it weren't for the fact that the great Dao of art was not turbulent, his younger brother Uchiha Tobirama would have thought he died outside. Because they were afraid of the other Holy Land, the 2 Holy Lands did not take action against the 5 beasts. Soon, the pattern of the Fire Continent became 2 Holy Lands and 5 major countries. The 7 forces did not dare to take action easily. The 5 beasts formed an alliance. The 2 Holy Lands were not opponents alone, and it was impossible for the Holy Lands to form an alliance, so the situation stabilized. The 5-country government is divided into 2 parts. The political part is in the charge of the daimyo mansion, and the external military organization is in charge of the art village. The leader of the daimyo mansion is called the daimyo, and the leader of the art village is called the shadow. The first generation shadows of the 5 villages all have the strength to rival the Niodoji. The fire shadow is Sarutobi Mirai, the gold shadow is Kame Miku, the wood shadow is Bianfei, the earth shadow is Hibai Xianjian, and the water shadow is Shui Huya. The 5 great beasts also created the 5 beasts land. Geniuses from the 5 great arts villages can enter the 5 beasts land to learn the beast transformation technique. Those who succeed in learning the beast transformation technique will gain some of the power of the 5 great beasts, and those who fail will turn into wild beasts, with the same appearance as the 5 great beasts, but smaller, but without intelligence, only the instincts of wild beasts. The 5 great countries entered the honeymoon period, and recommended Sarutobi Mirai to become the leader of the alliance. The 5 countries conducted trade and marriage, and built connecting bridges and roads. They also built the 5 countries academy in the daimyo of the fire art country, opened some of their own exclusive techniques, and recruited members from the 5 countries. The 5 countries academy is headed by Hotaki Ying, who is a borderless magician and has served in the navy. He has the strength of a beginner. He participated in the Battle of King Yi's Western Expedition and the Fire and Wood War, so he hates war and is a peacemaker. Under his leadership, the students of the 5 countries academy are borderless and are all doves. The academic atmosphere of the academy is excellent, and a large number of new techniques have been developed, and the 5 basic techniques have been systematically summarized. Between the 350th and 400th years of the Central Period, the 5 Nations Academy trained nearly 50,000 students. These students entered the middle and lower levels of each country. They wanted to unite the 5 countries and launch a coup. In the 400th year of the Central Period, the Academy launched a coup. The Academy of the Fire Art country was arrested, the 5 Nations Academy was blocked, and the Academy of the Fire Art country failed in its coup. The Academy of the other 4 countries stopped the coup and put pressure on the Fire Art country. The Fire Art country executed the Academy that launched the coup, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the other 4 countries. Therefore, the honeymoon period of the 5 Nations Alliance was over. The Fire Art country abolished the 5 Nations Academy, imprisoned the Dean Hotaki Ying, and prohibited the Academy from promoting the doctrine in the Fire Art country. The Academy of the Earth Art country and the Academy of the Water Art country successfully launched a coup, and the other 3 countries quickly cleaned up the domestic academies. The factions in the 5 Nations Alliance were divided again. Fire, Gold, and Wood were conservative family factions, and Water and Earth were new academies. They rescued the Dean of the 5 Nations Academy, and established a new academy in the land of Earth Arts, and began to recruit and train talents for the Academy faction. The 2 factions of the country cut off population circulation and commercial exchanges, and only maintained superficial military mutual assistance to prevent the Holy Land from attacking. The 2 Holy Lands secretly supported each other's factions, provoked the war between them, and provided weapons resources and even strong support for the 2 factions. Under the provocation of the 2 Holy Lands of Fire and Wood, the First 5 Nations War broke out, and the struggle between the Academy and the family faction also began. The location of the war is still the End Plateau. The 5 beasts did not participate in the war. They only need to maintain the existence of the 5 countries. Unless there is a situation of national destruction, they will not appear. The first generation of shadows are still alive, but the shadows of the water and earth countries have no power. They only need to fight for their own countries as a war personnel. The one who holds power is the daimyo, which was rebuilt by the Academy. Xianjian, Yei, you didn't listen to my advice at the beginning, and you are still fighting for them now. You are really stupid guys. Yuan. Fei Walai rode a fire ape, which was the product of the failure of the beast transformation technique. Although it had no wisdom, its strength after beast transformation was still enhanced. After being domesticated, it could be used on the battlefield. Hibai Xianjian rode a black and white fox, and Shui Huya rode a water tiger. Both of them were silent. My lords, don't chat with those guys who exploit the people and focus on bloodline. Kill them and unite the 5 countries. The academic school behind urged the 2 shadows to attack. Earth technique, mud and stone sky curtain. Water technique, water tornado. The mud and rock flow like a mountain rolled towards the 3 shadows on the opposite side, and there was a huge water dragon hidden behind the mud and rock flow. The war was about to break out. Thousands of practitioners waved their weapons and released techniques to attack each other, and their limbs were splashed and blood stained the earth. The smell of gunpowder spread, and the land of the End Plateau would grow more vigorous plants after this war. On a high peak, the acting lords of the 2 holy places were watching. Tobirama, you are such a sinister guy. Just like your despicable brother, you killed my brother. You are the same. Your brother was not killed by my brother. Even if he was, it was because he was not as skilled as others. Senju Izuna and Uchiha Tobirama were arguing. The 5 Nations War was planned by the 2 of them. They would argue and even fight every time they met. Now they won't do that. They know that most of the fights will be a draw. They won't fight unless they kill each other. What's the situation with the 5 beasts? I have sent people to arrange illusions. You have already arranged them, right? By the way, your brother Uchiha Hashirama won't die outside. Shut up. The battle of the 5 great jutsu shadows ended. The plateau ground cracked. Last time, Uchiha Hashirama and Senju Madara created a valley. This time, it is estimated that the 5 jutsu shadows will widen this valley. This war was not as big as the last one between Huomyu and Huomyu. Only dozens of Enlightenment Realm, more than 2,000 Sun and Moon Realm, tens of thousands of Mountain and Sea Realm, and hundreds of thousands of other realms were mobilized. Ordinary people were not mobilized. In this respect, the 5 major countries did much better than the Holy Land. The war only broke out between the villages and did not affect civilians. However, the 2 old shamans would not stop the war so easily. They did some things to aggravate the intensity of the war.